We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Session 4, Metaverse, City, Seoul, Urban Changes and Response to the Digital Transformation. I'm Director Choi Jun-young of Data Science Center of the Seoul Institute of Technology, and I will be moderator for this session. We are seeing acceleration of digital transformation. In the urban space, the people are going through rapid changes in their lifestyle. And Seoul Institute of Technology is jointly carrying out research on this digital transformation with Seoul Credit Foundation. And the physical space for residential area are now moving towards metaverse, and we call that Metaverse City Seoul, and we have invited 8 experts in the field to talk about the metaverse trend and the future of digital space and how that will impact our urban policies. Seoul's Institute of Technology and Korea Academy of Complexity Studies have jointly planned this session. And Chairman Lee Jae-woo of Korea Academy of Complex Studies will welcome you to this forum. And then economist, policy analyst Camille Virus of OECD and researcher Woo Jung-yeon of MIT City Form Lab and Professor Na Jong-yeon and Director Kim Tae-yeon will be making presentation. For the discussion, we are going to hear from Director An Young-soo and Dr. Jang Dong-sun and Chief Architect Ha Tae-seok and Head Bang Eun-ju of Information Technology of ZDNet Korea. So we'll first invite Chairman Lee Jae-woo of Korea Academy of Complexity Studies.
Good morning. I'm the president of the Korean Academy of Complexity Studies, Professor Jae-woo Lee of Inha University. I'm very pleased to open 2021 Seoul Big Data Forum held in cooperation with the Seoul Institute of Technology on the topic of Metaverse, City Seoul, Urban Changes and Responses to the Digital Transformation. As of 2021, the global urbanization rate is 56.6%. It is estimated that by 2050, the urbanization rate will reach around 68.37%. In Korea, the urbanization ratio is almost 86%. Many people will live in cities in the future. The more developed cities are, the places where more people live. So many aspects of the cities are changing significantly. Transitioning into smart cities is emerging as a big topic. The COVID-19 pandemic, which is prevalent today, has greatly changed the face of our lives in the city. In a way, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have lives where we can work without going far through telecommuting or flexible work without having to go all the way. We can work at home. So our life patterns has totally transformed. The digital transformation promoted by the COVID-19 is predicted to continue even after the COVID-19 is over. The metaverse technology will drastically transform the appearances of the city. Cities are fundamentally complex. The Korean Academy of Complexity Studies has held several seminars and conferences on the topic of urban complexity, and I hope that today's forum will enable active discussions on urban complex system. In particular, I look forward to actively discuss what effect the digital metaverse will have when it is combined with the complexity. That is my expectation. Once again, we'd like to thank the Seoul Institute of Technology and the people involved in the Korean Academy of Complexity Studies for preparing the forum. I look forward to seeing the result from the academic and research aspect of cooperation between the two institutions in the future. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much, Chairman Lee, for the wonderful message. Now, we are going to move on to the first presentation of this session, titled Urban Changes and Response by the Digital Transformation. Policy analyst and economist Camille Virus of OECD will be making the presentation. Mr. Camille Virus has been working in OECD for a long time, leading the Smart City project, research into resilience into National One Policy Review. So, Mr. Camille Virus.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to the Seoul Big Data Forum and for the opportunity to talk about urban changes and the responses to the digital transformation at the city level. And today I'd like to focus on the following question: what are the opportunities but also the challenges brought by smart cities in the context of the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis? And I will organize my presentation around three key parts. The first one is on why it is crucial to put people at the center of smart cities. Then the second part on the opportunities that smart city tools bring to shape a smart, green and inclusive recovery. And finally, for the final part, what are the pitfalls to avoid and how to avoid them? So let's start with the very important question, why it is crucial to put people at the center of smart cities. So over the past 2 decades, smart cities have proliferated around the globe as a way to build more efficient and livable urban environments. So initially, the concept of smart cities was largely supply-driven, with the private sector taking the lead in defining both the problem and the solution. So smart cities have therefore often been understood to be primarily about data and technologies. But while digital innovation remains, of course, central to the smart city concept, the key question is really whether smart cities contribute to improve the well-being of all urban residents. On the chart on the right, you can see how the OECD Regional Wellbeing Database measures well-being at the regional level, here with the example of well-being in the Seoul region. This database measures well-being in more than 400 regions across the OECD, and the well-being of each region is measured through 11 dimensions. These dimensions are income, jobs, housing, health, access to services, environment, education, safety, civic engagement, community, and finally, life satisfaction. So the goal of smart cities should therefore be to improve well-being of all urban residents across these 11 dimensions of well-being. This is why the OECD program on smart cities puts people right at the center of the smart city concept and focuses on the inclusive growth element to ensure that smart cities do benefit everyone and do not leave anyone behind. So the OECD defines smart cities as cities that leverage digitalization and engage stakeholders to improve people's well-being and build more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient societies. This definition underlines two very important things. The first thing is that digitalization and digital innovation are not an end in themselves, but rather aim to improve people's lives to achieve greater inclusion, sustainability, and resilience. And the second thing that this definition highlights is that people are not only the users of smart cities, but are also the co-creators of smart cities. So putting people at the center of the smart city concept also means co-constructing policies with the residents throughout the policy cycle. So now that we've seen why it's important to put people at the center of the smart city concept, now let's see what are the opportunities that have been created by smart city tools to shape not only recovery, but also a green and inclusive recovery. So since the beginning of the crisis in 2020, the OECD has collected and analyzed the responses to the crisis from more than 100 cities across the globe. And from this analysis, we have identified some key lessons for cities and urban policy. And one key lesson is that the COVID-19 crisis has revealed the need to shift to a new urban paradigm in cities of all sizes. And beyond the public health emergency, many cities are now shaping their long-term recovery strategies around three key pillars, building a smarter, a greener, and a more inclusive urban development. So as we've just seen, the smart component is central to most cities' recovery, and smart city tools are now taking center stage in the strategies put in place by many cities in the world. Smart city tools have played a key role in helping cities respond to the emergency of the pandemic and even get ahead of the curve of the virus in the short term. And this happens through various channels. Smart city tools help cities quickly monitor the spread of the virus, support contact tracing, and ensure the respect of confinement and social distancing. Smart city tools also helped cities relay real-time and sometimes life-saving information. Smart city tools have also been used to maintain the continuity of public service delivery and economic activity, and also to bridge social isolation. But smart city tools have not only helped respond to the crisis in the short term, they also help cities in the long term to serve a smart recovery. For example, through promoting digitization of municipal services and citizen participation, through supporting the economy and SMEs in particular, and through building resilience thanks to smarter data analytics. But smart city tools do not only serve a smart recovery, they are also powerful drivers of a more sustainable and inclusive recovery. So as for the sustainable recovery, smart city tools can help cut down consumption and therefore carbon emissions. The intelligent transport systems are also helping promote sustainable mobility, and smartphone applications can help to avoid food waste, for example, and can promote the shift towards more circular production and consumption patterns. And as for the inclusive recovery, many mayors and city leaders have used digital technologies during the pandemic to reassure their citizens, to empower them with more participatory governance, and to build trust. And today, cities are using really the momentum of the recovery to put people back at the center of digitization and use technology to promote a more inclusive growth model and to reduce inequalities. So now I'd like to give you just a few examples of how cities have been using smart city tools to respond to the crisis or to support their recovery. In some cities, the smart city tools were already in place before the crisis and have been leveraged further since the beginning of the crisis, while in some other cities, some new tools have been implemented to respond to the emergency and to support the recovery longer term. So, for example, in Milan, in Italy, the city council has committed to the full digitization of its municipal services, aiming to go from 85% to 100%. And Milan has also committed to provide universal access to the internet. In Montreal, in Canada, there's been some shared mobility systems implemented to facilitate access to food. Another interesting example is Tokyo in Japan, which committed to accelerate its efforts towards its digital transformation with the promotion of online learning, telemedicine, telecommuting, and the digitization of its public services. Barcelona City Council in Spain has implemented artificial intelligence pilot projects in various areas, for example, to monitor the number of people who go to the beaches, and these numbers are updated in real time on an open website. And the City Council has also implemented a number of projects to digitally transform its own government, such as an open budget website and the digitalization of public procurement. And maybe one final example in Lisbon, in Portugal, the project Smart Open Lisboa is an open innovation program for startups to use the city's open data to develop and test their solutions under real conditions. So now that we've seen what opportunities smart city tools bring to build a smart, a green, and inclusive recovery, Now for the final part, what are the pitfalls to avoid and how to avoid them? So some challenges which are inherent to the smart cities have been magnified by the COVID-19 crisis, and this is the case in particular of the challenges linked to the collection and the use of data. Because smart cities now capture and collect a lot more information about citizens than in the past, and this includes information from CCTV cameras, from city transport systems, as well as the data collected as citizens interact with civic authorities using digital systems for healthcare, for education, or to pay for their taxes. So this creates challenges in terms of data security and privacy. Ensuring data privacy and protection is therefore an important issue for cities in terms of who accesses and owns the data, for how long, and for what purpose. But what I would like to point out is that when personal data breaches occur, the risks actually go beyond digital security and can cause significant economic losses. For example, in 2018, a cyber attack on the city of Atlanta in the United States cost taxpayers $17 million in recovery costs and cybersecurity upgrades. And another thing that is worth pointing out is that the risks linked to the use of personal data can affect even the most digitally advanced smart cities. For example, in January 2021, it emerged that data collected on people in Singapore through QR codes and a contact tracing app were used by Singapore's police, which led to a huge internal crisis in public trust. So in order to ensure security, local governments need to manage and share that data wisely. But ensuring data security and protection is not the only challenge that emerged during the COVID-19 crisis in relation to smart cities. Another challenge that is often overlooked is the risk of creating or even aggravating the digital divide between people, between businesses, and between cities. Between people, the thing is that the simple presence of digital technologies does not mean that their benefits are automatically reaching everyone. And even well-intentioned smart city initiatives might actually contribute to widening the digital gap between, on the one hand, the tech-savvy people, and on the other, the people who are not equipped with the technologies or with the knowledge of how to use these technologies. For example, evidence shows that during the lockdown in the UK, children from wealthy families spent 30% more time on home learning than the children from poorer families. And the chart on the right side here shows data for 2018 for the use of the internet to interact with public authorities by educational attainment. It clearly shows that national averages can hide huge differences between population groups. People with higher educational attainments are much more likely to use the internet to interact with public authorities than people with lower educational attainments. So smart cities can widen the digital divide between people, but also between businesses. SMEs account for 99% of businesses in the OECD, but they are often facing higher barriers to adopt digital solutions than bigger companies. And finally, smart cities can widen the digital divide between cities. Our cities are very unequal in their human and financial capacity to implement smart city solutions and infrastructure. And finally, one other challenge I would like to highlight today, it is the critical need to measure smart city performance. As we've seen before, there is no guarantee that smart city solutions reach everyone around the cities. So it is very important to measure the performance of smart cities to ensure that smart cities are actually reaching everyone. And this is especially true at a time where the COVID-19 crisis has hit municipal budgets and cities are now looking to implement cost-effective solutions to deliver public services. The measuring smart city performance has several advantages. It helps ground policy intervention in solid evidence. That means that it can guide decision makers both at local but also national levels. It can help cities in setting realistic targets, tracking progress, and adjusting policy interventions for greater efficiency and effectiveness. And smart city measurement also enhances accountability and helps citizens monitor how governments deliver on their commitments. And this is why at the OECD we are calling for a more effective measurement of how smart cities impact people's well-being in cities. And for this purpose, we have built a measurement framework around 3 pillars. And this is, you can see the framework on the slide here on the right side. The first pillar is called Smart City Dimensions, and it's the wheel at the center of the framework. This pillar aims to measure the degree of digitization and digital innovation implemented at the city level. And because there is a wide range of indicators of digitization, we have defined 8 dimensions that we believe reflect the main areas of urban life that are transformed by digital technologies. These 8 dimensions include mobility, for example, jobs and firms, housing, education, e-government, and energy, waste and water. And the second pillar of our measurement framework, we've seen also earlier with the definition of the smart cities by the OECD, that the stakeholder engagement is central to smart cities. We therefore need to measure the level of stakeholder engagement as an input into the process of shaping smart cities. Stakeholder engagement can take place in various ways, ranging from basic communication to full co-production and co-delivery, and that is also something that we need to be able to measure. And finally, the third pillar of our measurement framework measures the performance of smart city initiatives through their impacts on the 4 key areas of well-being, inclusion, sustainability, and resilience. So if you to learn more about our work on smart cities and inclusive growth, I invite you to read our various papers, and particularly our most recent paper on measuring smart city performance in COVID-19 times, lessons from Korea and OECD countries. And this is also this paper also summarizes the proceedings of our second roundtable on smart cities and inclusive that took place in December 2020. So please have a look at this publication, these various publications. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 까뮤 비로스의 발표를
Thank you very much for your presentation. Well, she mentioned about the COVID-19 effect, and especially the smart city must be centered around people. On a short-term basis and long-term basis, smart city technology must focus on digital transformation. And it was a very meaningful presentation, especially the COVID-19 so-called healthcare crisis needs to be responded by utilizing the smart city technology. And she also talked about the responses and also ways to resolve or narrow down the digital gap. OECD, well, Korea is a member of the OECD, and together with the other OECD member countries, we need to collaborate so that the good alternative mentioned by Kamil Virus need to be utilized in the smart city deployment so that we can truly bring about the digital transformation. And also we need to constantly measure the performance of the smart cities.
Let us move on to the next presentation on diagnosis of changes in urban housing brought about by digital transformation technology. Dr. Woo Jung-yeon from MIT City Forum Lab will be making the presentation. She has received her doctorate degree in Harvard University, and currently she's a postdoc researcher at MIT City Forum Lab. So, Dr. Woo, please start your presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be invited as a speaker in Seoul Big Data Forum, and currently I'm a researcher at MIT City Forum Lab, and I'm carrying out diagnosis on changes in urban housing brought about by digital technology researcher, and I'm also consulting private companies. The title of my presentation is Reflecting Life Values and Changes in the Digital Age. As we are going into the digital age, we have to look about the values of living in society and what kind of changes that we are going through in a digital age city environment.
잘 알려진 것
As you're well aware, with the Industrial Revolution around the world, urbanization took place in a very rapid manner, and Industrial Revolution has brought about the power of steam and opened an age of industrial age, and many people gathered into the cities, accelerating urbanization. In the second Industrial Revolution, the petroleum, oil, and electricity has been the foundation of urban infrastructure. Third Industrial Revolution has benefited from digital revolution, automation, free sharing of information. Now we are moving into the fourth Industrial Revolution, convergence of variety of technologies, AI-based cognitive revolution. Especially with the advancement of intelligent sensor technology, we are seeing this technology penetrate into every aspect of our lives. Industrial Revolution has expanded urban area and has led the changes of functions and roles of cities. These pictures are from London, Manhattan, and Seoul when industrialization was taking place and how the cities are being shaped. London and Manhattan urbanization started towards the late 1800s, and roads, bridges, buildings, industrial facilities began to be developed in this period. Seoul also went through rapid urbanization and industrialization. Since the 1960s, we saw urbanization start. Since 2010, this is how the cities look like now. Ironically, industrial system has rapidly changed, but physical infrastructure and environment of cities have not changed that much. And they are kind of stuck in the structural trap. At this age, as we are moving into the digital era, what are the potential of cities and what changes will they go through? In 2020, MIT Press published Smart Cities. The author is Germaine Halogua, And author talks about smart cities in a way that smart cities is a convergence of new technologies, collection of big data. It's a utopian vision of urban life, sustainable, digital, network, optimized solution, or is it a neoliberal, corporate-controlled, or undemocratic places? He asks those questions, and he offers his definition of smart cities. And with a focus on quality improvement of urban life, he talks about sensors, IoT, various technologies, and he said that being smart is about recognizing the relationship with the local community, creating a better environment in the urban area. Fourth Industrial Revolution leads to convergence of IT technologies, and this has an impact on the life of urban people. Regarding smart people, physical world, virtual world has created various discourse. Cities, building, healthcare, marketing, all these industries have converged with the new IT technologies. The systems and ideas are already playing an important role in cities these days. And there are two spaces for using smart technologies. First, there is the physical world. Second, there is the digital world. First of all, between physical world and virtual world, there is free mobility and connection, and digital twin space, DTS, must be understood. DTS is a connection between physical world and virtual world for interaction. It's a platform, and there is a lot of research going on for developing this platform. DTS, through 3D modeling, uses fixed environments, fixed assets, and replicate them in the digital space. And IoT connects the physical world with the virtual world. It is expanding to wearable devices, smart devices, and into smart cities. And the actual objects will be connected to the system. And this will help us predict what will happen. In the virtual space, data monitoring, analysis, prediction, simulation will come out with results that can be reflected back to the physical world for optimization of data and resolution of various urban issues. Population decline, climate change, these are complex challenges of the urban environment, and such technologies can help us find solutions to these challenges. Now, I will talk about smart home and smart lifestyle and some examples. Artificial intelligence and smart technologies will change our physical environment, and these changes are already taking place. Sight, smell, hearing, touch, taste, 5 senses of humans have been reflected in sensors. The sensors in smartphone homes have a very expansive role. Home appliances will create and optimize the living environment for the users, controlling the temperature, humidity, recognizing the behavior or gestures, creating a very pleasant living environment within smart homes. Residential space should be used for living, rest, and shopping. It is no longer just for living. It can change its color based on the needs. It's a chameleon-like living zone. Depending on the needs of the residents, the homes can change flexibly And through opening, collaboration, and sharing, it can create new identity of space. And this is called Camele Zone. This concept goes beyond the existing framework of space utilization, and it has been introduced in Trend Korea book for 2019. Next, I will talk about our diet. Smart farms will provide us with healthy food, and smart farms are being built. And container farms in the urban area, urban buildings or underground can create a computerized and controlled environment for growing plants, and this will have a positive impact on the economy and the environment. It also plays an important social function. Through urban farming, the neighbors in the urban space will be able to communicate with each other, and the community garden can give us a sense of pleasure and relaxation. And drones, autonomous driving vehicles, will change our urban road system. Various physical conditions make it difficult to commercialize at this point, but the picture on the right will use this as a test bed, and various research for smart roads are being carried out. Recently, using the marine drone technology, we have commercialized marine delivery services so that goods can be delivered to ships docked in the ocean. And this has reduced the time and cost of delivery to 1/8 the existing cost. Amazon Prime Air, thanks to the drone technology, can autonomously fly goods to be delivered. Amazon targets carbon zero delivery, and by 2030, they will realize carbon-free delivery for 50% of its delivered goods, and it will also have a positive impact on environmental protection, and they will all contribute to quality improvement of our lives. On top of that, our quality of life in digital space would be very important. Various social activities in metaverse and education activities will be enabled, and people will be able to go beyond the limit of time and space to interact with other people from all over the world. There will be free meetings online. Various entertainment platforms will allow people to gather together to go beyond cultural boundaries for entertainment. And such trends are being accelerated due to the pandemic. And various digital spaces are being provided for people to gather together in online space. And this also improves the convenience level of our users. In the virtual space, as our space of life expands, we are now seeing the emergence of second identity society. The real identity and the virtual identity are different, but we can enjoy this difference, and then we can create an ideal life in a virtual world and find new source of satisfaction for life. And the creative activities taking place in the virtual world are now beginning to have an impact in the real world as well. Metaverse, NFT art, and Earth to Bitcoin, virtual real estate, these goods and items from the real world are now seeing their value recognized in the real world. These are pictures that we saw before from Europe, from 1800s and Seoul in the 1960s. As you can see from these pictures, once you build a physical environment, it is very difficult to radically change such physical environment in a short period of time. However, in the digital age, such boundaries can be overcome to create unlimited potential. And various creative activities can be created.
것입니다. 마지막으로 이런
And last but not least, the interaction between the virtual and physical world is bringing about rapid changes, and we are seeing some essential changes in the value of cities. Essentially, the value of city comes from the networking that it has inside that brings up the cultural value. And
사람들의 능력 및 자원을 효율적으로
now we are using these resources in an effective manner. That's the key role of cities. The urban functions in the digital age originate back to the core values of major cities of Europe. At the center of lifestyle change, there is the valuable core values of our life. And with the minimum resources, we wish to maximize the benefits, and we want to create a sustainable cities. And Dubai government, Dubai Plan 2021, including 6 subjects, we have developed the smart city plans, and we have established the first goal. The Dubai cities have developed the happiness index, and measuring the level of happiness of our citizens is the first thing that smart cities have to tackle. This is an unchanging value of our life. Such value evaluation has stayed with us along the way since the first industrial revolution. Using the converged technology in smart cities, we are attempting to improve the quality of lives. Moving away from the unilateral, functional, and commercial space, we are going towards innovative urban structure, eco-friendly and individualized urban space, sophisticated urban space that can reflect and interact with individual needs. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Woo Jung-hyun. Dr. Woo has talked about digital era, and I think Dr. Woo will make a great contribution in this era. I've received a lot of insight from her presentation, and we realized that technology has changed our life rapidly, but we haven't thought long and hard about the physical environmental changes in the cities. Digital transformation, if we think this is digitalization, the big tech companies are dominating cities, and Credit Assurance Foundation will also talk about how to protect the small and medium-sized businesses. Professor Saskia Sessen has talked about Quito Paper's open city concept, the role of major big companies also has its side effects. And expansion of digital space. In order to recognize the lifestyle change, pattern change of our citizens, we need to understand that and come up with plans. Last but not least, unchanging urban values. Even in the digital era, we need to define the urban values to have a true understanding of digital technology. Now we are going to move on to the third presentation. And diagnosis of urban consumption and commercial area changes. Professor Na Jong-hyun from Seoul National University will be making the presentation. He has received his doctorate degree from Ohio State University, and he is also the head of the academic commission of Korea Academy of Complexity Studies, and he is currently teaching at the Department of Consumer Science at Seoul National University.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello everyone. I am La Jong-hyun, professor of Department of Consumer Science. Society or the urban city is actually our future, and gathering our wisdoms and also exchanging our ideas at this 2021 Seoul Big Data Forum is very meaningful. I'm not an urban scholar, but rather I am very much focused on the consumer science, but in my specialty, we work a lot, research a lot about the urban cities, especially the urban infrastructure, how it gives impact to our daily lives, as well as how consumers react and changes their lifestyle. And depending on the consumer's lifestyle, definitely the urban city can be changed as well. And the contents of my presentation is not very much focused on the analysis of the merchants or the commercial area, but rather focused on the digital transformations of the consumers, how it can impact to the urban cities, especially the consumers' behaviors, implications to the city. The title of my presentation is Digital Transformation of Consumptions and its Implication for Cities of Tomorrow from Retail Perspective. My presentation will cover very basic stuff. First, retail or distribution. From that perspective, I'd like to see the region and the cities and the commercial area, what those three components implications are. And second, what do I mean by talking about digital transformation of consumption? And third, when consumers' behavior changes, what kind of impact it gives to the commercial or retail area. And third, what about the store's experiences? So those are my contents. So Retail 101, a very basic thing. Well, one of my specialty is actually retail, and there was a very famous quotation that I'd like to share with you. There are three important things in retailing, and the answer is location, location, and location. So in the retail sector, where the store is located and store location is very critical. You have to think about why it's so important. But in retail business, location is extremely important thing, and we regard this as a dependent variable. What are the destinations? Because they want consumers to visit their stores, and not only visit but also come to the store and purchase the product. And in the process, what should be or where should be the locations of the store, and the best location can guarantee the profit and sales increase of the store itself. That is why the location is the most critical element. Not only that, location is once you are stationed there, it gives you a forever or a lifelong benefit. So location is very important condition. In light of that, once again, location is very, very important for the store's performance. So there are numerous data that we can analyze. Especially, we have to think about the definition of retail locations. So we call this as a trading area. How much impact can the trading area gives, because we need to attract visitors to my store and stores right next to mine. How can we attract the consumers, and can we really meet the needs of the visitors or the consumers? Can we really create efficiency? So once again, the retail trading area analysis is important, especially within that trading area. Location is very important. For example, first floor is important, especially first floor can attract people who passes by the stores, and there are a lot of consumers flow. And so far, location is the most important factor. However, with the COVID-19, we have experienced, like country like Korea, social distancing was strictly applied. And in terms of the retail, especially the location, we need to think about the most fundamental thing. With the retail business moving toward the online area, once again, the location, it seems like it doesn't matter anymore, but rather other factors begin to matter more. And if you look at the recent data, it says the trends of the vacancy rates. Small shops like mom and pop stores, no matter how big your stores are, once again, in the offline area, location was very much important, but online, it really doesn't matter, especially the trading area like Itaewon or Sincheon area or Myeongdong area or university area. They show a high vacancy rate, which means that the location condition began to change, doesn't have that much big importance. We have to understand why the location doesn't matter anymore in the online area. And we might think that COVID-19 is the main reason, but that's not true. Because of the digital technology is so well developed, as researcher Wu talked about it, in our lives, digitalization in our daily lives also occurred, our behavior change. Then what about post-COVID-19? Will this change be accelerated? We have to think about that as well. So country like Korea, well, if you look at the statistic released, then you can see the internet penetration is 99.7%. And 99.7% of Korean population has access to internet, and we don't classify consumer with that of the digital consumers, which means that online is deeply embedded in people's livelihood. Now, the transitioning into the digital has been accelerated due to COVID-19. This was also released by Korea Consumer Association. It shows the consumers' use of the digital channels. You can see here that due to the COVID-19, how many have actually bought their product through online, and you can see that 82.1% actually purchased their product through online or digital. And this data was released in 2019, and if you look at 2019, 40% only bought their product through digital channels. So within only 1 year, you can see that the number has increased drastically. And not only internet or mobile commerce has increased, but also SN commerce drastically increased, actually more than 5 times. SN commerce means that people purchase after looking at the advertisement posted in Instagram or Facebook. And more recently, there are a person-to-person or C2C market such as 당근 market or carrot market. People buy a lot of their product through the digital channels. Now, what kind of changes occurred due to COVID-19? We need to pay attention that the digitalization is not happening among youngsters, but also based on the COVID-19 pandemic, middle-aged or elderly people, even they use the digital channel, like people in their 50s compared with the 2019, more than 2.6 times more populations are using digital channel, and even people in their 60s, they are now purchasing product through digital channels. And this is causing our changes in our lives. Well, this is frequently quoted, but post-COVID-19, what will happen in the retail market? 2020, by the end of 2020, more than 50% of the retail will happen in internet. So e-commerce will have a huge portions. Offline purchase or offline sales has dropped drastically, even minus 3.6%, but online increased by 18.4%. And consumer product group by group, you can see that there's also a huge change. This is the statistic released by the Office of the Statistic. Food delivery has drastically increased, especially about 16 trillion were spent by the food delivery, beverage delivery, or home appliance delivery. So all of this e-commerce transaction has recorded a historical level. So these are the statistics, and if you look at here, then what have been the driving force of such a digital transformation? Of course, the consumption itself has boosted the digital transformation. While the companies are saying that they need to carry out digital transformation, but already consumers have implemented their own digital transformation. And let's take a closer look at what do we really mean by the digital transformation happening among the consumers. And Dr. Woo Jung-hyun talked about digital environment, and a new identity is being formed, and that can be our backdrop. Why? Because there is a really diverse information flooding to the individual, and now the consumers have a lot of different options, and the consumption not only exists in the physical world but also in the virtual world. And I myself has come up with a new profile, a new digital identity, and I myself with a new digital identity that like to carry out their own digital trade. And more recently, we have diverse device. So cross-device tracking is also possible. We can gather informations from the different devices, and all kinds of data are piled up, and we can even detect the preference of each individual. So this has been the driving engine of boosting the digital transformation. Next. In the process of consumption, there are a couple of steps that are happening. First, a very basic consumption habit. If you look at the model of that, when consumers make a decision, there are 5 stages. First, we recognize the needs, and then we search the information, we compare the alternative, and after that, we purchase, and post-purchase evaluation happen. In this process, the digital transformations are occurring. So when we say the needs, what do we really mean by needs? Needs can be intrinsic needs, or when we pass by, or when we walk on streets, if there are a certain advertisements, then it stimulates our needs. That is why location-based advertisements were in fashion, and there was even a push alarm, and such as now a certain store is doing a huge sale, would you like to visit? Or if you have a certain interest, if I have been searching certain thing, and when I passes by the store, then I get a push of advertisement sending me a discount coupons. Or there could be some comparison of alternative. For example, people are buying such things, would you like to take a look at what kind of alternative there are? In the process of information search, a lot of changes are taking place as well. Unlike in the past, many people, as you can see, not only the young people, but middle to the senior age or elderly people, they search information on internet. And online platforms are abundant. According to the statistic, they try to search for restaurants, and also they try to make decisions to go to a certain place based on their search result. And they also refer to Instagram or online platform. So on my way to here, I cannot have lunch here, but if it wasn't COVID-19, probably I could have searched for a delicious luncheon place and find out a place where I can have lunch. Third, comparison of alternative. Digital transformation have occurred as well. In the past, we saw with our eyes, and then we compare the product. So offline consumption has this strength, physically looking, feeling, and making a decision. But comparison of alternative can be done on online. In a way, at a much lower cost, a lot of alternatives are provided and can be easily compared. So these were developed. For example, if you look at clothes, not only do we look at the things that I'm interested, but based on AI, the similar products are shown so that the consumers can compare, and we can also find out the price, and we can compare the price as well. So same product, but I can search for different online platform to check out whether which online platform gives the best deal. In terms of the purchase, as you can see here, if I'm interested in certain product, then this is the certain jewelry site, and it gives me information about the inventory data, and based on my location, house location, which store is the closest one, and also the payment procedure is very simple. There are a lot of simplified payment procedures. Just touch screen one time and you can pay that, and your bio informations are connected. You don't even need to take out your credit card. Everything needs to be just swipe of your screen, and this is quite important, ease of payment. And further down the road, now the logistics technology has developed, and the greatest benefit is if you buy something offline, you can get an immediate satisfaction because you can bring the product back to your home. But nowadays, even though you buy online, you can receive the delivery on the following day or very soon. So such logistic technology has also developed. And no matter where you buy, once again, this easy of the logistic delivery has become a strong point as well. Last but not least, in the past, after you purchase a product, whether you are satisfied with your product or not can never be known. And you only make your own decisions and make a decisions to purchase or not next time. But now you write down your review, and based on the review, people review the product after other customer purchase the product, and such feedback or review gives a huge influence in other people's decisions of purchasing other products. So not only I write down feedback for my own satisfaction, but also to give influence to other people's decision. So once again, the whole process of the consumption is going through the digital transformation. So such transformation once again coincide with a huge factor of the digital transformation. I mentioned to you that in the retail, location is the most important thing, but not anymore. Jeff Bezos of Amazon CEO mentioned that the three most important things in retail are location and location and location. However, the three most important things for our consumer business means Amazon's business type. So the three elements are technology, technology, and technology. So this is the quotations of the Jeff Bezos comment. And to get the gratifications of your needs, you can purchase product on online platform. So let's think deep into what is actually happening. The consumer behaviors are changing in their retail habit. How do they do that? Which store, which distribution, or which retail do they choose? You have to think about it. The first change is that in the past, I pass by and I see a store and then I go inside, but not anymore. Consumers usually search first and then they go to that store. So this is called as a destination search. And they search and they make a decision, check the location, and then they enjoy their experience. So the hot store, or for example, is located in Haebangchon or in other areas. And from our past location criteria, they are not located in a good area, especially in a very difficult area to find, but people go there because they want to have this special experience, and consumers are willing and ready to spend their time and effort to search for these hot places and visit. And they now even make a recommendation online, and they even make sure to check out everything on online. So technology is extremely important in the online retail. So all of this is possible, and because of the technology, especially in case of Korea, SNS is extremely well developed, and through SNS, other consumers' experience is very important and source of technology and enable people to visit other areas. So SNS work as a navigation, and you can see that there are numerous applications which are really well developed, and consumers use that. And technology development in a nutshell, after the COVID-19, once again, gives us concern. Will the offline shops disappear? Not true, because in the offline there are unique experience that consumers expect. Offline stores give its unique experiences, but offline stores are also providing and utilizing the technology so that the online experience can be more abundant. This is Adidas flagship located in London. They have applied augmented technology so those who visit the store can enjoy a special impact. In case of Sephora, they have digital mirror, and using digital mirror, they can definitely enjoy their digital experience. So new kinds of retail experience happened. So such changes are supported by augmented reality or AI recommendation. These two are also being used, and they can enjoy the experience that they'd like to have. However, at the same time, because they know the convenience, these can be the criteria of making decision. In case of China, after the Homa Shengsheng area has been launched, once again, the real estate price skyrocketed because it's located right next to easy transportation area, and consumer make decisions, and the real estate price is fluctuating because of Hoshimangshan area. If you make a order in 30 minutes, a fresh product, even industrial goods, can be delivered in less than 30 minutes. So Homa Sengsing make a huge contribution in boost of the online channel. And another important thing is that consumers make an order through online, and the stores are not important, but fulfillment is extremely important. So how is the local stores equipped with all the necessary thing? In case of United States, Amazon made it possible for the one-day delivery. The reason is because Amazon built numerous different kinds of the storage where their delivery can be stored overnight and then can be delivered. And so-called dark store or Dash Ghost Kitchen came into being. So dark store or DoorDash Ghost Kitchen is playing the role of the logistics storage, and with more food delivery happening, rather than expanding sit-down dining, they are delivering food to the end users or end consumers. So after these changes, of course, consumers' locations and service delivery is extremely important, and delivery and platform needs to be further developed. And so-called supply chain management, digitalization is also once again accelerating the system change. On top of that, the drones or self-driving automobiles are actively being used so that the delivery is also changing. They are now being tested, and the era of using this no mobility will be rapidly increasing. Lastly, when we talk about urban city, well, someone talk about the Seoul twin city, but the metaverse is also important. It's not the city will no longer exist and only we have metaverse, but rather this is actually the Gucci and Robert's new virtual world Vogue business has been released this. We will have a city with very unique features, and when the city is equipped with its very unique characteristic, enabling people to experience in the metaverse world, people will visit the city more and more. I'll give an example. In case of Korea, we now have the metaverse, a very famous area, and people go there to enjoy chicken and also beer, and definitely CU is now operating this convenience store. They are not selling the product, but a lot of foreigners are in contact with this Geppetto CU convenience store, and people are interested in the products sold by these CU convenience stores. So at the back of all of this, data analytics is critical, and I have talked about other cities, but Seoul Metropolitan City is doing extremely important role, is responsible for carrying out digital transformation, and I hope that Seoul City can gather more data and enable people to make most of this information. And this can be applied to different locations, no matter which location the stores are or where the people reside. Once again, this can be very helpful infrastructure. In the future, the infrastructure-based information can be very helpful. This one is actually utilizations of the SNS, but inside the store or consumers' behavior-related data can also be well analyzed and be well utilized. If that happens, as I mentioned before, the temporary changes can be well reflected and can accelerate the digital transformation. Well, let me just sum up what kind of implication it gives to our future. We're talking a lot about the future of smart city. We talk about livability, and also we talk about sustainability. And as I mentioned before, the digital transformation is in the transition period, which means that there are a lot of challenges. The motorbike create risk, danger, pollutions, or also the danger of within the transportation. But how can we create a life where everyone is happy to live? We need to work on that. So these are the needs, and also to achieve sustainability, we need to come up with a delivery company that aims to remove carbon from last mile operator and also get rid of the carbon emissions. So these are also critical to achieve the sustainability. We need to work on that as well. And this can be our topic of research. So I believe in order to strengthen resilience, we need to come up with the ways where everyone can enjoy mutually beneficial benefits. So small business owners, we don't want them to be left behind. We need to provide support to them as well so that we can strengthen the resilience. In light of that, the online market can be materialized, and the city can lead all of these attempts, or a small shop owner can take the initiative, but we need to enhance the competitiveness of every single participant. So, National League of City has released this and said that the city must be active participant in shaping the future of retail and supporting the small business, entrepreneurs, and workers that are the beating heart of our economy. This was released by the National League of Cities. And once again, these are critical quotations. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Na has given us presentation, and the most important point is that COVID-19 has accelerated digital transformation, but such trend is actually advancing the things that could have happened sometime in the future. The values in the online era is not actually reducing the value that we can enjoy in the offline sector, but rather it will supplement each other. And Seoul City, I hope, is making a lot of efforts, and we can have a discussions about that later on.
자세한 내용은 다시 총론에서 말씀.
And we'll get back to that during the panel discussion, but for now we would like to move on to the next presentation titled Urban, Spatial and Technological Policy Direction of Metaverse City. Director Kim Tae-hyun of Seoul Institute of Technology will be making the presentation. He has received his doctorate degree from the Seoul National University, and he has been developing visualization and simulation technologies for metaverse. Dr. Kim? Good morning. I'm Kim Tae-hyun from Seoul Institute of Technology. Today, I'll talk about a topic that could be slightly different from that of the three presenters, because Seoul Institute of Technology cares a lot about realization. So instead of talking too much about the functions of metaverse, I will talk about how Seoul City plans to implement this. First, regarding the technology trend, well, the previous speakers have talked about the first to fourth industrial trends, and metaverse is creating a virtual space that goes back to the development of electric power in the second industrialization and the computers from the third industrialization. Bit traveling along the internet, leaving data, that's what makes big data. And we have seen the expansion of space that we can move around, and we can use mechanical equipment to expand the limited power that we have. When we talk about fourth industrial revolution, well, you could say the smart cities is the physical structure of that. Many people tend to agree that life in smart city is made up of virtual world and physical world, and people going back and forth between these two worlds. But people cannot go into the virtual world. It's actually the bit that goes into the virtual world, moving around on the network, and AI intervenes. So it can replace humans in some areas through automation. In this process, people, on top of the expanded capability, they're seeing rapid changes in the way they live and in the way they entertain themselves. We talk about metaverse a lot these days, but in 2007, Metaverse Roadmap was initially announced. In 2007, we had Web 2.0, and according to this report, Metaverse is the combination of video games with Web 2.0 creating Metaverse. And Metaverse is on the transition toward 3D web. At that time, it was seen as a phase of expansion of internet services. As you can see on the right-hand picture, there are 4 types of metaverse, and mirror world is something that we have experienced through Google World, Google Earth, replicating the physical world. And now, virtual world represented by avatar is one of them. And recently, we are seeing a lot of this in our discussion. We've seen technology, cultural changes, and the desire to overcome the reality. And Facebook has even changed the name of its company. And whoever dominates the platform first, the competition between big brothers is leading this trend. From the technological point of view, extended reality plus universal technology of data and network and AI, we need such technologies to create metaverse. And in this process, people will be free from the restriction of time and space. And there will be another human in the virtual world, and the present, past, and future, the temporal constraints will be able to be concurred, and it can also be a simulator for predicting the future. The urban scientists believe that the city and the abstraction of the city can be linked through electronized data. And is it important to predict the future, or is it more important to create the city that we want? In the past, this is a picture from 2006. The left-hand picture is Google Earth. The one on the right is Virtual Earth by Microsoft. In 2006, we had mirror world that looked like this. Google Earth did not have this professional texture, but MS had the texture. There is difference of level of reality, and they were all made different. Google Earth survived, and Virtual Earth of Microsoft disappeared. Microsoft version was based on more advanced technology, and around the same time in 2006, Seoul City had developed the urban planning system, and it's called Terrain DM, 1 meter resolution, and aerial picture, 10 centimeters, which is close to Google Earth, and they have modeled 1,200 buildings. In 2021, it was renamed SMAP, and for DM, 1 meter was standardized. For aerial picture, it was higher resolution at 8 centimeters, and about 700,000 buildings in Seoul were developed with higher level of texture and reality. And all these buildings were modeled, and the structures around Cheonggyecheon area have been modeled for the virtual world. How was this used in the urban planning? The picture on the left, in 2006, Urban Planning Committee has used this kind of 3D information. And 2021, the picture on the right shows wider space. Each member has their own individual screen. This is a picture from the future. What we are reviewing is for deliberation, the technology hasn't progressed that much, and there are still technological constraints. 600,000 buildings of Seoul cannot be visualized all at the same time. So buildings in the remote area can be made invisible, and small buildings are not visible. Because of technological constraints, there was a lot of discussion about whether the height should be heightened or not. But there was a lot of bottleneck in this discussion. Now, I will talk about the technology. Video games have become a big industry now. A lot of capital has been invested, and a lot of advanced technologies were first developed by the game industry. What we need for urban planning is simulation. And this is similar in terms of technology, but they have different goals. Video games are used for pleasure. Simulations can sometimes replace humans in critical work. In this process, there is a very important element technology, which is a rendering technology. Rendering technology in the left-hand picture shows traditional pipeline, and the result is shown in bird's eye view, and real-time pipeline can be reflected immediately, and movie industry uses this technology for special effect. And ArcGI, City Engine, these use this technology. The characteristic of game is that you are the hero, so you get to control everything. But movie is one-directional representation. 3D GIS is very heavy, so game engine can combine these two technologies. But in metaverse and game, replicating the real world is quite challenging because you have to store a lot of data and express them, and that should be turned into data as soon as possible. And in the real world, we have fortran that creates the real world, but we also need equipment to create virtual world, and that's called game development. And there's the Unity as well, Unreal Engine and Unity. These game development tools were used only for game development in the past, but now these technologies are used for architecture, movie, broadcasting, and advertisement. What you're seeing here is something, whenever we talk about metaverse, we talk about photo line, and we sometimes talk about singers having concert in the metaverse world. In this untech world, this kind of metaverse concerts can attract tens of millions of people, and Unreal Engine makes this possible. Unreal Engine is a great tool, and now we are trying to build digital twin platform and digital twin territory. In Shanghai, an international company called Tencent, in 2019, said that they have cloned Shanghai using Unreal Engine without a global company. So China has already applied a highly advanced technology in resolving urban problems. The picture on the right-hand top, this shows important. The one on the left is the Unreal Engine and Unity. So the Chinese company selected Unreal Engine. There are many applications of this. Boeing airplane, they use this for training, and when simulating flood or selling real estate property, this technology can be used, and smart building monitoring and surveillance also can use this tool, and autonomous driving simulation. Because there's no way of replicating accident, so we can create an unexpected situation using this technology. Unreal Engine 5 has been made available. It's not officially released yet, but the lines of remote mountains have been realized individually. And in the past, such information had some constraints in expression. Now a lot of these constraints have been overcome. And Unreal 4 is now able to realize this kind of clear lines. And I'm not trying to promote software of any specific company, but there is one very special technology that I wanted to benchmark, MetaHuman. is a very important component that has been released. Whenever we talk about metaverse, we have to talk about avatars. But with several clicks of mouse, you can design this kind of characters. In this process, the previous generation technologies, just a fake and pretending technology, and they have this valley of death. You know, at certain point in time, people might think if it's something is too human-like, they will not like the technology anymore. But this technology has gone over and surpassed the cliff of death, creating a highly realistic image. Some people would want to have an avatar that looks exactly like themselves, but if you're short, you might want to make yourself look taller. And Seoul City, and as I've said before, we have a new mayor, and because of the increased price of real estate properties around the country, we have to redevelop and reconstruct some of the old properties to reduce the housing price. So such policy decisions have to support more constructive city management. On the 3rd of November, Seoul City has announced Metaverse Roadmap, and regarding space, we are going to have XR-based urban design review. What's the reality like? The game development technology requires high cost of labor resources because so many people have to be put into work here. So the labor cost could be quite high. And can it really produce the metaverse people want? It has not been tested yet. Of course, Tencent has invested huge amount of capital, but now we are not confident enough to do this at the commercial level. So Seoul Institute of Technology is carrying out proof of concept for this technology, and then adjust the speed and scope as we go. This is another software called Twin Motion. This is designing the future image and experiencing the impact of such design beforehand so people can provide feedback about their experience, whether they like it or not. But now we just have aerial view or bird eye view for urban planning. So people might not be able to experience this and come out with feedback. But this tool, the output of this tool will come out with a video, so people won't be able to interact with it. This is just a tool. So combining these tools, we should be able to create a tool that can allow people to experience future space in advance. That's our ultimate goal. 2,000 years ago, in this movie, one of the generals changed the history by deciding when to start the attack. But these days, if you have a mobile phone, you know the weather of the day. But in the future, everybody will be able to surpass the limit of time and space and also predict future. So that will be the world someday, even though we do not know for sure when. But in order to get there, if we have to spend too much money, it might not be worth the investment. But Seoul City, some buildings are still changing. They are being built and rebuilt, and we'll come out with BIM model. But our engine cannot accommodate this now. In the urban planning stage and construction and management, maintenance stage, a lot of digital data will be created, and if the administration can support and accommodate that, we'll be able to see more and more buildings digitized. This is something that was proposed 10 years ago, but technologically it's challenging. But it's the path that we have to go to optimize maintenance. Because if we don't do that, maintenance will cost huge amount of money. And we have to create a virtual space that can change along with the real world. What you're seeing now is the SMAP data developed in the game version. What's the size of this? Hundreds of gigabytes. And is it fast enough? How much computation do we need? And what's the limit of expression with this technology? We are trying to test that, and we created the entire Seoul area. And we have to create this in order to do many more new attempts. As for the future buildings, we are talking to Seoul Metropolitan Government to reflect the expected changes as much as possible in the buildings, so that we can reflect twin motion technologies in the Seoul area, so that the real world and meta world, virtual world can be extended and connected together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim has talked about the photorealistic technologies, and he has talked about the Unreal game engines and Unreal-based simulation. Seoul Institute of Technology is a technology R&D institute. So before Seoul Metropolitan Government introduces a policy, we validate the technology. Unreal and Unity, these technologies will continue to be tested for various visualization and realization. So we've heard from 4 speakers now. Now we'll move on to general discussion, and the discussants have waited for a long time. Let me introduce the discussants one more time. And we have discussants joining us online and offline. Let us introduce the online connectors first. We are joined by Dr. Chang Dong-sun first. He is a brain scientist. And from ZDNet Korea, we have Mr. Bang Eun-ju. And then from Seoul Credit Assurance team, we have Director An Young-soo. Last but not least, we are joined by architect Ha Tae-seok.
오늘 토론 진행.
Before we proceed into the panel discussion, let me tell you how we are going to proceed it. The title of the session 4 is a Metaverse City Seoul, and there were a lot of questions raised that we have received previously. So the way we are going to do it is, first of all, discussant or the panelist, please give a comment about 4 speakers' presentation, and you can also pose questions to them. And the speakers also will give you some questions. We have online, so we'll begin with the online panelists and then offline. So 10 to 11 minutes per panelist, and then speakers 3 to 4 minutes in reply. So we'll begin with Dr. Chang, and then Bang, and then Ha and An. And then speaker's order will be, once again, your reply order. If there are any questions raised through virtually, then if time allows, we'll also address that. So let's begin with Dr. Chang Dong-sung. And I'd like to ask you to make a comment. And the first question is, the large conglomerate like Seoul metropolitan city has its own problem. Can the digital transformation technology resolve these issues? If so, then Seoul is now pursuing the policy of smart city. Do you believe that we can connect it with the metaverse? Which one should we put the priority? Well, it's on one question, but it has a lot of questions, I guess. Second question. People call metaverse platform a lot, and Roblox. There are numerous metaverse, and can the citizen enjoy this and earn some profit? Are there any positive side or negative side? So please, first of all, give a comment to the four speakers and then answer to these questions. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here today and very interesting presentation by four speakers. My overall comment is that in all speakers, all of you mentioned that their policies are people-centered. In case of the economist policy analyst Camille, you talked about why is it crucial to put the people in the center of the smart city? So from the very beginning, she emphasized the importance of the human. Of course, she was talking about technology, the smart city, but she was emphasizing the importance of the participation by the people. At the time of the crisis, in order to find the solution, people should take the initiative. And Dr. Wu of the MIT City Forum Lab, you also talked about the value of individual, how important it is, and it was quite interesting. And when the metaverse arrives, smart city already deployed, the role of human being is extremely important, and both of them focus great importance on the importance. Meanwhile, Professor Na Jong-yeon talked about the retail, location, and consumer. She also talked about consumer-centric transformation. So overall, I see a common denominator of a human being. Lastly, Director Kim Tae-yeon from the Seoul Institute of Technology. You talked about technology transformations and also the technological policy directions of the metaverse city. You also talk about how human being can play the bridging role between these two. Now, let me answer the questions that the moderator has asked me. Definition of metaverse needs to be redefined. Because when we talk about metaverse, the virtual world that we are looking at, everyone are putting a great emphasis on that. But 2007, between the year 2000 to 2010, nothing has changed much, which means that right now, the metaverse has the biggest value, which is finding a new linkage. That's how I see the value of the metaverse. If I explain metaverse in one short word, it's linking between the digital world and the physical world, but also I'd like to say the next new word. For example, PC and the LAN being connected was the first innovation. And second was smartphone based. Whenever we are or wherever we are, whatever I do, I can be connected to the internet. That's the second innovation. And into 2 to 3 years, the devices will be using with headset or glasses. And the true sense of the metaverse will be the physical and the virtual world are not a separate one, but if you wear glasses, you can see the real world and XR and AR. We can see the virtual things and the data. So my research is, in other words, spatial internet is actually the metaverse or embedded internet. So using our body with a space and time being connected, that's the definition of metaverse. When that happens, how can we connect the Seoul City Smart City concept with that of the metaverse? The first priority should be the digital divide overcoming is critical. I mean, some might have easy access to the metaverse, but some may not. And there's inequity or unfairness of the haves and have not. And we need to overcome or narrow down the gap between this. And how can the public space can enable everyone to enjoy the metaverse and can get access to the metaverse. And this is the most important thing. And within the 2 to 3 years, we need to do it. In that process, the alternative that I thought about is, for example, there are a lot of libraries, right? And the way we read books will be totally changed in the metaverse world. So the public space like libraries will be like a public space. I mean, those who don't have devices at home, they can come to the libraries and then they can use this place. Online and offline will be connected, and the library can work as the hub. So playing role of hub means a linkage between the virtual and physical world where anybody can come and enjoy. And here I'd like to emphasize metaverse will be like an internet. And the question of who will be using metaverse will be obsolete. We don't need that kind of question. I mean, everyone uses internet nowadays. They use this for their purpose, for their commercial purpose, and also for digital transformation. And metaverse will be like next level of the internet, and everyone will be using metaverse. And I guess the most important thing is overcoming the digital divide. And going to the second question, in relations with the income as well, the urban city plays its own role. I'm not going to dive deep into, but participation by the city is important and easy to access, must be done, and the citizens' participatory metaverse is also a precondition. But here we need data and contents. And in light of that, the benefit can be given, or certain points can be given, or the value that can be enjoyed in the virtual world, so that anybody who joins this, they can enjoy, for example, like healthcare, education, and everything can be connected so that they can enjoy the benefit of that. So JetX or Roblox are now providing metaverse, but they have been talking about it 10 years ago. And it's a traditional type of the AR or VR, but the upcoming metaverse is transcending the space and time. And as a precondition, we need to prepare for the arrival of such metaverse. If I draw my vision, let me put it this way. There's one space that I'm located, but I can move to another space. And to do that, I can move my body. But in case of metaverse, I work, and then my space itself, with the mobility seamlessly, I can move to another space, and I can reduce the time. I don't have to physically move to one place to another place. And using metaverse technology, I can overcome the limitations of the space and time. That's the metaverse concept. Overcoming such limitation should not be enjoyed by few people, but by everyone. That's the best way to overcome the digital gap. That's all. That's all. Thank you for a great presentation by 4 speakers, and thank you for inviting me as a panelist. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang, for the comments. And in your comments, I think you have given us all the closing comments. He has made interesting policy recommendations to the Seoul city. And overcoming digital disparity is something that is well recognized as an important task by the Seoul metropolitan government. And we need to come up with ideas to reduce this gap. And using the National Library as a hub, there are various ideas that has been proposed. Now, we are going to invite Mr. Bang Eun-ju. He is from ZDNet Korea. He is Information Technology Team Head. He has worked in various media as well and written comprehensively for the media and the IT industry. The first question is, if you are going to innovate public service for the metaverse, what kind of startup companies can play an important role in this? And second question is, in the post-COVID world, where we have to live with COVID-19, what kind of changes or technology should metaverse adopt? Thank you very much. I'm Bang Eun-ju from ZDNet Korea. I would like to thank everybody for the wonderful presentation. The overall general comments is, some time ago, Seoul Metropolitan Government announced its metaverse strategy, and Director General in charge said that we are going to create and explore a new continent called Metaverse Seoul. So Metaverse is a new continent. Several years ago, we used to think that every 10 years, a big thing came from IT. 10 years ago, it was the mobile phone. And then what is the next big thing? We thought it was blockchain, but blockchain had its own sets of pros and cons, and it might not be the big thing. Then we saw AI, and AI is still ongoing, and then we are seeing metaverse. So all of them constitute a new continent for us. And when we had AI, there was a movie in the past called Bushman. And a Coke bottle came down from the sky, and the chief of an African tribe wondered what the Coke bottle was. And when AI first came up, people thought it was almost like a Coke bottle that dropped from the heaven. Now, we have more deeper understanding of AI, and some of the myths has been broken. But there is the difference between humanities and science. Whenever there is a technology, according to Gartner's technology cycle, initially there is always bubbles, and then bubbles pop after several years, and the winner company will emerge. But because metaverse is still in the infant stage, we have a lot of bubble. AI has gone through that stage, so we have less bubble for AI, and we have deeper understanding of AI actually is. And metaverse is still a new continent. No one has traveled there. So there's still a lot of controversy about what metaverse really is. And everybody seems to have their own idea of metaverse. But one thing clear is that this is a new continent. And who's going to be the winner in this new continent? Will the observers be the winners, or people who actually begin to navigate be the winners? It's actually the navigators that will have a better chance of becoming the winner. And Seoul metropolitan government and many other local governments are making efforts to navigate through this continent. Of course, winners won't take it all, but regarding the questions, metaverse, we will realize public sector, public service innovation. Of course, technology is an important tool, but it will take time. Whenever a new technology comes up, we call this bandwagon. People who promote this technology, they usually come from humanities side of discipline. And the media will pick this up. And media sometimes comes up with various extreme, provocative titles. But in order to be a winner in this new continent, it's very important for us to understand the possibilities and impossibilities of these technologies, what it can do and what it cannot do. And metaverse will definitely innovate public sector, but it will take time. The Ministry of Administration recently collected some ideas about how to utilize metaverse. And some of you might have used Gather Town. It's still in the early stage, but it's still at the curiosity level. In order for this to move forward to innovation, we need a lot of technological innovation. And the governments are all developing their own metaverse strategies. The Seoul Metropolitan Government also announced their metaverse roadmap, and it's a technology innovation. And some people have very unrealistic and very high expectations for the metaverse world, in order to not to disappoint these people, it is AI also went through 2 winters along the way. So if the expectations are too high for the metaverse, it might experience a winter, but it's definitely a new continent. And for the startups, a lot of AI companies, we have more than 1,000 specialized AI companies in Korea alone, and many conglomerates, IT companies, telcos, they are all AI companies. Facebook changed its name to Meta, and the telcos can all change their name. They call themselves AI tech companies now, but they will call themselves metaverse companies from now on. There's a fundamental difference between AI and metaverse. AI is just a software technology, and the US is the dominant power in software technology, but metaverse is more than just the software technology. It's CP&D. We need contents and we need platform and we need a network and device as well. So we need all of those 4 components coming together as one to create a perfect metaverse. And as Dr. Jung has defined, it is about replicating everything from the physical world in the metaverse world. And for that, we need 4 elements. And in the metaverse world, everything that we can imagine will be made possible, commerce and everything. But how much of that can be supported by technology, it's a matter of time. SKT and big companies need to play a very important role in developing the platform. And the Seoul metropolitan government is developing its own platform. It's basically the companies developing this platform. Actually, it will be a small and medium-sized company that develops this platform. And we are seeing a lot of M&A in the industry as well. As for the second question related to content, was it about content? We talk about new continents. And NFP was selected for this year. And to this year for Korea, the word of the year will definitely be metaverse. And AI cannot be the solution here. It's just a software technology. But software is just a component. CP&D is what we need at the higher level. We are strong in game technology, and we are good at doing things quick. So for metaverse, the private sector can take the lead, and we have a better chance of becoming #1 in metaverse. And whether it's private or public or administration, we need to create a metaverse-friendly culture. So public, private sector all needs to move hand in hand. The devices are evolving now. Contents, the corporations are coming up with great tools and ideas for content creation for metaverse. So things are improving now. Those who are from the humanities side of the discipline will be going to support this, and we also need legislation change. At the national government level, there should be national commitment for metaverse. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Bang Eun-ju from ZDNet Korea has talked about the new continent, which is an important keyword. We should go beyond curiosity to enhancing industrial competitiveness. CP&D, content, platform, network, and device would be needed for metaverse. So in metaverse, we have a higher chance of becoming very competitive. Now we are going to move on to the next discussant, architect 하태석.
한태석 건축가님은
Chief Architect Ha Tae-seok, as you are well aware of, is very popular and well known about his creativity. And from the architect's point of view, how will the metaverse give influence to the overall city in terms of the consumptions, in terms of the living environment? Is first question. Second question, we had ownership of house and land, but in the metaverse, what influence it will give to the concept of ownership? It's quite difficult, but can you answer that? Hello everyone, I am Ha Tae-seok. I'm an architect. I'm very honored to be here today at the 2021 Seoul Big Data Forum, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizer. Well, the speaker's presentation, the discussions were very helpful and insightful, and I'm enjoying myself tremendously. Thank you. Regarding metaverse, well, metaverse is regarded as a new continent, and people should be the center. And we talk about CPNG as well. And metaverse, unlike other technologies, there are some differences. Other discussants have already mentioned, but metaverse is not just technology. C means content. So contents is the most important thing. Without contents, metaverse cannot be created. Who create contents? Contents is created by citizens. We the human being, the citizen, create contents. And it's very difficult to be initiated by the public agencies or public authorities. Of course, the public authority can give the directions and can create an environment where we can create the content. And the citizens should be created together with the citizens. And technology and architectures in city, what are the linkage? I've been studying, researching, developing the linkage until now for the past 10 years. Try to apply that. As an architect, the relationship between the technology and city, of course, we need to be well versed with technology so that we can apply that. And the smart city concept, digital twin concept, all of these were applied, and these are the technological area, and there's one missing link. That's the citizens participation. Of course, there was a mentioning about how important people should be at the center of the smart city, and 95% of our discussion always focuses on technology, but its relations with the city is always missing. And citizens' participation should be over 95%. Of course, let me put it this way, contents is the foremost important thing, and then people. And digital twin, it doesn't have contents. Everything is done by a top-down methodology. The public authority take the initiative, and the citizens' participation is not enough, the system itself. And that's also the critical issue of the digital twin. In case of the metaverse, should be progressed by the citizens' participation and should be implemented by bottom-up. Metaverse should be regarded as a platform. When I say platform, means the city is a platform. City was not created by everybody, or it's not a ready-to-use product, but rather city is constantly being created by diverse participatory citizens or by various kinds of creative contents by the bottom-up methodology. So metaverse should be interpreted that way. The most important thing within the metaverse is content. And what kind of contents can be included within metaverse? All kinds of contents are included. But first, architecture. And in the real world as well, architecture should be the fundamental things. And then, on top of that, other things can be built up. And in relations with the metaverse also, no matter what it is, all kinds of arts, forms, culture, all kinds of culture can be piled up, accumulated, and that should be the concept that we need to approach. And virtually, the cities will be connected, and that will be the result or the final product of the metaverse. To answer your question, you have asked me two questions. The first is intergenerational metaverse and digital transformation. How shall we accept that? In the first question that you asked me, well, digital transformation is a process. It's an ongoing process. And in the ongoing process, in some generation, they accept this much faster than the other generation. And I belong to X generation, and you know that we classify people into 5 generations. The top one is Z generation, and then M generation, X generation, and the baby boomer generation. And then silver generation. So there are 5 generations. And when we classify that, depending on the generation, they assume different approach. So the feature of Z generation, they were born, and the moment they were born, they were already using their teens using different devices. And this M generation, they regard virtual world more realistically, and they put a great priority on the virtual world. For example, if you have 2 words, virtual and physical world, everything starts with the virtual world. They experience before the physical world. So even before it was launched in the physical world, the Z generation, they experience everything in the virtual world. So it's not like it's lower than what is actually happening, but rather physical world needs to compete with the virtual world for the Z generation. And then they couldn't understand, they are disappointed why the real world cannot be competing or meet the par with the virtual world. Now M generation, they experience physical world first, but then they are very well versed and used to the virtual world. So they can use really well the metaverse. That's my perspective. Now, X generation, their understanding of the technology is really high, but still, and they know a lot of things about technology, and because of that, their disappointment level is very high. So they are always disappointed. The things that they have experienced in the real world, why cannot happen in the virtual world? They keep thinking about that. When they are not satisfied with things in the virtual world, they are dissatisfied a lot in the virtual world. And as the metaverse develops, probably X generation will increase their participation. Now, other than Z, M, and X generation, we have baby boomer. So those born in 1950s and 60s, they are baby boomers. For them, the accessibility to the metaverse can be problematic. And although they were fully satisfied, because they were fully satisfied with the real world or the physical world, the metaverse is not that attractive to them. And they don't see that anything can be special in the metaverse. Unless you give them a killer application, they wouldn't easily get access to the metaverse. Now, silver generation, they are in dire need of the accessibility. So in the architectural society, very appealing design needs to be embedded in the metaverse. Only then the silver generation will be actively joining the metaverse world. So the user interface, the user experience should be designed for the silver generation in that way. Answering your second question, you asked me about the ownership in the metaverse. Is it possible? Now, talking about ownership, this is extremely important question, and it encompasses many implications. What is ownership first? We need to come up with a legal definition of the ownership itself. We can possess or we can own a certain product or things, but it doesn't mean that we own the intellectual property rights. But people are confused with the concept of own something or ownership. So in the metaverse, the image or the file and the data, you can have the ownership. You can have the right to own that. It was finally resolved legally in the United States. It has a great significance and implication. NFT, the ownership of the NFT in the metaverse, just like a certificate that we have or ownership contract right that we have about the land was approved. But who determines that? Who does that? It's not the person who has that product, but not the one who has, but the one who has the intellectual property rights. They can insist about their ownership. The artist Kim Han-gil, there was a chaos because the person who owns the artistic work said that he has the ownership in the metaverse world, but it didn't work because he didn't have the intellectual property rights. Just because you pay the money, you own that artwork doesn't guarantee that you have the digital intellectual property rights. And we talked about the in the CP&P, contents is the most important element. We said, right, contents or creator. But here also, intellectual property rights is important. Let's give an example of YouTube. YouTube word was created because the intellectual property right owner created this word. So in the metaverse world, also those who have the right, like designer, architect, or the citizens, they need to create their own content. So user-generated content, they have their own intellectual property rights. So creator has the rights. And when these are accumulated, then the ownership in the metaverse world can be regarded as intellectual property rights. Once again, metaverse is a platform of intellectual property rights. And there are different kinds of the contents in the metaverse, and they compete against the physical or the real world. That's my idea. That's all. Thank you.
네, 한태석 건축가님의 토론.
Thank you very much. Because it's an intergenerational issue, he has talked about the generational issues in a very interesting manner. And digital natives in metaverse, well, we will definitely have metaverse natives someday, and then we'll be able to change our perception of these younger generation. Last but not least, we would like to invite Director An Young-soo from Center for Small Business Insights from Seoul Credit Guarantee Foundation. Director An is a joint researcher for digital transition, and she is an expert in many of the issues that were discussed today. So please give us general comments, and we have two questions for you. First is, we've talked about metaverse, and then what about the negative side of metaverse? Especially you're developing policies for small business owners. So what kind of disadvantages do you think we should be prepared to handle for metaverse? And you're now working in Seoul Credit Guarantee Foundation. And Seoul City is realizing Metaverse Seoul. and electronic government, smart cities. How do you think these technologies will be related to these previous technologies? Hello, I'm An Young-soo.
하고 관련된 연구를 지속적으로 해오고 있고요. 어떻게 보면 디지털 전환,
And now, when we talk about metaverse, the most marginalized people could be small business owners. And let me share my ideas with you. I'm the last commentator, and the previous speakers have all talked about the bright side, the positive side of metaverse, but the moderator asked me to talk about the negative side of metaverse. So I might have to be the devil's advocate, but in spite of that, I will continue. And policy analyst Camille Virus has shared the international trends, and Dr. Wu has talked about individual lifestyle and given us new insights in digital transition age. Professor Na Jong-yeon has talked about consumer science, which is in line with what we are studying at our foundation, especially. And thank you for promoting our commercial zone analysis services that we offer. And then Director Kim has given us a very visual presentation of how these metaverse technologies can be used. So we could feel that this technology is with us already. However, when consumers go to a shop and purchase something, that is a very important part of our cities, but the shops are moving online. Customers are moving online. So we could see definitely people are going to online SNS and virtual world. Then what remains in the offline world? Logistics, distribution, delivery, will they be the only functions that would remain offline, determining the urban structure? I've read a newspaper article recently that over the past 2 years, there has been shift in the job market brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of employees has gone down because people are not spending money, and so many jobs have been created in warehouse, distribution, and logistics industries. So the real world is definitely focusing on logistics flow. And such big data and big data for metaverse would have to come from the movement of small business owners and their sales data. Metaverse and digital transformation, what kind of benefits are they creating for those small business owners? And from the public sector's perspective, it can monitor everything with efficiency and easiness, but what about the vulnerable and marginalized people who are actually producing these data? We need to be more considerate of their position. And I was asked to talk about the negative side of metaverse. In fact, I believe metaverse is at the peak of digital transformation. But we have limited time and space, but metaverse will be able to overcome that. And any environmental impact of mobility and transportation can be minimized, and also the risk of infection can be minimized in metaverse as well. So there's the positive aspect of metaverse, but there's also an equally important aspect that could be negative. Will metaverse resolve all the problems that our cities have? That is not going to be the case. Whenever we see such negative ideas, we need to find ways to minimize the number of people who might suffer from this. Our center does a lot of research for small business owners and traditional markets or alleys where there are small business owners. We do a lot of research for them. It is only recently that traditional markets began accepting credit cards because cash was the prevalent means of transactions in traditional markets. But because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the traditional markets had to build their payment infrastructure for credit cards and zero pay. In the case of Seoul, and we have 250 traditional markets in Seoul, and 70% of them are more than 40 years old. And many of the business owners in those traditional markets are quite old, and they might not be able to catch up with the quick change of technology. Of course, they try to move to online, but that is only for a very small number of traditional markets. So when it comes to the speed of technology development, well, I think that gap should be reduced for those small business owners. They could be trained or they could be provided with technology support, but they're already old. It might be too difficult for them to catch up with the speed of change in the world these days. And if the small business owners, they might end up suffering if everything moves online. And in the past, before the pandemic, a lot of demand came to tourist zones. But after the COVID-19 pandemic, we began to pay more attention to the value of local commercial areas, including traditional markets. So we analyzed the traditional markets and COVID pandemic. So the ones in the downtown area suffered, whereas the ones in the outskirts actually began to do better during the pandemic. So now local economy is receiving more attention. However, if all the small business owners are going to move online, then these old small business owners might be at a disadvantage and not join the wagon of going to online and end up losing their business. So we need to create a digital transformation while helping these business owners to have a soft landing. And the second question regarding the metaverse, how the cities in the metaverse will be built and the digital twins, and how the city should be like in the future. And as was discussed before, they had this very spectacular visualization. But the important thing is what kind of attributes are embedded here. Having visual representation of the real world is important, but also there's the public my data and financial my data projects that will enrich the data and add to the attributes of the data. Such data attributes must be enhanced. If not, it would just be like playing games from building to building to streets to streets. Big data with accurate information of location should be provided to create a metaverse I think the way the Seoul city and metaverse looks like should be like dystopia. The real world could be dystopia, but metaverse won't be like a utopia. In our day-to-day life, some of the inconveniences that we experience might be resolved one by one in metaverse. Like when there is no Kakao taxi available, it was very inconvenient. And taxis had to wander around looking for passengers. And with Kakao taxi, I can save time, and the taxi drivers can also save time. So many of the inefficiencies that we experience can be made more efficient. Our daily lives, I don't think, will drastically change. Everybody uses navigation, but when we are using navigation, there are some times whether we question whether this is the best path, but we have to follow that path and believe that was the best path for our mental health. If metaverse becomes widely available when there is a crossroads, well, in the real world, you can take this left road, whereas in the metaverse, you can make your avatar take the right road and compare later on. So the cities with metaverse will be cities where we will be able to resolve small inconveniences of our daily lives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director An. Because of COVID-19, we're talking about digital transformation and alley, commercial areas, and traditional areas. There is a lot of spatial gap within the urban environment. And thank you for your explanation. Now, we have heard from all the discussants. Now, the speakers have waited for a long time, and I plan to ask some questions to the speakers in the order of. So first to Camille Vieros.
Well, the contents that Camille has presented, you mentioned about the digital divide and also how to overcome the digital divide. And as the digital transformation accelerated, the quality of life will also deteriorate, and there will be a huge influence by the digital divide. The gap between advanced and less advanced country, what are the differences? And second, in the OECD, there is inclusiveness, resilience, and sustainability. From that perspective, you gave your presentation. However, the digital transformation is being accelerated. How are you, the OECD, addressing these three issues? So those are the questions.
Thank you very much for your questions. So yes, the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the adoption of smart city solutions in developed countries. We've seen this, but the crisis has also accelerated the digital transformation of people's everyday lives, also in developing countries. And to respond to the COVID-19 crisis, cities in developing countries are increasingly adopting smart city solutions to address urban development challenges and to improve the quality of life of their citizens. And there are many areas where smart cities can help improve the quality of life in developing countries. Just to give a few examples, smart city technologies can help improve access to education for urban residents in developing countries. Smart city technologies can also help improve access to healthcare, and they can help also decrease traffic congestion and improve public transport and road systems, and thereby reduce carbon emissions. But what I would like to highlight maybe is that the challenges faced by developing countries can be very different to those faced by developed countries. And I would like to highlight three of these challenges. The first one is the lack of capacity building among city practitioners in developing countries, and that could be a challenge that is more prominent in developing countries than in developed countries. The second challenge that developing countries are faced with is the lack of financial resources. And finally, the third challenge that I'd like to highlight is the lack of urban planning. So I think the crucial role of digitization played in emergency responses to the pandemic has pushed many cities to accelerate and really systemize the use of smart city tools more permanently. And the virtual space, as you said, is now becoming really integral to cities' public spheres as information, participation, cultural resources, and municipal services are digitalized. But to build smart cities that really leverage the full potential of innovation for residents' well-being and really foster inclusive growth, all levels of government need to address various things, and I would like to highlight just a few of these. All levels of government need to ensure first that new technology is really inclusive. For example, in public transport, that means that digital tools are available to everyone, including to those, for example, with reduced mobility or those who come from underserved communities. I think also all levels of government also need to ensure the protection and security of personal data. It's very important. Governments need to advance the measurement agenda to better assess the performance of smart cities and assess their contribution to the well-being of urban residents and to inclusive growth. And one final thing that I'd like to say is that all levels of governments need to promote also an inclusive model of governance through innovative collaborative tools, partnerships, or contracts that put the interest of local residents at the center and foster citizen engagement.
Thank you very much, Camille Varos. In case of OECD, your city program is quite similar to Korea because between 2025, SDG, out of 17 goals, there was urban-related goals, and in order to fulfill and meet the need of the SDG, we have already came up with each paper. One of that was National Urban Plan. That was about smart city plan, and we are actively promoting that. And at the time, we have worked closely with the OECD as well as UN Habitat. And I believe that in that sense, we are in sync. The possibility of smart city and also under the influence of COVID-19, definitely smart city benefits are huge. But in order to overcome the digital gap, the concept of the inclusive city is very important. Next question goes to researcher Wu.
Dr. Wu has talked about digital diagnosis of changes in urban housing and metaverse cities and digital transformation. I believe that people would show different behaviors in the real world and metaverse. So what kind of change do you think will take place in people's behavior in metaverse, and how can we mitigate crowdedness of cities in metaverse? Good morning. It's a great honor for me to be invited to this wonderful forum and participate in this discussion. First, to answer the question, I believe that in the metaverse world, physical and virtual worlds should be mutually complementary. So physical constraints can easily be removed in metaverse for some people, and for some people, problems in the metaverse world can be resolved in the real world. And as architect Mr. Hatesok has mentioned, each generation has their own needs and requirements, and they have different level of understanding and experience for technology. Therefore, I think people should be able to pick and choose these worlds based on their own needs. And then how they can be reflected in the urban environment. Recently, I have participated in a public community meeting in the United States, and Gen Z, I have met with them and then heard about what kind of library they are looking for in terms of architectural design. And these Gen Z told me that they don't want to stay in the same space throughout the day. They want to work in the morning, study in the afternoon, and they want to go to a cafe later on. So they want to pick and choose these spaces. And if these Gen Z can select their own space in the virtual world, they want to see their behavior reflected in both worlds. And the boundary between these two worlds are no longer clearly defined. It should be, people should be able to move around freely. And metaverse cities should help people to overcome the structural restrictions or limits and encourage changes. Once a building is built, it would be difficult to change it afterwards. However, the internal function of the cities could be different. And I'm an advisor for a redevelopment project in downtown Washington. And after the COVID-19 outbreak, they have a lot of empty offices. And people are considering whether they should be replaced with residential areas or cultural spaces. Therefore, with accelerated transformation to metaverse, we will see more of these empty offices. And these empty offices can be turned into residential or cultural space even if the external surface of the building doesn't change. And I believe the function of the city should be changed along with the needs of the people by time, by season. So these could play different roles. So the city's roles are no longer just uniform. If it was a residential space, it does not have to be residential space in the future. It can always change depending on the needs. And in terms of transportation, prediction can be made possible, and intelligent roads and projects. The roads will be made intelligent, and the roads will become barrier-free, and physical environment will change. And by providing enough data, people with accessibility problems can benefit from these data and overcome the physical barriers. And I believe diversification of function would be the most important tool here. Thank you very much for the wonderful answers. Third speaker, Professor Na.
이렇게 질문.
So this question goes to Professor Na Jong-yeon. You have made a presentation covering diverse area as digital transformation accelerates. Among the things that you mentioned that you are analyzing the big data. What kind of big data can be useful for us? So those are my questions. Well, I've been talking a lot, but in terms of looking toward the digital transformation, technology is important. Of course, how the technology gives us a different life, but once again, we're talking about human being. Technology must be well accepted and accommodated by human being. It should create a value to everyone. Only then it can be meaningful. So from the users' experience, how the digital transformation enable people's different life quality. What about the cost, efficiency? So we need to work on that as a preliminary stage. Now, regarding big data, you talked about that. And of course, the big data is currently the infrastructure-oriented one. But during the OECD Camille Viro's presentation, she talked about the quality, human-centered importance, and we need to measure. We need to evaluate the efficiency, the effectiveness, performance of that. Now, in discussing about digital transformation, we talk a lot, but we shouldn't go just to one direction. Rather, in a way, the experience in the offline needs to be emphasized, but to do that, digital technology must be utilized, or in some other cases, online experience need to be strengthened. So online and offline needs to be agglomerated and also be used together. And thus we need to work on how to improve the life quality. So in some people, they focus on experience and the minor things could be important. But if we just go to one direction, it's meaningless. Long tail must be feasible for the digital transformation. For that, we need to collect the data and we need to make sure to use that. And that's my answer. Lastly, we need to acknowledge that there are differences between people. Dr. Chang talked about the best way to reduce digital divide. Some people accept digitalization very quickly. It could be a special unique characteristic of different generation. But there's an expression, so by design in the technological world. And in the future, in the urban city, how are we going to deploy digital transformation, which means that what value shall be designed. Here, the value of inclusion is extremely important. So going back to the smart city design, diverse, many people needs to be able to enjoy, so inclusiveness, and also sustainability. What do these mean? And last but not least, what about the resilience? What are that one? So during the COVID-19, we have experienced that there are different kinds of the risk existing in our life, but we need to beef up our resilience, right? So we need to work on the sustainability resilience and what kind of measures we have to assess and understand our positions. And that should be the true sense of the smart city. And we need to constantly check whether the directions of the smart city is going to right directions or not. And that should be the work that we need to work on together right now. And from the urban city point of view, I've never had a deep thought about that, but upon listening to a great presentation today and the discussion, from now on, I'll be thinking more about the consumer, but consumer who live in the cities. Thank you.
네, 좋은 답.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Director Kim. Regarding metaverse, a lot of questions have been posted. What is the current status or future plan for metaverse of the Seoul metropolitan government? Can you answer that question? And in urban transportation, what kind of implementation plan is there, and how Seoul City is planning to tackle this. Any recommendations for Seoul City? How much time can you give me? Enough time.
아까 발표를 할 때 사회자께서 시간 음수
Well, actually, when I was making the presentation, the moderator was very strict about time, but I have spoken for 20 minutes and 43 seconds, and he said I can have enough time. I don't know how long that means. And through this kind of forum, I feel like we are putting the pieces of puzzle together. And that's what we are doing, putting the puzzles together. I used to work in the Seoul Institute, and before that I used to work in a company, SK. And depending on from whose perspective you're looking at things, it could be quite different. And whenever we talk about metaverse or technology change, is it just a keyword or is it something that's substantial? From the urban perspective, it's now called smart city, but now we are talking about digital twin land. And suddenly we are talking about metaverse. From the public sector side of things, we don't have to care that much about the trend. Regardless of the term used, we need to look at the essence, and the essence is about the lives of people. And no one should lose. And we should also be aware of the social cost involved. And here, I also wanted to find more about how the humanity has evolved. From our primitive days, we had to move around to find food. But with the cultural evolution and industrial revolution, we continue to work for food and home. All that happens in our mind, and this remains unchanged. And the way we experience this could be different. And what used to be dominated by few can now be shared by more people. So as long as you have the money, you can enjoy some of the things that only the kings in the past was able to enjoy. And it's a matter of public decision and choice. And I've looked for the word Hojongmong of Jiangsu. And you dreamed a butterfly. You thought you were a butterfly, but you wake up and you realize you're a human. I'm not sure whether I've dreamed a human dream as a butterfly or as a human I dreamed of a butterfly. And it reminds me of this word, like something. Even though I exist here, my imagination could be somewhere else. And all that should be a precondition. And Seoul City, I'm not a public servant now. My fact was November 3rd version, and that is by 2026, Seoul City will develop various metaverse contents. There were services in the past, but we will optimize them and enrich them. And they talk about platform. And we can use that to create content, or we can even create platform. And in the process, the platform with avatars and the platforms that I showed you today are different. Of course, you could use the same engine, but they have different purposes. Fantasy does not have to be reality. And what we are dealing with is nonfiction. So even if it's the same technology, the purpose could be different. And in that regard, what Seoul City must do is that this shouldn't be a one-time show. MS and Google, we talked about it and compared them because you need a lot of things to survive. For technology and services to survive, the return on investment and public benefits must be offered. And we need to create a system that can survive. And various departments must come together, and top-level interest and support would be critical. And Metaverse, Seoul City situation, now the new mayor thinks highly of Metaverse, but we still have to decide for the direction and kind of wait and see attitude. Regarding space, we still haven't found the answer, and our institute is testing various technology options. Ultimately, whether it's metaverse or something other than metaverse, the direction of evolution will definitely go in that direction, even if the term could change. I have not been able to talk about spatial policies today, so I'll talk about them now. Depending on the regular signal of brain, the humans continue to change. And technological evolution of smart city has brought about two things. And that is, you can spend more time. You can spend more time for work and sleep. And advanced countries now have more calories, extra calories, because you don't have to do so much work now. Surplus things. With our metaverse experience, we often don't have to work physically. So we have to make other efforts for survival to have a happy and healthy life. So we need to tackle a lot of chronic illnesses as well, which is ironic. So for my understanding of spatial policies, when children use smartphones, we tell them, go outside and play. If it's up to individuals' choice, we should allow people to consume calories in their daily lives and in their daily routines. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Kim, for the wonderful remarks. So this session has been hosted by Seoul Institute of Technology and Korea Academy of Complexity Studies. And we have finished all the programs. And I know this is a very hot topic these days, and we've had a very long and insightful discussion, and especially when it comes to narrowing down the digital divide, we need human-centered public policies, and metaverse shouldn't be oriented just on the technology, and that will be part of our daily lives. And metaverse will be another form of new normal life. We are carrying out digital transformation studies, and I hope we can have another forum of this kind in the near future. Seoul Institute of Technology is a Seoul City-sponsored R&D and research organization. Seoul Institute of Technology mainly deal with science and technologies, but we also need a mediator role here. I hope we can make more contribution for Seoul Metropolitan Government initiatives. Thank you very much. The next session will start at 12:30. And because of the inequalities in COVID-19, please stay tuned for the next session as well. So thank you very much.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all.
포럼을 시청하고 계신
Those of you who are watching this forum, I would like to welcome you to Seoul Big Data Forum. I would like to also thank the speakers and discussants for joining us today. Session 5 is going to deal with the theme of inequality and gaps in COVID-19 affected cities in the eyes of big data. The Seoul Institute is hosting this session. In this untapped world, many citizens are feeling high level of anxiety. During this period, some people are looking for new opportunities, some people are in great suffering. This pandemic universally affects citizens, but the impact is highly unequal and it widens the gaps. The Seoul Institute is dealing with this new type of disaster pandemic and ensuring urban problems, inequality, and gaps. Through today's session, I hope we can have new understanding of inequality and gaps and pave the way for finding the solution and utilizing big data in resolving this issue. So let us move on to the presentation. The first presenter is Officer Bruno Darcon. He's from UN Habitat Asia in Japan, Fukuoka. He's a senior human settlements officer. He's an expert in urban development and urban planning. He has worked in China, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and East Timor. as a part of UN Habitat program. And when it comes to complex and large-scale disasters, designing the recovery and resilience of cities, he is also an expert in the field. UN Habitat recently, it has published the future report for AP, Asia Pacific cities, and future epidemics report. He was one of the authors for these important reports. So please start your presentation.
Good afternoon. Very much thank you for having UN Habitat, the regional office for Asia Pacific from Fukuoka, Japan, to have us in this event. Thank you to the Seoul Institute. Thank you to Professor Sang-il Kim and the Department of Urban Data and Information. Thank you also for raising an important issue, which is fundamental to the work of the United Nations and UN Habitat. Increasing inequality accelerated by COVID-19. I'm glad that you flagged the issue of inequalities within cities and countries, and in between cities, countries, and regions. Yes, indeed, on so many issues, the pandemic has been an eye-opener, the moment of truth in relation to urban resilience and the capacity of cities to deliver services on the urban economy and its dependence on these modern services. As the American urban economist Ed Glazer recently said in a UN Habitat conference, who would have thought that the smile that comes along great service, for instance, a barista when brewing you a fresh cup of coffee in the morning on your way to the office, who would have thought that that smile of great service would become a smile of peril, a smile of death? The great divide of social distancing and contact-free work and life is also a source of great destruction of jobs, services, hospitality, tourism. The future of work serviced by Zoom is a middle-class luxury. The future of work for millions of service workers is joblessness, COVID, long COVID, losses, debt and foreclosure. But that Glazer underscores the undeniable strength of cities as the source of innovation and prosperity and the ticket out of poverty for millions more in developing countries. Probably the only ticket out of poverty for hundreds of millions. The world today is an urban world. The world of tomorrow will even be more urban. The pandemic destroys, but so does innovation. It is up to policymakers and agents of change to invent the solutions that bring sustainability, inclusive prosperity, and resilience. And I'm glad to be in this forum on big data. Big data, big expectations is not a statement of irony. I'm not forecasting failure. I'm stating here the obvious fact that we are in the same boat. Data specialists, big data innovators, and those like me working for sustainable urban development across countries and regions, leaving no one behind and no place behind. We are in the same boat as urbanization thrives on the same density and agglomeration benefits as big data thrives on. Big data are digital ecosystems needing the real-time ecosystems of big cities, but we require governance, social innovation, resilience thinking and inclusion to deliver real benefits for people. That's true for me and that's true for you. So let me here then introduce the headings of my intervention. First, I will talk about people-centered smart cities. That's really the key message from UN Habitat in our strategic plan, and it's the title of our flagship program on smart technology. Next, on data and urban sustainability, a quick survey, no more, of what we and development colleagues currently do in relation to big data. And finally, my takeaways and an invitation and appeal for more collaboration with you. global flagship publication delving into the messages of the new urban agenda. And in the new urban agenda, all member states agree that urbanization is a crucial driver to achieve national prosperity. Urbanization brings value, sustainability, if well planned and managed, socially, environmentally, economically, spatially, through collaboration, and well planned and managed through genuine innovation. Now, the chapter on innovation and technology makes a good case on the key issues. It starts by stating that city governments can be platforms of innovation, creativity, and knowledge generation. The agglomeration principles are at work. The density of actors and agents of change, creative and clever minds, the scale of issues delivering economies of scale to good solutions. City governments can be, should be innovators by developing or adopting legal and institutional innovations aimed to improve and transform government processes and service delivery. So, the chapter that I was discussing makes a case for civic technology. Beyond the gig economy, it's appealing for people-centered technologies, supporting stronger participatory and democratic processes, more 311, more fixing waste problems and potholes through digital procedures, and keeping a tab on community safety issues through them. Less Uber, less Grab. Obviously, you will agree that big data and artificial intelligence is increasingly delivering more benefits in automation and optimization. I will come back then on the issues of trust, reliability, and rights. But in complex and fairly poor government settings, for instance in developing countries, we see a host of applications emerging by national governments, cities and private companies, and in the most of diverse of combinations. Take, for instance, China. In 2020, UN Habitat published its first Future Cities Advisory Outlook report on the state of smart technologies promoted by competitive private companies and in collaboration with them, and about the scaling up of these technologies, but also of monopolies, into city brains. Now, the report here on the screen on the value of sustainable urbanization shares the overall sentiment, also in UN Habitat, that technology firms have not scored well on promoting smart cities. I'm sure that you actually know much more about the failures and the false starts. So, as this report is focused on sustainability drivers through well-planned and managed urbanizations, it puts the focus on bottom-up smart city approaches, open data, which are the cornerstone for that. And so is the open source movement, and the hackathons and urban labs. The chapter then continues on the challenges, the uneven geography of innovation in the world, but also in regions and in the urban-rural divide. That is a political and economical reality of unsustainability enhanced by the forces of urbanization, which concentrates wealth in cities. The report also digs into the issues of digital inclusion and literacy, so much exposed to us during COVID-19, and of data privacy and other perils. And so it concludes on the vast expanse of digital governments that we need and digital rights. So let me continue here by quoting observations during a launch of an initiative sponsored by UN Habitat and others on people-centered smart technologies, So this is here an area where we try to promote solutions for a better urban future. For sure, the world of cities and local governments is one with many pitfalls. And I'm quoting here, these are not my words. It was the observation about elite capture, of limited public infrastructure, of divided and unequal cities, of fragmented civil societies, of low levels of state capability, the lack of capability to engage in multi-level governments. And I add to that the deeper problems of a stalled democratic decentralization, and on top of that, we come close to our subject, outdated regulatory frameworks, especially regarding digital human rights and digital governance. Now, these comments were made at the launch earlier this year of UNITAC, the UN Innovation Accelerator for Cities. It's an initiative that brings together UN Habitat, OICT, the UN Office of Information and Communication Technology, and the University of Hamburg. Germany is funding the collaboration. The focus of UNITAC is pretty interesting and reflecting the observations just made about devising approaches that deliver value in developing countries with capacity and in conditions of informality. Informality, by the way, which is the increasing social and economic inclusion of citizens and workers through e-applications and systems. That is moreover an issue that has moved to the top of the agenda of the United Nations because of COVID-19. So UNITAC will focus on delivering value for developing countries with UN Habitat and OICT in 3 areas. First, the thematic area on digital governance. The key issues are interoperability, procurement, public-private partnerships, digital inclusion, and digital rights and ethics, including on privacy and security. Thematic Area 2 digs into digital innovations in urban and mobility planning, exploring new software and hardware tools for urban managers and urban planners. And Thematic Area 3 seeks to expand the understanding and good practices on people-centered smart cities. The UNITAC initiative acknowledges that too much piloting and not enough scaling up has been going on in the field of smart cities, and have too much focused on low-hanging fruit of small upper-middle income communities. So it will seek fresh thinking, proof of concepts focused on real needs of cities and citizens, contributing to inclusive and sustainable development. In short, expect UN Habitat to further promote the theme of people-centered smart cities, and we are for sure looking forward to new Korean collaborations. Let me now move forward to the second part of my intervention, on data and urban sustainability. My next slides and messages are really not about cutting-edge innovations. I wish simply through a few examples short of the few areas of work with regard to innovation and big data, which are already coming up in our work. Let me start with a brief scan of the innovation programs or UN Habitat programs where digital innovation has come into play. Some of them are global, some only are taking place in one or a few countries. Innovation application range from using tables and simple tablets, and simple open source software in our country programs, for instance on land management and land tenure rights, to exploring the use of blockchain for land registration in countries where cadastres do not exist. Then there is the block by block program, which is long-standing and global. It collaborates with the Minecraft Foundation using Minecraft software, allowing communities in developing countries to co-design public spaces, new ones or for regeneration. Mapping tools are also increasingly used in participatory slum mapping. We have a few programs that focus on basic air pollution monitoring and others that engage in local area predictive modeling, for instance, for climate adaptation planning. The area of climate change is, of course, very data hungry. I show here the data-focused sessions of a global 5-day, 24-hour non-stop conference marathon organized in October by UN Habitat and the Global Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy. The Innovate for Cities conference had not really a focus on big data. You see, left up there was a discussion linking big data issues with bottom-up innovations like hackathons. Our partner ICLE and Google had a session on a fund that they have established to promote data solutions, but not necessarily on big data. Meanwhile, most sessions were on data and predictive modeling, with a key focus on downscaling, decentralizing, localizing, and for all within the context of predictive modeling, bringing together remote sensing, big data, and artificial intelligence, possibly augmented with local centers. This is the key area of innovation that I see in relation to big data. For instance, UN Habitat's Myanmar team explained the predictive modeling methodology they developed for rural townships in Myanmar, combining climate and agricultural data to come to forecasts on weather conditions by 2050, on agricultural land coverage changes by that time, and migration as a result. Just allow me to go back to basics. This session queried about how big data can contribute to reduced inequality. The real question is, of course, about big data as a tool to reduce inequity. In 2020, in the flagship publication, this simple picture was included, borrowed from UN Women. People are not equal. Long-term interventions like nutrition may reduce stunting, but not all people will be the same. In the same way, the drivers of urban agglomeration and innovation foster inequality. Inequity is when some amongst us cannot enjoy opportunities in the same way as others can enjoy them, like watching this game. We can offer fixes to undo particular challenges, like adding boxes in the picture in the center, or building a ramp for disabled people, or providing aid and grants. But what we really need are solutions that are inclusive out of themselves, like on the right, the screen. I therefore highlight this example again from the Innovation chapter of the 2020 World Cities Report. It is about the collaboration of Google, MIT, and others that created a transport chart out of mobile data from the thousands of informal taxi vans in Nairobi, the Matatu. It was a great success, as people now had a Google Map application showing Matatu vans on the move, near to them, going where. They could set out predicted travel times. And that was before the case with e-money on phones, with M-Pesa. East Africa had shown the benefits of leaping forward in terms of innovation applications. At that time, foregoing banking access in lieu of SMS-based money transfers. With this application of mobility, Nairobi had in a quasi-instant a public transport map and tool, which we take for granted in developed countries. Now, additional data mining showed, however, that the Matatu transport system was not necessarily serving long-term sustainable mobility. Middle income and middle-up income groups actually enjoyed more access. This is about Nairobi. People with small service jobs, they are middle income and they can pay a little for the dense transport network in the city in order to get by in an income segregated city. The Matatu pick up workers in middle income neighborhoods and drop them off in high-end neighborhoods, where they work in shops or do gardens or work as security guards or in offices or as cooks. Meanwhile, the poorest, without jobs and money, of course, live in de facto ghettos, those in the red and orange areas. So the Nairobi Matatu mobility platform, the tool, the application, is a really nice and instructive example, showing first how data and big data can fairly swiftly bring change in the lives of ordinary people, make lives easier, make them gain in developing countries. But secondly, it's also a good tool to seek change to bring more equity for groups that are excluded from transport systems, but also more equality, because the spatial inequality of Nairobi is significant and the current system of mobility reinforces it and will prolong it. And there we need together seek new solutions. So let me very briefly land my contribution with a few takeaways and appeals. First, I show you the front page of UN Habitat's 2021 publication on cities and pandemics, where we reviewed the major issues globally with regard to density and urban form, poverty and inequality, the urban economy and urban governance at the onset of the pandemic. The title speaks for itself and is a message in itself. The urban future can simply not be otherwise than more green, more healthy, and it also needs to be more just. So going forward, allow me to invite you to explore big picture questions, to imagine where big data can contribute in development. For instance, here a screenshot from the Secretary General's data strategy, which has some pretty good questions on where sustainable development and the UN needs the power of data. A couple of them I have already mentioned: climate impact modeling, predictive modeling, open data, but also note the issues where big data come in, like hate speech monitoring, and in areas of conflict prevention, and of course SDG data tracking. Well, let me add to that in the field of urban data, we face genuine challenges. UN Habitat is currently compiling the second progress report on the implementation of the new urban agenda, and urban data remains the key challenge in global urban reporting. And then really finally, I call for your attention and advocacy in support of the Coalition of Cities for Digital Rights. Started in 2018 with the support of UN Habitat, the coalition of 45 global cities commits to 5 areas of the declaration. You see the 5 points, which includes the issues of open data and public algorithms. As said before, cities like Amsterdam, Barcelona, and Helsinki are rushing forward on these commitments, surpassing national governments in many places. And here is my call. To date, no city in Asia Pacific, including Korea, has joined the coalition. Allow me to conclude by saying I like to hear your feedback, whether this is because there are parallel initiatives that are holding up in this region, or more likely, there is a lot for us to do. I would really be pleased if a Korean city, with support of the Seoul Institute, would become a member of the City Coalition for Digital Rights, expanding in this like an UNITAC setup with North-South collaboration. Thank you.
발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Well, this was like a keynote address of the second session, which is the inequality and gaps in COVID-19 affected cities in the eyes of big data. From the UN Habitat perspective, you have given us quite strong message. Lastly, post-pandemic cities should be just, eco-friendly, healthy city. Those keywords really touched my heart. And I believe that our discussion should be directed that way as well. Let me introduce the second speaker, but before that, let me briefly introduce you how we are going to proceed the session. We will hear the presentation by four speakers first of all. Four speakers, and we can briefly ask questions to the speaker so that we can stop any misunderstanding in advance, and then we will invite the discussion so that we can hear their discussion. So if you have any questions while you listen to the presentation, write them down. As soon as the presentation is over, you can pose a question to the speaker. And upon listening the presentation, a lot of people joining us virtually, please make sure to write down your question and post it so that I'll do my best to address those questions as much as possible.
Dr. Kim Seung-yeon is the next speaker. He is the Director of Department of Urban Society Research of the Seoul Institute. He is active in researching the welfare and healthcare related data. Especially, he has access to income and property related data that's very rarely available in Korea. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Seung-yeon from the Seoul Institute. I study social policies, so Big Data Forum sounds kind of stressful for me, but I would like to share some of the research projects that I have done recently. Last year, the Seoul Institute and Gachon University Inequality Research Institute jointly used NHIS administrative data to study inequality. First, we used the National Health Insurance Company's data to look at individual level income inequality and poverty. And then we also did some social mobility analysis based on that. The reason why we decided to use NHIC data was that in early 2010, the level of inequality in Korea was lower than OECD average. Because of that, we began to question, is our inequality level lower than OECD average? Is it true? OECD data for Korea, most of the data has been based on survey data, but survey data have fundamental flaws. Mainly, there is a lot of less representation of high-income people, and people tend to underreport their assets. So we thought that inequality might have been reduced greatly. And Professor Kim Na-gyun in 2019 looked at national income tax data, and he estimated that Korea's inequality was actually higher than OECD average. And the Korea statistics looked at household data, and now they're looking at household health and welfare data. And this is different because for national income, they look at national tax data. So a lot of income data have been made more realistic and accurate. And as of 2017, Korea's inequality level was turned out to be higher than OECD average. So the survey data has another flaw, and we are a Seoul government, local government. And for local government, when we get national level data and sampling is done at the national level, then when a local area wants to use the data, there is terrible shortage of local sample. And if there is a lack of local sample, the reliability of the data could be made lower. So it's difficult for local governments to use national level data. Of course, we do some research survey data ourselves, but as a national, it's a local government, there is a limit to having accurate information for welfare. So whenever we decide welfare policies, we have a hard time deciding how to determine and assess the income data. Income data is critical, but local governments often do not have accurate income data. Last year, the Seoul metropolitan area has decided to provide welfare subsidy under a certain income level, but we did not have the data to calculate that. It was difficult to have an accurate number of households, and later we had to do some cancel that policy. So income and asset data is very important for welfare policies, but we had some flaws or restrictions in survey data. We would love to use administrative data, but most of the administrative data, like national tax data and asset tax data, they are collected mainly for taxation. And when it comes to having a database, we did not have proper database. And because they were personal data, a lot of these data was not made available to the people, researchers like ourselves. So many cases, we had to rely on survey data with little access to such data. In the 1970s, Europe started this, and they began registering the entire population, and they added various administrative data based on the population data, and they now have integrated administrative data. And Europe is quite sensitive to private information. In Korea, we say private income is a very highly sensitive information, but Europe thinks that is not a private information. You can even check out your neighbor's income. But when it comes to health, they have a very strict protection policy. In the United States, in the Korea, the United States is now integrating various types of data. They have social security number in the United States, and information can be anonymized, and a lot of administrative data can be added to the data. Last year, 3 data laws has been passed in Korea, and we can connect them to big data. But we have not seen any tangible progress yet in terms of data usage. And let me talk about national health insurance data that we used. Health insurance data is data on income, property of insurance subscribers to calculate the insurance premium. And National Tax Office, Ministry of Administration, 30 public institutions have collected this data, and up until now, their data was used to calculate the premium. But NHIC these days is now developing a panel from 2002 to now. For 13 years, data has been collected to validate the income and property of individuals, and it was developed 2 years ago at National Health Insurance Corporation, and Seoul Institute used this data for the first time for such research. NHIS data, we looked at the Seoul citizens, around 10 million individuals. From 2002 to 2018, we received whole data set, and we need national comparison. So we used 1% of sample data set of national population, which was around 500,000 households. This is a picture of how the data has been related to individual institutions. This is the result. It was our first time using administrative data, and NHIS has provided this data for the first time to our organization, and the administrative process that we had to go through to exchange the data and to enrich the data, well, that accounted for 40% of our time and effort. Since it was first time, it was difficult, but it actually took just 2 months to analyze the data. Let me share the main results. When you look at individual income level of Seoul, the average income of adult workers in Seoul, and out of adults more than 20 years old, 67% had their income, and 2006 it was 36 million. It went up to 40 million.
2,500만 원에서 2,600만 원. 중위소득 같은 거 더 소폭 올라가는 걸로 보입니다.
In 2018, and medium income of adult workers in Seoul went up 6.1%. And then income quintile share ratio of income of adult workers in Seoul was 19% in 2006, but went down 16% in 2018. This is inequality and poverty. This is top 1% of income earners and the top 10%. Based on NHIC data in 2006, 1% had 17% share, and in 2018, 13.8%. This means that income distribution equality has improved and income gap has been reduced. But we could not really trust this result. And we looked at other similar research, and in 20, we had another research, and Professor Kim and Professor Hong, they had similar research, and their results were quite different. In 2000, compared to 2006, in 2018, the income share of top 1% increased, meaning that the income inequality has increased. But we showed the opposite result, and we looked for the reason why. And then we directly analyzed the data from National Health Insurance, but the two professors did some estimation based on the public data, so the methodologies were different. From 2016, and we looked at 12 years of data in panel, and income data of NHIC comes from National Tax Office, and from 2006, National Tax Office has changed a lot of ways in collecting the data related to national individual incomes. After 2006, the accuracy of income data has improved greatly. So based on the government's collection policy, the income data has been improved greatly in terms of accuracy. And when we look at the income share rate, we cannot be 100% sure that they are absolutely correct. This is related to poverty. What we need to pay attention with regards to poverty is that, of course, the poverty share rate is important, but we are seeing a lot of one-person households. In the past, we looked at four-person households average, but one-person households can have a drastic impact on poverty rate. So when we looked at the number of people in the household, the one-person, two-people households had lower income, and their poverty rate was high. One-person households had poverty rate as high as 30%, which was consistent across all the country. The Seoul metropolitan government is now paying attention to one-person households these days, and households used to be the basic unit of economic activities, but with the emergence of one-person households, that would have new implications on our policies. This is related to real estate holdings. Professor Chung Jun-ho actually analyzed this. I will just to share the results. Regarding real estate, there's the building, houses, land. We looked at different data and national tax-based data because we could not find the real transaction price. Land, building, ownership. From 2006 to 2018, the ownership has gone up across all country. Regarding real estate holding, what is the wealth inequality and real estate price? The blue bars stand for Seoul, the orange bars for across the country. You could say they are the price of buildings. When you look at the transaction amount, as you can see, Seoul had a very higher amount. From 2006 to 2018, the taxation base has gone up greatly for Seoul. Relatively speaking, the graph on the right shows inequality in tax bases. Such inequality is going down even though the absolute amount is going up. This means that, let's say, housing prices have gone up in general, but the difference has been reduced. And there are 25 local governments, local districts in Seoul. And when we looked at real estate inequality, the darker areas are Gangnam districts, and where the tax basis is really high. In the Gangbuk area, it's relatively less dark. And from 2006 to 2018, the overall trend did not change. The Gangnam 3 districts maintained the highest price level, and at the low, this also shows inequality within a district. Jongno, Junggu districts, these districts had high level of inequality in real estate price. But in 2018, Jongno, Gwanak, Gwangjin, these districts also began to show high level of inequality. And one thing that I would like to mention is that regarding real estate, we looked at national tax base. But the actual price is quite different from the official price. So we combined the tax with the actual transaction price with the tax basis, but real transaction data also had some inherent problems because you have to self-report the actual transaction price, so the reliability of the transaction price is low. And transaction price is only available for certain types of houses. But we also looked at the level of inequality, including the real transaction price. And then social mobility. We talk about mobility, tilted playing grounds, and inequality in our lives. And in order to validate that, in 2006, we looked at young people, individuals aged between 25 to 29 in 2006, and sampled them based on how their labor income changed. The letters are too small, but let me give you the conclusion. The low-income families, in 2006, their income was 23 million, but top 20% youth had 17 million. And Table 4 shows changes in labor income by household income quintile in 2006 of individuals aged 25 to 29 in Seoul. The lower 30% of household income is 525,000 won, and the top 10% of the household income was 18 million won in 2017. The next slide shows the household wealth quintile, and inequality in household wealth was really larger and more pronounced. So there were no significant difference in labor income between Q1 to Q4 in 26. But the wealth gap in household wealth began to increase, meaning that throughout your life, depending on what kind of family you were born into, will continue to have lasting impact on your income level throughout your life. And this shows the impact of household background on labor income of young people aged 28 to 32 in 2018. Household wealth in 2018 had a statistically significant impact on labor incomes in 2018, and household income and wealth in 2006 also had a statistically significant impact on labor income in 2018. Last but not least, this is my conclusion. To wrap up, we still have some flaws in our research, but at the local government level, as a local research institute using the administrative big data to validate the inequality or gap in income and wealth, I think we are the first research center to tackle this research. And we worked with a lot of other institutions like NHIC. NHIC also needed to develop and validate the data accuracy that they developed. So we worked with NHIS, and the data had the inherent advantages of administrative data, but it also had drawbacks. Like, we can have access to market income, but because of the national tax policies, daily workers' income or financial assets below 20 million won do not have to be reported to the government. So there is lack of accurate information about the income and assets of low-income people. And we also have a lot of private sector payment, but that cannot be accessed. So we could not calculate the disposable income. So the data inherently had this limit, but depending on how we change the taxation policies and analysis, I'm sure we can make up for this kind of shortage. One more thing to go. What is Seoul going to do? Our research does Seoul welfare survey every 2 years, and It's important that we analyze the inequality using healthcare data, and we'll continue to think about new ways to utilize this data. And when we carry out welfare survey next year for 3,000 households in Seoul, we'll visit them door to door. But if we can connect them with the income data of the National Tax Office, that would be very helpful. Of course, it could change depending on the policies of the National Tax Office. I look forward to your continued support and interest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim Seung-yeon. It was a very interesting research. Later on, during discussion, I hope I will come back to this question, but when we look at the health insurance, you said that income inequality is being reduced, but this is against the common sense. Can you elaborate on that? And then this research was completed right before the outbreak. So how do you think the situation would have changed during the pandemic? And I'll get back to that in the Q&A. And I will now introduce you to Dr. Park Hae-kyung.
지리 정보를 활용해서 문으로 박사학위.
She has received PhD degree, and currently she is working as my colleague at Seoul Institute. The title of the presentation is Extreme Heat, Vulnerability of Residential Area in Seoul, Space-Time Series Analysis of the Sensible Temperature Using Big Data. She has diverse interest in various fields. Today, she will focus on SDOT, which is an IoT sensor set, and using that, we were able to analyze the big heat that hit Seoul metropolitan city. Please begin. Hello, everyone. I was just introduced. I'm the third speaker of the 5th session. My name is Park Hae-kyung. I work at Seoul Institute. I'd like to start my presentation about using SDOT big data to understand the sensible temperature. With the climate changes going on, extreme heat and inequality in urban city continues. People on streets or vulnerable people are exposed extreme heat, and also the immigrants. There are a lot of people dying in heat wave, and it's likely to be worsened. However, the extreme heat on top of the COVID-19 has created another issues. Seoul metropolitan city government told everyone to stay inside home, but they said that it's too hot to stay inside a home. We had two extreme heat, and this year was much hotter than last year. The people who were exposed to the extreme heat, they were suffering from the extreme heat, which was much worse than COVID-19. According to the media report, they have nothing to do, and they usually ride a bus and then ride the city. But I don't really know how much impact the heat gives to the COVID-19 virus expansion, but definitely, once again, it would have been much more painful for residents who live in the vulnerable area. Then, problems of extreme heat during the pandemic, especially the vulnerable people, the low-income group who have no air conditioner or house vulnerable to extreme heat, or elderly people close shelters for elderly physically vulnerable to heat. What can we do? If you look at here, as you can see, it was all closed down. The shelter were closed down for elderly people. Therefore, the climate changes has actually created more frequent extreme heat, and we have no choice but to improve the living condition. But Seoul metropolitan city government's budget is limited. Starting from the most vulnerable area, we need to improve the living environment. So, the Seoul Institute, what we did was to analyze and assess the areas vulnerable to extreme heat in Seoul for phased improvement. So what we did was first space-time trend analysis and vulnerable factors analysis. And then adding these two, we have come up with a mapping of extreme heat vulnerability. And thus we can find out the priority areas for improvement in residential environment. Frankly speaking, during the last Big Data Forum, we have analyzed the sensor data, but last year we only analyzed 1 day of extreme heat, and it was a space-time analysis. Mostly we analyzed the space, but this year we have utilized more than 1,100 sensors installed in 250 places, and we calculated not only the space but also time analysis of the extreme heat. The definition of sensible temperature, what is it? If the temperature continues much longer, then we categorize this. So more than 33 degrees or higher maximum daily temperatures are regarded as a sensible temperature. And using sensible temperature, we focus on temperature of human fields in urban living, not as a natural phenomena. Definition is day of the exceeding temperature of 33 degrees for 2 consecutive days. And in 22, KMA changed the criteria exceeding sensible temperature of 33 degrees. Sensible
토지 유형별로 그 주거 지역만의 기온 특성이 있었기 때문에 저희가
each area has different. Sensible temperature is calculated by temperature, and relative humidity is more.
요소로 이 세 가지를 보게 된 이유는 기존 연구 이 폭염의 빈도 중요한 요소라고 언급.
Frequency and strength of heat wave is really critical, and if the heat wave lasts for a long time, it's going to be
판단을 살펴보게 되었는데요. 다만 이제 탐색적으로 살펴보는 것이기 때문에
we need to be very investigative, and we have to focus on the local needs. Let's look at the frequency of extreme heat. The most frequent extreme heat, duration and start and date of extreme heat. As you can see, each region had different duration and start and date of the extreme heat. And sometimes the heat lasted as long as 32 days.
So we can see the duration and start and end of the extreme heat. Now the intensity of extreme heat. The highest intensity was 7 degrees. As you can see here, 7.5 was the highest one. The difference between the maximum and minimum was 3.5 degrees. So this was the difference between the highest and the lowest. So this one, once again, we came up with FDI plot of extreme heat, the high intensity or long duration area, and we try to understand the high frequency. On average, it was hard to find the insight, but in every dot, we try to understand the durations and the maximum intensity. It is the duration. If it's longer, once again, we were able to confirm the fact. Now, we try to compare the trend. Long heat wave when it falls in highest intensity. We try to understand that, of course, this is exploration, so difference in the humidity can be sufficiently affect the sensible temperature gap. And the gravity of the extreme heat was very different. Now let me talk to you about the space-time analysis of extreme heat. We wanted to understand 3D space, the time data, and analysis process, and we came up with a 3D visualization of space and time data. Let me briefly explain how we have done the analysis. 1,100 sensors were installed, and this dot shows the locations, and S dot time series data shows the humidity and temperature per hour. And we have come up with the time scope, the data, daily maximum sensible temperature of 1,100 S dot. We try to analyze the cluster, and up to 3 months, the location with a similar value across the time will be clustered together. So, space-time cube data, including time and space information in one file, analysis considering both time and space at once, is possible. Now, just visualizing of space and time data was enough, but if you look at here, it's July the 1st and all the way until the August 31st, we try to understand the space-time trend of the daily highest sensible temperature in Seoul. In 2021, extreme heat in Seoul was mainly concentrated between July 20 and August 10. I told you that I have done the cluster analysis, and you can see here the similar cluster were put together, and I have labeled according to the means sensible. And then you can see here that I have categorized into high and the middle high, middle low, and low. So this is how I have put them in one cluster. So I try to understand the daily maximum sensible temperature. Then what's the difference between the clusters, the heat? So the low cluster and difference was 2.7 degree between the minimum and the highest. And in some cases, it was around 33 degrees. And each cluster has a different characteristic. And high and low, the difference was almost 2 degrees. The frequency was almost 21 days. So definitely each cluster has a different characteristic. That was what I found. But frankly speaking, 1 degree or 2 degree, we don't know if it's huge. The meaning of the difference of the 1 degree to human being is not felt keenly. So I tried to understand the existing analysis. The mortality rate is increased by 15.9% if the temperature rises by 1 degree further when it's about 29 degrees. When the temperature rises by 1 degree, stroke death increases to 2.3 to 5.4%, and incidence of acute cardiac arrest increased by 1.3%. A 1 degree temperature rise was associated with a significant increase in mental health related mortality and morbidity. If that is true, then how well does the cluster represent the actual reality? I try to compare the urban sensor value with the cluster average. You can see the dotted line shows the average of the cluster and the straight line shows the original value. And in 3 months, I found out that the trend is quite consistent. So comparing the average value of the high area cluster with the value of 1 point of ESTA to verify how well the clustering is done. Now, comparison with the FID plot and cluster, especially the Eunpyeong and Mapyeong, these two residential area, we try to understand which cluster it belongs to, and they belong to high cluster, and the intensity was a bit lower, but still the duration was the highest, which is 동작구. They belong to middle to high cluster. So we cannot generalize this, but the high intensity definitely make the cluster belong to higher cluster than the duration. Now let me give you the analysis of the extreme heat vulnerability. Variables are like people above 66 years old or below the 13 years old, because the elderly people and children have difficulty in adjusting their body temperature. They are very vulnerable to the heat, and they come to home really early because these young children come home. So you have to understand that this elderly, infant child, bad body temperature controllability, physically more vulnerable. Elderly and school child, they retire or going home early, spend a lot of time at home on a heat wave daytime. Second, we try to analyze by housing times. The houses built before 1989, more than 30 years, they are classified into old defective houses. And among the houses that were built more than 30 years, especially the multi-household or old condition, they're vulnerable due to energy, low energy efficiency. So these two are regarded as aging housing type. Last, vulnerable variables are depending on the income level. So low income household, this low income household, they don't have air conditioner or they cannot afford to pay the electrical bills, so they don't switch on the air conditioner. So once again, we try to analyze the hotspot of the household that cannot use the air conditioner. So extreme heat vulnerability map, you can see the pink colored one are the area where 3 factors all apply. The green colored area are the area where 2 factors are applied. So you can see in this map according to the temperature, the high cluster, and the cross area are the area where we need to improve the living condition. So the area of the most vulnerable to extreme heat and high cluster, we identify them as a first priority area of a need to improve. First priority area is, as you can see, because we have analyzed the cluster, and we can clearly say that, and this is quite sensitive. So if I give you the name, Gwanghee-dong and Changhui-dong, these two areas are the most vulnerable areas. And we have confirmed through roadmap, and as the photo shows, this is how they look like. Among these areas, redevelopment were already carried out. The second highest priority is, as you can see, middle high cluster area, and the third area is, of course, the second vulnerable area. In the similar way, within this area, we can put a rank. So policy-wise, we need to put an emphasis in redeveloping this area. So this is my conclusion. In the summer of Seoul, there were regional differences in the intensity and duration of extreme heat due to different environments, temperature, and humidity differences. Time series analysis result, there was an area that was the hottest and most vulnerable to extreme heat, including demographic, housing, and income factors. Thank you for your attention. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park Hye-kyung. Very interesting. This is my second time to listen again. Summer was really hot this year, and as Dr. Park, it was not included, but Seoul Metropolitan City, we plan to expand the installations of the sensor, and second by second unit, we are gathering data, and we need to clean the data. And Dr. Park did not talk about the cleaning big data, but she did it again to make a presentation, and I truly appreciate that.
Next speaker is Dr. Hong Bo-young. She is currently working in a project and at Maron Institute of Urban Management and a visiting associate professor at Columbia University in New York. Dr. Hong is an expert in urban planning and urban informatics. And then we will hear from her again in the discussion session. So how big data analysis can contribute to providing better urban services.
적으로 탐색하고 계신 것 같아요. 오늘은
Now she is going to talk about how to overcome the inequality in our society by analyzing the mobility data. Please, Dr. Hong, start your presentation.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for your time, and thank you so much for joining this session. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Boyoung Hong, currently an associate research scholar at NYU Maron Institute of Urban Management and a visiting faculty at Columbia University in New York City. Let me share my screen first. Although it's over Zoom, I'm very excited to be here today to give this talk, The Role of Urban Analytics to Fight Neighborhood Gaps. Today, I'd like to focus on measuring neighborhood gaps at the granular level based on large-scale mobility data. One of examples, this video shows human mobility in Greater Houston area during the Hurricane Harvey in Texas, 2017. Before the hurricane, we can see clear patterns of highways, commuting patterns, and normal activities in and out of downtowns. But when hurricane hit Houston on August 26th, basically, normal patterns of the city suddenly disappear and there are way less and sparse activities across the city. So this data with the proper computation represents neighborhood level response and evacuation patterns. It can be directly used for measuring hurricane damage and resiliency associated with neighborhood climate gaps. So we're probably now in the next phase of urban planning, and large-scale data in urban analytics can tell a story about urban dynamics in neighborhood gaps with respect to either everyday normal life or urban crisis. I'd like to mainly talk about a very timely research about the COVID-19 pandemic. Briefly, this research used large-scale geotech mobility data and machine learning technique to identify significant neighborhood disparities in neighborhood responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, which is very closely related to varying public health outcomes. This research has been done in partnership with experts in epidemiology, and it has been published in one of the most renowned top-tier journals, PNAS. So look at those two images. I mapped a very small random subset of smartphone ping data without any computation. The left one is before COVID, and the right one is 2 days after the stay-at-home order declaration. It clearly shows a significant change of mobility in neighborhood activity levels in Astoria in New York City. Again, mobility data tells here first urban dynamics in neighborhood activities. Despite universal policy implementation, the impact in response to the stay-at-home order is not uniform across neighborhoods, and this has contributed to further disparities in risk of infection. Also, there have been disproportionate public health impacts on vulnerable communities in terms of COVID cases and death, which may or may not be closely related to social distancing behaviors. We have had a hunch, but it has not been proved. Some previous studies often focus on core spatial resolutions, such as county or state level, because of data availability or computational constraints. However, social distancing behavior change and public health interventions, it should be measured and examined at the scale of individual neighborhoods. We know there is a significant neighborhood gap, and understanding this gap at scale, it would provide critical insight into the design and implementation of more effective and equitable public health policy. So this research project aimed at developing a method to identify and measure neighborhood gaps with respect to social distancing and public health outcomes, focusing on New York City case. This study firstly quantified neighborhood activity at higher spatial and temporal resolutions using large-scale location data mining. Then this study tests whether and to what extent behavior responses to social distancing policies vary with neighborhood characteristics based on computational modeling. The main data resource for this study is an anonymized large-scale geotech smartphone data provided by BAMPath, which is one of the third-party data providers. So it's basically smartphone ping information collected from more than 200 different applications, but data doesn't reveal any specific app information. The initial data size is 22 terabytes, not 22 gigabytes. And this study only focuses on the period from February through April 2020, so covering before, during, and after the stay-at-home order. After filtering data based on the New York City specific bounding box and removing non-valid users, the data covers approximately 13 million unique devices with 23 million pings. Then, in order to avoid tracking of individual devices, all data points were spatially and temporally aggregated at 250-meter grid cell and 5-minute interval. Those aggregated data points were integrated with land use rasterization information to classify individual pings into 4 different groups of neighborhood activities: residential, non-residential, outdoor, and vehicular activities. Many COVID-19 related studies have focused on the relationship between COVID-19 infections and population size or population density. Most research are based on census population data, which does not represent actual activity density in the neighborhood due to its static nature. So this study defined and developed an exposure density concept. Exposure density is a measure of localized activity occurring in areas that can be associated with an increase in risk of exposure to others that may be infected. Basic assumption is that people who change their behavior dramatically and stay home have less probability of close contact with infected people. So this exposure density concept mainly takes into account non-residential and outdoor activities. So mathematically and computationally, exposure density measures the number of unique devices in a given geographical and temporal unit by land use type. So for the first step of measuring exposure density for this study, I computed the hourly number of unique devices in each 250 meter grid cell and the corresponding land use category based on the raster cell. So this time series plot in the slide shows the citywide non-residential and outdoor activity change over the time from mid-February through the end of April last year. So overall, we observed an approximately 20% decrease in neighborhood activities outside of residential buildings after the stay-at-home order. This slide shows a descriptive picture of neighborhood activity change over the time period in the city based on the exposure density metric. So first, time series plot describes average neighborhood activity by land use type by 250 meter grid cell before and after the stay-at-home order. So top two plots are citywide average neighborhood activity volume change, and bottom two graphs are citywide average neighborhood activity proportion change. Red lines are residential activities, green is outdoor activities, orange is non-residential activities, including offices or commercial spaces, and purple lines show vehicular activities on the highways and the major road without pedestrian access. As you can see here, after the stay-at-home order, overall neighborhood activity volumes decreased, right? And weekday 9 to 5 patterns have disappeared. So for the activity proportions, residential activity proportion has been dramatically increased, while other activity types decreased. The right map shows a spatial pattern of the exposure density change by 250 meter grid cell based on the activity volume change of non-residential and outdoor activities during the two time period. So 2 weeks period before the COVID and after the stay-at-home order. So higher density neighborhoods, including most of Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, Long Island City, decreased exposure density a lot. But outer borough neighborhoods show rather increasing neighborhood activity after the stay-at-home order. To understand disparities in exposure density and behavior responses to social distancing mandates across different neighborhoods, I applied an unsupervised machine learning clustering algorithm based on a pre-post comparative analysis. I extracted exposure density subsets for 2 different 2 weeks period. So the pre-impact period, so February 16th through February 2019 last year, and the post-impact period, March 29th through April 11th last year, to measure changes in exposure density before and after the stay-at-home order. In order to take into account both the absolute change in activity volume and the change in the proportion of activity types, a total of 6 input variables were created for the zip code neighborhood clustering analysis. The neighborhoods are classified into 5 different groups. This slide visualizes the spatial patterns of the clustering output and time series of neighborhood activity and where that activity is occurring by land use type. So again, red is residential, orange is non-residential, and green is outdoor activities. Group 1 and Group 2, they're primarily located in Manhattan and downtown Brooklyn, and they represent substantial changes in exposure density after the stay-at-home order. The average activity volume change for group 1 and group 2 is minus 56.5% and minus 33.5% respectively. And it means that these two neighborhood groups experienced significant declines in normal activity levels across all land use types during the pandemic. In group 3, total 43 zip codes neighborhood, it shows a 19% decrease in exposure density. Although we see a marked outflow of residents, these neighborhoods maintain a stable proportion of activity between the different land uses. So this indicates that residents who remained in these communities largely maintained their regular behavior patterns. Neighborhoods in the group 4 cluster, they have stable activity patterns over time. However, this neighborhood did not see a significant outmover population. So I labeled stable group for these communities. And lastly, in comparison to other clusters, group number 5, neighborhoods, it demonstrates a 20% increase in local activity volume for residential activities and a 7% increase in outdoor activities. So in addition to increasing overall neighborhood activity volume, residents staying in these neighborhoods are found to shift activity to residential buildings by 10% and away from non-residential and outdoor activities by 6%. While non-residential activities are found to decrease as a proportion of these activity types, the increase in the overall volume of activity leads to a net increase in exposure density compared to the pre-COVID period. And this slide shows descriptive statistics of neighborhood features for each group, and it reveals very distinct neighborhood profiles based on changes in exposure density over time. So for example, most neighborhood in group 1 and group 2 overflow groups, they have a higher percentage of younger, non-Hispanic white residents, relatively small average household size, and household higher incomes in education attainment. Group number 3, stable outflow communities, they have higher proportions of racial and ethnic minority and lower median incomes, as well as significantly higher proportions of renter households and those without health insurance coverage. And additionally, a greater percentage of employees in these neighborhoods work in retail services and healthcare support occupations, essential businesses that were not required to close during the outbreak. And group number 4, labeled the stable group, it comprised socioeconomically vulnerable households in a high proportion of racial minorities, the second lowest median income, large average household size, high unemployment rate, lower education attainment, and a large share of healthcare support workers. Also, I found that the relatively modest change in exposure density in the stable groups is associated with significantly higher infection rates. So in particular, the stable neighborhood group, which is group number 4, it shows the highest case rate, death rate, and positivity rates in the city. In group number 5, outer borough communities, this group has the highest proportion of elderly population, the largest household size, moderate incomes, a relatively lower percentage of racial and ethnic minorities, and a significantly higher home ownership rate. So this indicates that activity in these neighborhoods where housing density is the lowest in the city, they became more localized compared to the pre-COVID. The effect of this local activity was an increase compared to the pre-COVID level in the probability of coming in contact with others outside of the household or family unit. As a result, this group number 5, they experienced the second highest infection rate, even though they have the relatively low built environment and population density compared to the other neighborhoods. And lastly, I evaluated the effect of neighborhood change on COVID-19 infection rates for the neighborhoods. So I firstly developed log transformed bivariate regression models based on relationship between exposure density change and 4 different infection rate metrics: case rate, death rate, positivity rate, and fatality rate. So there are clear relationship between exposure density and case rate, death rate, and positivity rate, but as expected, not being a statistically significant determinant of mortality rate. So based on the simple modeling, I found that if all neighborhoods in the city reduced exposure density by 10% as compared to normal activity levels prior to the stay-at-home order, approximately 29,000 COVID-19 cases could have been avoided, and almost 3,000 lives could be saved through the end of June last year. This research also developed multivariate log transformed regression models to identify any significant effects of exposure density on infection risk, controlling for neighborhood characteristics. So I combined both outflow cluster groups like group 1 and group 2, and used a stable neighborhood group, which is group number 4, as the reference case for dummy variables. After accounting for neighborhood covariates, I continued to observe statistically significant coefficients for the exposure density variables. So neighborhoods that reduced exposure density show a 44.3% lower positivity rate compared to the reference group. For outflow neighborhoods that maintain the distribution of activities across land use types, the output shows a 23% lower positivity rate. So these findings provide additional empirical evidence for the effectiveness of social distancing as a non-medical intervention strategy to reduce COVID-19 spread. And it reinforces that proactive neighborhood behavior change, it can help to prevent transmission of the virus during the pandemic. In terms of socio-demographic features, as importantly, race and ethnicity, age group, and socioeconomic status, they are found to have statistically significant effects on neighborhood infection rates and disease outcomes. Neighborhoods with larger proportions of minority and lower income population are more likely to be at risk for virus transmission. To recap, this research project analyzed large-scale geolocation data and granular land use classifications to measure high spatial temporal neighborhood activity level and exposure density. So the findings from this research demonstrate distinct patterns of activity before and after the stay-at-home order across neighborhoods in the city. So these neighborhood patterns are clustered into 5 different distinct groups, each exhibiting statistically significant differences in socioeconomic, demographic, and built environment characteristics. The variation in exposure density has a direct and measurable impact on the risk of infection. In neighborhoods where exposure density decreased the most, they have lower rates of infection, positivity rates, and death rates per capita, controlling for other covariates associated with the social determinants of public health. The communities hardest hit by the virus, they were in the stable neighborhoods where residents faced multiple challenges and risk factors. These communities have the largest proportion of racial minorities among the lowest median incomes and the lowest rate of health insurance coverage. These compound risks resulted in these vulnerable communities facing the burden of the highest rate of infection, death rate, and positivity rate in the city during the study period. So even though the universal policy program has been implemented to all neighborhoods, responses to this policy were totally different across neighborhoods depending on their circumstances, probably social norms and other external factors. This large-scale data analytics research demonstrates a clear neighborhood social distancing gaps, resulting in significant neighborhood public health gaps. This novel research method and findings have clear contributions. First, a developed computational approach to measure exposure density at higher spatial and temporal resolution is scalable. So this method and computational model can be applied to other cities or other events to understand neighborhood activity patterns at scale. For example, this approach is scalable to any aerial unit of interest. This research utilized a 250-meter grid and aggregated to the zip code level to match the geography of reported COVID-19 data. However, it is possible to apply the same methodology and same metric to point locations or grids of any size and then aggregate the units to other common administrative or political boundaries, such as census tract, counties, and metropolitan areas. And second, this research provides a foundational findings of neighborhood gaps. This research demonstrates the significant disparities in behavior responses to social distancing and health outcomes for racial and ethnic minorities and lower income households. And this objective findings contributes to theorize neighborhood inequalities and gaps regarding different urban phenomena. And lastly, the study contributes to suggest a tool for the design and evaluation of equitable and targeted public health interventions based on hyperlocal exposure density measurements and measured neighborhood gaps. So instead of applying a universal policy program, the city government can adjust or add on their policy program after quantifying neighborhood disparities. As this diagram shows in the slide, targeted and localized social distancing policy interventions, it would break or at least weaken the linkage between neighborhood social demographic disparities and social distancing gaps, or the linkage between the social distancing gaps and the public health gaps. So thank you so much for listening. I am happy to answer any questions. 감사합니다. 질문은 한글로도 가능합니다.
잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hong. It was very extensive data with a very simple and clear idea, coming up with a very clear conclusion. It was very impressive. Let us move on to discussion right away. And Dr. Bruno Durkan and Dr. Hong, are you joining us online? Yes? So I would like to introduce you to the discussants. First, Professor Kang Myung-gu from University of Seoul. He is the head of Smart City Institute at the university, and he is active in World Bank and Urban Planning Society. And he has published 2 books recently. And second discussant is Professor No Seung-chul from Hanshin University. And based on various land use, migration, land property, he's doing a lot of active research. Next discussant is Dr. Jung Mi-ae, Research Fellow at Science and Technology Policy Institute of Korea. Her area of research is very much related to innovation. At Science and Technology Policy Institute, she has been studying regional bipolarization in COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Before we begin the discussion, I would like to ask or confirm a simple question and also hear your views. Will that be okay? First of all, to Dr. Kim Seung-yeon, I have asked you a question, and to Dr. Hong Bo-young, in your research,
You have talked about the relationship between social distancing and inequality or disparities. In Korea, we wear masks all the time. So when it comes to exposure density, do you think it can be relevant in Korea where we wear a mask all the time? Am I the only one asking questions here? Why don't we collect the questions first and then get the answers from the speakers before we move on to discussion?
네.
Well, my name is No Seung-chul, professor of Hanshin University. Thank you very much for speaker for great, outstanding presentation. The moderator asked me to say a very short question. I would love to have like whole full day discussion with all the speakers, but unfortunately I cannot do that. Dr. Bruno Durkun, well, your presentation was superb. Big data and AI could be our hope for the cities, but at the same time, you gave us example of Matat and Matatu, and that example or that case, especially in the process of creating the application, you talked about the residents' participation. So UN Habitat went to that place and carried out the project, and you completed the project. In the process of that, the Nairobi resident, how much do they participate? Can you elaborate? I just wonder about the citizens' participation in Nairobi. And now, Professor Hong Bo-young, I loved your conclusion. You talk about unique device expression, but what do you mean by unique device? When you say device, are you talking about non-human being or mobility data or the device that produced the mobility data? Can you clarify? I'm a bit confused.
발표 순서대로 좀 답변을 주실까요?
So, Bruno, Dr. Bruno, would you like to begin first?
Thank you for the kind comments. And yeah, it's a very relevant question. Participation in big data programming and initiatives. When I provide the message about people-centered smart cities, yeah, then participation is obviously important. In the case of Nairobi, yes, of course, it worked with participation, especially with the operators of the Matatu. The Matatu are these small minivans, which you so often also see in Asia, and they are a mixture of individually owned or small cooperatives. It's a very chaotic business, and that's why it thrives in that chaos, responding to demand, haphazard regulation, unclear trajectories. But they are visible. They are there in the city. They are driving around, and everybody knows everybody. It's a network. And this project, of course, could make use of that visibility of these vans and these operators and these small cooperatives being around. And build in the sensors and connect the mobile phone data, and in only a year or 18 months time, build up actually that wealth of data to finally have the transportation map of Nairobi, which is not an official map. It's a map created by the participation of all the operators. The other point was that it becomes a very nice example of people-driven big data because the reception by Nairobi citizens was so positive. Out of the blue, a full map, as nice, and I give a poor representation of this nice transport map that they now have on their phone, but as nice as a good transport map in Amsterdam or Tokyo or Seoul. Yeah, it looks in the same fancy way, but it came out of big data and participation. So it worked. And the final point is that, of course, there are other layers of research and academic collaboration. And then in that respect, the inequality data, the income data is, of course, from statistics. It's not from participation. And it's the layering that creates a new narrative, new perspectives, And of course, also that vision that smart mobility with either with minivans for poor people as in Nairobi, or with electric driverless cars in the future cities is a blessing and is a problem at the same time, because people like it in an instant for marginal gain, but it does not bring sustainable transport, less cars, less pollution, nor it brings, in the case of Nairobi, solutions to the severe spatial inequality, the severe segregation between neighborhoods. It actually makes it more permanent. So all these things are interesting, and it's this layering of information that brings new insights and new possibilities for policy. Thank you.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. I've received 2 questions about data related to social income inequality. Income inequality, I mean, the people who are rich makes more money, and people who are poor makes less money. And inequality seems to be reduced now because from 2008, Korea National Tax Office began identifying income levels of individual business owners. And before that, individual business owners' incomes were not properly assessed. They account for 30% of income earners in the Korean economy, and they are now using a lot of credit cards. 10 years ago, when we bought $1 product, we could not use credit cards. But these days, we use credit cards even for small amount transactions. So the individual business owners and small business owners, their income have been more transparent. So instead of being underestimated, they are getting higher or more accurate evaluation of their income. So low-income people's income have been made more transparent, and that makes it seem as if the social inequality is being reduced. So it's a matter of tax collection policy change. The most important question is after COVID-19 outbreak, but the recent data in my research was from 2018, and COVID-19 broke out after that. And what about the inequality after COVID-19 outbreak? I think there are 2 ways to answer this. We could look at other data, and we are seeing disparities or inequality deepen in our society, and we are actually feeling it in our day-to-day lives. But can it also be proven in analysis? Last year, when we did the household census, when people were asked if their income changed before and after COVID-19, the income difference was not as big as we imagined. Statistically, we have to find out the reason why, because we're feeling very serious level of inequality, and also inequality between generations seems severe, but the data is too early to show that disparities. Thank you very much. And you're saying richer people probably have hidden their income. And now the indices or data are being globally standardized. So the data are being normalized. So going forward, inequality data must be observed and followed. That seems to be the conclusion. Dr. Hong? Let me answer the question, social distancing and its relationship with inequality. In the case of Korea, well, the situation was different. But in New York, in the initial stage of COVID-19 outbreak, it had been hit hard, and the government imposed very strict social distancing rules, and everybody had to stay at home. At that time, pharmacies, restaurants, public transportation, except for the very essential services, everybody had to stay home. And those who cannot work from home, especially low-income people or who had to go to work, they have been made vulnerable to infection. And that led to lower income people, more vulnerable people, especially people who are not covered sufficiently with health insurance because of their profession, had to continue to go to work, and they have been exposed to virus. And this deepened those who cannot work from home, and they were scared of being infected, and sometimes they decided not to go work, and then they were fired. They were fired from work. So people, depending on the type of occupation and their health insurance coverage, well, the personal choice mattered. Personal choice against social distancing led to deeper inequality. And Professor No has talked about asked question about unique device. If I spoke in Korean, I was afraid I would not be able to communicate myself fully. So by unique device, it's the mobile phones that individuals have. So in the case of data, recently we analyzed the COVID data, but before that we have been studying the data from 2018. And then we looked at how much information has been collected, how many data sets from mobile phones. Was it individually owned data? Mobile phones were automatic machines, so we had validated that. And for New York City research, we only looked at individual mobile phones or individually owned smartphones. It was a very good and thorough answer to the questions. Now we are going to move on to the discussion, and I would like to ask the discussants to share their ideas and comments. How should we go in terms of order? I think Professor No should go first.
Dr. No first, and then Dr. Chung, and finally Professor Kang Myung-go. Will that be okay? Yes, please start, Professor No. Thank you for asking me first, because if I become the third discussant, I wouldn't have much time. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. Well, the topics that we are addressing is extremely important. I feel like this is like water flowing naturally, because we've been talking about the overall Seoul metropolitan area inequality existing in Seoul, mentioned by Director Kim, which was once again followed by how we can identify the challenges and issues using the data source that we have accumulated. And then finally, it was mentioned by Professor Hong and Dr. Park about the application and utilizations of big data, whether it is economic sector or in the healthcare perspective. There are definitely gaps and also disparity, and especially during the COVID-19 era, how much the inequality and gaps in COVID-19 are affecting the cities. So it was well mentioned. And finally, Dr. Bruno Durkon, it was great because despite all the challenges that we are faced with, still big data and big expectation, and once again, the digital transformation, all of this is giving us an opportunity. It is enhancing the life quality and giving us hope so that everyone can enjoy a happy life. So this was like a flow of a water, giving us finally the conclusions of happiness. So I really enjoyed the 4 presentation. Although we had 4 speakers, but I sincerely hope that the 4 speakers represent the trend that is happening in the urban city. So that was my thought that popped up in my mind while I listened to the 4 presentation. I'd like to pose a question to speaker one by one. Dr. Bruno, You mentioned in your presentation, you partially answered my question as well, but let me ask question again. Big data, AI technology, it creates city development, sustainability, and also the resilience are beefing up, strengthening, but and also big data and AI is helping vulnerable people to enjoy better life. But during your presentation, you keep emphasizing the importance of governance. So from the governance perspective, what kind of role should be played by city government and urban government or the central government? What should they do? And you share the example of Nairobi or developing country. What kind of future direction, what kind of preparation should these developing countries have? Now, advanced country with really excellent digital infrastructure, what should they do to resolve or to overcome the inequality? Do you have any idea or any advice? I'm sure that you have a lot of experiences, a lot of case studies, so please share your advices. Please forgive me for asking one more question. And, well, my question goes to Professor Hong. Very short question. Well, during the COVID-19 pandemic, people are suffering economic difficulties, and a lot of our focuses are, especially including the central and city government's policies, are focused on the vulnerable people. But you talk about stable group. You mentioned several times that we need to put a great emphasis on stable group. But stable group showed no movement at all. And were they always stable group even before the COVID-19? Or now's the time to move around, but are they still stand still and just show a stable group? And why are you referring them during the COVID-19 era? What are they doing? And stable group policy-wise or city urban planning-wise or city function-wise? Do you have any cases of New York? Probably you've been studying a lot. So regarding the stable group, if you have any comments, please let us know. So should I hand over my microphone to whom? Yes, that's all. Thank you.
일단 저희 답변을 갖다가 좀 모아서
We'll give the speakers a chance to answer all the questions after all the panelists have taken their turn. So, Dr. Jung Mi-hye, would you like to go next? Thank you very much. I'm Jung Mi-hye from Science and Technology Policy Institute. Our institute studies economic and social policies based on science and technology. And I'm doing local innovation-related research. And what is the role of science and technology in promoting the growth of local community? That has been the focus of our research. In today's forum, I am reminded that science and data technologies can play the role of a system for local growth. And in our field of research, we need to continue to develop these technologies. In our research, we did not study that much about bipolarization or income inequality. But I think I'm invited here because of one of the research that we did, like regional bipolarization in the pandemic era. It's part of the future research that we do every year. Since last year, our institute has been studying the future vision of post-COVID era, and the theme of this year was bipolarization, and I focused on local, regional bipolarization or local inequalities. And in Korea, the biggest bipolarization exists between Seoul metropolitan area and other remote areas. And also there are local hub cities, rural areas, fishery areas, and also bipolarization within cities. In our research, we looked at Seoul metropolitan area versus non-Seoul metropolitan areas. And we've compared with OECD data. And compared to OECD, Korea's bipolarization is not the highest level, but relatively, when people feel this, regional disparities or regional gap, people feel it very strongly. That is mainly because we have gone through intensive growth rate after the Korean War, and we have developed our economy based on export, and the policies has been responsible for regional disparities. And this leads to political differences and political gap. And the previous government administrations tried to reduce the inequalities or bipolarization. Regional bipolarization could be a source of social conflict. In terms of inequality in income and population, and also education, culture, welfare, so inequalities are presented in various aspects of our lives. And on top of such inequality, COVID-19 has added difficulties to the vulnerable groups of people, creating a vicious cycle. And our research focused on this. In our research, we looked at global trend monitoring tool and data from Korea media companies. And we looked at 5 themes for post-COVID era. 5 themes were income, population, education, culture. Very broad 5 themes. And for those themes, we've gone through a citizen workshop to identify some of the future plausible events or incidents. When we looked at these plausible future incidents, there was high level of anxieties and concerns about digital divide. And people were most concerned about digital divide or problems that can occur to elderly people and young people in local areas being degraded to platform workers, and lack of accessibility to healthcare and medical services. But this was also related to, depending on how technology is used, they also showed some optimistic that these disparities could be reduced by using the technologies in the best way. Urbanization, industrialization, or can be concentrated in certain regions, and local bipolarization is a byproduct depending on how we access technology utilization. People seem to believe and be optimistic that their future could be better by using technologies. Cluster policy is one of our major innovation policies. Cluster policy is related to regional inequality, and imbalanced growth theory tells us that, of course, you can grow by concentrating things. And knowing that, in order to expand growth, if we focus on I think we should continue to do concentration strategies. But on top of that, we have to care more about social safety nets so that we can continue to resolve bipolarization issues. So We've talked about urban inequality, big data, smart technologies. And what we have discussed today could be an alternative to resolving imbalance in our land use. Thank you very much.
When we talk about inequality among the regions within the cities, inequality, disparity, the gap, we need to detect, try to dissolve that. So we can definitely get a lot of ideas and advices. Last but not least, Professor Kang Myung-gu, please begin your discussion. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here. First of all, I'm very pleased to witness that we are having this kind of discussion. I'm so grateful because today's session is so meaningful. And at the same time, there are two ideas that appear in my mind. And I'd like to share that with you first. Very vaguely, we thought about this concept, or we had these narratives about the big data or the cities or urban life. But now, using big data as a tool, we are analyzing the city itself, understanding urban life, and this is a huge change. The impression that I had is this is like whether the sun is rotating around the earth or is earth rotating around the sun. You know, we had two different views, right? When you look at the stars, but after we developed the telescope, after we have accumulated the data, we were able to prove using science that the Earth is the one that moves around, rotating around the sun. So it's a similar thing, I believe. We had this vague idea, but now finally accumulating the big data and analyzing the big data, finally we are able to prove scientifically with evidence. And instead of relying on our feelings, our senses, we have this concrete proof, evidence, fact, which are gathered through big data. This is a quantum leap from the past. In light of that, I think what we are having right now is a really meaningful. And second idea that appears in my mind is now's the time that we finally started everything. So since we took the first step, we need to go a long way. And we've been talking about big data, how to use them for a long time. And on the horizon of having this discussion, we thought about DIKW model. And what I mean by DIKW is start from data, we extract information, and from information, we get knowledge. And based on knowledge, we can come up with a future wisdom. So the first word makes these acronyms. Now, the data itself, we have affluent, abundant data. And that's the first step. But from now, we have a lot of work to do. We have a long way to go. So since we have a data, we need to get knowledge, wisdom, and everything. And how can we do that? We need to make a great performance. So once again, this idea of having a long way to go appeared in my mind. I'll give one example. I think it was Dr. Hong who mentioned about it. The data in New York, she talked about that. The mobility data, she said that she used that, but depending on the sources of those data, she came up with a different result. Like you used the word unique device, like mobile phone data. About 10% of the sample, she did the research, and then she came up with a conclusion. So I thought about my own life, my daily life. You know that because of the COVID-19, I stayed at home. But usually once a week, I went to a wholesale market, like a supermarket once a week, and I bought a lot of things at one time. But as I work at home, I don't go to a large scale supermarket, but rather a mom and pop store right next to my home, which means that I don't meet people that I used to meet inside the supermarket. Is it because I don't go to the supermarket, or is it because I go to the mom and pop store? Maybe it's because I don't move much. Maybe it's mobility exposure. Then how should I use this mobility exposure? So that also thought came into mind. And and other people talked about the inequality or distributions, or all of you talk about these gaps. But I think we have tons of work to do until we come to the final conclusion, why inequality happens, how we can resolve that. So as Dr. Park mentioned, what we are facing right now is an exploration stage. So we need to explore many things. But instead of making a quantum leap into the future, we need to take a step-by-step approach. And as we take step-by-step approach, we need to explore more, identify more, understand more, coming up with more meaningful conclusions, and then we can take the next step. So we need to understand the implications of every single thing that happens around us. When we do that, then we can step-by-step get the information, use that as knowledge, and then finally we can get that and use that as a wisdom. So that's my conclusion. So that's all. Well, if my microphone comes back, I will talk more. Thank you.
Thank you. You are saying the Seoul Institute is doing a great job. Yes, that's true. There is a very high level of interest for this session. We have already received several questions from the online participants. Most of the questions are covered during the discussion. And let me also deliver some of the questions that were not covered before we wrap up. And because of the COVID-19, I think we need some study into social economic aspects of the citizens' life. What kind of data and research is Seoul City carrying out, and how are the data managed in terms of their quality? And Director Kim, you have been designated as the person to answer this question. Now, given the characteristics of the question, I think this question comes from somebody who's working at the Seoul Metropolitan Government. If the stress level of Seoul citizens can be shared as smartwatch, if we can develop some kind of stress level map for the city, what would be the government policies and legislation for the security level of such information? And I believe Dr. Bruno Durkan has shared some relevant question about acquisition, accessibility of such data, and how he has handled that in terms of legislation. And last question, anyone? No, I think no one can answer this question because during the pandemic, local contact and any disease prevention related inequality. But, government have spent a lot of money to stimulate the economy, causing inflation. And the money goes into the property market, causing structural barriers among countries and enhancing inequalities from country to country. This is not my area of expertise, so I don't understand this question fully. Between cities and between cities of different countries, what about the inequalities? What kind of approach can we have? And I think anybody who wants to tackle this question can tackle it. And now back to the order of presentation. And please answer these questions.
부탁드립니다, 브루노 선생님.
Dr. Bruno, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you so much. So many interesting observations and additional information and thoughts. We are really stretching the discussion from the virtual issues, big data, artificial intelligence, to real life, the real economy, our real experience with data and prosperity. I focus on the very first question, if you allow me so, and that is because it's my key message: governance. It is so crucial. I would like to convey the message to the audience that probably last year we had the first instance in the world where a national government collapsed because of an algorithm. And that was in the Netherlands. And the background of that, and it connects to this initial discussion about inequality and tax data, etc. The Netherlands, somewhere in 2010, 2011, created a law allowing the tax department, the national tax department, to basically screen the income data of the population and to find those who were cheating, underreporting income, and were cheating on receiving poverty benefits. And so there was a big data application. 2010, 2011, perhaps not yet very sophisticated, but by now, 2020, 2021, countries like European ones or Seoul or Japan could do that in a very sophisticated way. The problem was the law said that data were so good and so credible and so objective that there was no need for a complaint procedure. And so households which were accused of over-receiving government grants had no way to legally go to the government or to the courts to say that the data were wrong. And for years and years and years, most in the bureaucracy knew the data were wrong. The algorithm was wrong. And the tax department even got 30 million additional euros to create better data, and they were still wrong. The problem here was, and a smart technology specialist observed, that one, there was a belief that there was no issue of governance, that it was only an issue of data. It was an issue of governance, of just use of data. Secondly, the Netherlands has still no minister or state secretary for data. While in other countries, these positions are being created. Thirdly, he said, look at where the innovation is happening. It's happening in cities. And that is because big data and cities, as I explained, the two are part of the same ecosystem. It's agglomeration. And so cities like Amsterdam, Barcelona, Helsinki have policies in place in which every algorithm used by the local authority must be public, must be open for scrutiny. Of course, data are not all public. Some data have privacy limits, but the algorithms must be public. It must be possible to scrutinize whether the calculations made by government bureaus to make decisions are valid or invalid, or are erring in one direction or another direction. And of course, in addition, every procedure of the government should not be built on the fallacy that data are always correct and algorithms are correct, and you cannot go to court, or you cannot file a complaint. So the Netherlands was the first government that collapsed because of an algorithm. This is my message. And this colleague, smart city specialist, say, look to Helsinki, look to Amsterdam, look to Barcelona, which have policies in place to publish that. And that's why my appeal is for Asia-Pacific cities. It's 12:05 to start joining these global coalitions on digital rights for cities. I'm actually perplexed that not a single Asian city is a member of these global coalitions that stand up for digital rights for citizens, for transparency in the using of algorithms, that translate into policy the use of public data, that makes clear guidelines on how the private sector can or cannot be part of algorithm management and big data for public policy decisions. Not a single Asia-Pacific city is part of these global coalitions, but all the major cities of Europe, North America and Latin America, and even of the Middle East are joining. I think that is because Asia's cities are too much beholden to the fact that data are correct and algorithms are correct, that the specialist is correct, and there is no space for governance. So this is my message. I conclude with a message. Sometimes it's very simple. Finland has a national jealousy day. The 1st of November is the National Jealousy Day of Finland. What is it about? 1st of November, Finland publishes all personal income statements of all its citizens. So income statements, because we started to talk about inequality and tax and cheating. And are the poor people cheating, or are the rich people cheating? Are the shopkeepers cheating, or are the Uber drivers cheating? No, make it simple. Everything is public. And that is the National Jealousy Day, because of course everybody wants to know on the 1st of November what my neighbor earned and what the richest fellow in Finland earned. Now, this is the start of an approach to data, to information, that in order to work as a society, whether it's a city or a country with data, there must be fundamental public properties to it. And that is governance. If there are public properties to it, it's also very clearly defined what are the private and the privacy issues and the rights to privacy in that. The decisions where that distinction is between what is public and what is private, and how the government can work in a public way with public data or with privacy protected data, needs all to be defined. So my message is really to this audience: please talk to your colleagues in city governments, including in Korea. Join these coalitions like the Coalitions for Cities and Digital Rights, because they are initiating major innovations in digital governance for the future of our life in cities. And as I explained, in the case of the Netherlands, these are national governments which will have to learn from cities how to do it, because that was the message. We shall not have more national governments collapsing because of faulty algorithms and false belief in the power of data without public scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very astonishing, amazing, awakening. So we are going to continue to think about these issues along with the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I think the people from Seoul Metropolitan Government must have heard you. And then we will remember to deliver and share your strong and appealing message with the people of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Dr. Kim, in my presentation, well, I've mentioned that, I'm a social policy researcher, and in Big Data Forum, I don't know whether I'm supposed to be here, but we are planning to have a research on social capital. But we are not going to be developing a separate set of data, but welfare state data or Seoul survey or youth panel survey is something that we have been doing all along. And after COVID-19 outbreak, we have to define social capital and also social relations. After the outbreak, the young people we are also doing some research into one-person households and how the social relations has changed after the outbreak for young people and one-person households. And we are designing the questionnaires and surveys. I think that's all I can answer for now. And Dr. Park Hae-kyung, you haven't received questions, but you can also participate as a discussant. You can make comments about other people's presentations if you want. I think she has been caught off guard. She wasn't expecting this. Among the discussants who are here, if you want one more chance to speak, we'll give you the chance first before we ask Dr. Park again. Dr. Hong, yes. You have received some questions. Yes, please answer the question, Professor Hong. I think Professor No Seung-chul asked me a question. Stable group. Compared to the mobility before COVID-19, the mobility data stayed more or less the same. I think it's a geographical skill difference because in Korea, because of COVID-19, we didn't necessarily move into different neighborhoods or different houses. But in the case of the United States, especially wealthy people, when their family had second house outside the city, many of them moved out of the cities, meaning that stable neighborhoods were people who could not afford to move out of the city and who had to continue to go to work and who had to continue to work for livelihoods. So they suffered more than other neighborhoods. In terms of policies, the New York City continue to receive the feedback and complaints from the citizens. And based on citizens' feedback, if there is any particular region that has received more complaints, then the government put more police force into that region to keep social distancing. And stable regions were especially prone to high risk of infection. And they have opened a lot of pop-up clinics to have the specific targeted policies.
그러니까 저희들 꽤 오래.
Well, we've been discussing for some time. Do you feel tired or bored? I hope you're not. We are supposed to wrap up at 3 p.m. Korean time, so let's wrap up. Professor Kang, would you like to make a short comment? Yes, Dr. Hong just mentioned this, but let me just share with you a detailed message. In case of New York, if you look at New York data, they have mobility index or exposure date and etc. And if you look at your daily life, if you don't move around, if you don't go outside, you look at the exposure rate decreases, or on the contrary, you might not move around at all. You just stay at home, or you just go outside and you never come back. Do you know that Airbnb, they suffer from deficit, but because of the COVID-19, they are enjoying a tremendous profit surplus. Do you know why? Because people go to a certain place, stay there a month or 2 months using Airbnb. This is unexpected result or phenomena. So activity, something that dropped, suddenly we need to understand the implication of that. Probably we can interpret it in terms of the inequality. Why such thing happens? Activity, when we look at it, sometimes the residential activity increases, but if you look at the absolute number, it actually decreased. Comparatively speaking, it increased, but most of the time it dropped. What does it really mean? You need to understand. And of course, all of you are researchers, so unless you carry out an in-depth studies, probably we might end up making a wrong decision. So there could be some pitfalls. So I just want to emphasize that. And in the same context, the extreme heat or inequality, all of this, we need to think about the narratives. What kind of consequences will we suffer from? We need to understand that. So the first stage is opening the data, and secondly, Dr. Bruno talked about very important thing. Through this process, in Korea, the central government said that, okay, we will analyze and we'll give you the result, just follow that. That was the attitude, but we shouldn't stop there. We need to make extra efforts. We need to think about what should we do using this data. We need to make open this data so that each individual need to develop him or herself. And instead of the top giving answer and then give order, we need to change the system so that everyone can read it transparently and then make a decision. That's all.
어려운 말씀.
Yeah, that is a very challenging thing. Dr. Park? I was caught off guard, flustered greatly, but I'll try to pull myself together again. Since we are here for Big Data Forum, we've talked about data in depth, but I want to talk about something else. Compared to 10 years ago, we have more than enough data right now. We are flooded with data. You know, the most important thing now is the perspective of the researcher and the government's interest. What is the government interested in? So as for the existing data, I think we can look at a lot of new things, discover a lot of different things. And I talked about heat wave and inequality. I wasn't aware of this issue before. So if we believe there is inequality and begin to see the data from that perspective, I discovered many new facts, meaning that social priorities, highly important social issues must receive proper attention, and then that will guide us about how we can look at the data. Thank you very much. We've had a very long discussion, and I'm not an experienced moderator, and we have been jumping all over the topics and to the audience. I'm not sure whether you were able to follow us all along. But as a moderator, I really had a good time. Dr. Bruno Durkan started this session. And then from various perspectives, we've talked about inequality in our society. Inequality was kind of the keyword for our session. And we've talked about various research that are being carried out. And Dr. Bruno Durkan's keywords were all resonated across all presentations. And we can also learn a lot of things from the data, but we created big data, and COVID-19 has had impact on inequality level, and our response probably is the consequence or the result of inequality. So that has widened our perspectives about how we should understand and approach inequality. And I found today's discussion highly insightful and helpful. And let us conclude this discussion. I would like to thank Dr. Durkan, Dr. Hong, Dr. Kim, Dr. Park, and discussants who have joined us online and offline. Thank you very much. Now, we would like to conclude the fifth session.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Soo-jae, who's responsible for Big Data, CDO of Big Data Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government. This is the 6th session of this forum, and we are going to talk about potential and role of big data after COVID-19. And we have 4 speakers, and then we will have general discussion. So let me introduce you to the participants who are joining us offline. From my right is from Professor Chang Won-chul from Seoul National University, and from Statistics Korea, we have Director Yoon Ji-suk. And to my right is General Manager Kim Jun-ho from Shinhan Card. And we have Dr. Kim Min-young from Korea Credit Guarantee Foundation, and Mr. Kim Sang-il from the Department of Urban Data at Seoul Institute, and Officer Kang Soo-young from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and then Chief Manager Bang Mo-kyung and Professor Chang Won-chul from Seoul National University, and Professor Do Seung-chul from Hanshin University. We'll try to carry out as lively a discussion as we can. So we would like to invite Dr. Kang Soo-young for the first presentation. And the title of the talk is One Day in Seoul, When, Where, and How Much Do We Travel? Good afternoon. I'm Kang Soo-young. And today, I will talk about the social mobility data and one day in Seoul, where people travel, and I'll try to visualize that. This is not technically thorough analysis, but we were focusing on how to visualize the mobility. This picture in the background is the daily trajectory of people's mobility, and it looks like some kind of fireworks. This is my content. First, I'll talk about what kind of data we used and how the people's mobility has changed and what kind of detailed information we can gather from mobility data and look at hourly visualization of people's mobility. Then let's talk about what living mobility is. Living mobility is using Seoul as origin and destination. So mobility, it includes mobility within Seoul or mobility from Seoul to Gyeonggi or any other region, or coming to Seoul from other regions. This comes from public data of Seoul City Government, KOT's Transportation Polygon, and KT's LTE plus 5G signal data. For Transportation Polygon, in order to develop living mobility, this is a new spatial unit that has been developed for living mobility. This is at the granular level. KT signal level data. Well, in the second session, we talked about mobile phone data. Signal data is the cell tower and mobile phone communicating. But KT signal data is unique because every minute the mobile phone communicates with the cell tower. So it has very high level of resolution. Living mobility data offers precious information such as departure, arrival time and space, and type of mobility, and the sex age of traveler, and travel time and travel distance. This is not available for tracking individuals. This is an aggregate level. This data is used and it's open to public through Seoul Open Data Plaza and Seoul Big Data Campus. And you can use the data from January of 2020. And we have test data. And the test data is included 24 months of data. During the COVID-19 pandemic, this shows how the mobility has changed. The x-axis shows from November of last year to October of this year. And the circled area shows major policies. The blue circles include declaration of alert levels, or declaration like we are going into the with COVID era. The blue circles shows elevation of social distancing levels. Green light circles show relaxation of social distancing levels. And the graph at the lower part shows bar charts, and this shows the number of living mobility, and the red circle shows the newly confirmed cases. The orange ones or the yellow ones shows new cases in Seoul. Before pandemic, in November and December 2019, compared to that, there has been 4 waves of pandemic, and from November last year to January this year, there has been most drastic reduction in the mobility, down by 30%. And the third wave started in July this year, 4th wave actually. And for the 4th wave, even though the new cases increased, you can see mobility recovering. The characteristics of living mobility is you can see the previous month data. I think in November, I think the mobility must have gone up, and we'll be able to see that next year. And this is previous was by hour, and this is by day. What kind of information we can tease out from living mobility? And weekday and weekend shows very different pattern. Weekend is quite consistent, and weekend is quite fluctuating. For example, the number of daily trips, weekend showed higher number than weekend. And this was October 25th, 2021, Monday and Saturday. And daily trips during weekend has gone up, so there is only 10% difference. But when the pandemic was at the peak, the difference increased to 20%. It shows average travel time and distance. And weekend, it was higher than weekday. And spatial range was wider, much bigger for the weekend. If you look at the two pie graphs, this will show the clockwise part. And there is the mobility within same dong, and the mobility within same gu district, and mobility into different districts in Seoul, or mobility into other areas of metropolitan area. Others is very low. So you can see that weekend, more people are traveling out of the city. So the average time and distance increased for weekend. Next shows the number of people taking trips by gender and by age. And women moved around less than male. And during weekend, young people moved around more. If you look at the bar charts, the yellow stands for men, green women. During weekday, male moved around more than women. That is because male often commute more than women. Next, this shows the mobility type. For living mobility, there are 9 types. And that's determined by the origin and destination. One is residential, and then the other is for work or school related, and others. And if you combine the origin and destination, you can come out with 9 combinations. And I've shown just the 4 for simplicity. So compared to weekend, on weekdays, the number of commuters increased by 2 times. On weekend, 3/4 was home-based mobility. At the bottom, you will see bar charts, and it shows the mobility change by hour. One on the left shows the weekend, and during the day, in the weekend, as you can see, the commuting hours showed clear pattern. And this is based on the departure time. So between 6 and 6:02, there is a peak. But if you look at the destination time, the graph might be different. And this is one day in Seoul, 25th of October, Monday. It shows how the mobility of people can be represented. Let me show you how to read this PowerPoint slides. October 25th, 2021, Monday. So 5 o'clock. It's between 4 to 6 o'clock. The 2 pictures or the 2 maps shows the origin and destination. Origin and destination, arrival time, period, space. In the case of origin, there are 2 layers, the heat map and the network map. The blurred areas show yellow areas like Shindangdong and Cheoneo-il-dong. That's when a lot of people depart. In the case of network, the yellow is the origin, red is the destination, and origin, destination, that's included in both. The picture on the right-hand side shows Jongno, Yeouido, Gangnam. The number of people arriving in those areas is very big. The characteristics of this time is that early morning market located in Dongdaemun, and travel time and distance is bigger than average, daily average. So sometimes the travel time was almost 20 minutes longer. Let's look at the bar chart at the bottom. The yellow is male, green is female. The males in their 60 to 64 usually moved around a lot. This is 8 o'clock, 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning, and this is when people commute to work. The pie graph chart will show commute accounting for 65%, and home-based mobility is also part of commute. Commute here only shows regular commute, and home-based, some of that is commuting as well. In the top charts, the origin is main residential areas like Jingkwandong, Seochodong, Oryodong. Destination were usually Yeouido, Jongno, Gangnam, and Gasan. This is the lunch time. In terms of destination, Jongno, Yeouido, Gangnam. I work in Jongno at the same time, and many people travel around this time, and it's clearly shown here. And the weekend at the same time, when we compare the area, it is similar during the weekday, but Sangye, Hapjeong, these spaces appear. The bottom graph shows the comparison by age and gender. During weekend, younger people tend to move around a lot more than weekdays. This is midday. So home-based trips accounted for almost 50% of trips. And the characteristic here is that female above 60 moved around a lot. So based on this, people aged more than 60, we looked at if there was any disparity between different genders. Top is male, bottom is female, and the top, male above 60 years old, they usually go to Jongno, and women of same age tend to go to residential areas like Jingwan, Sangye, and Gildong. And the graph here shows the distribution. Distribution by space. Male, they go to Jongno most, but women, it goes down gradually, meaning that women have many more clusters than men. This shows 6 o'clock in the evening when people go home. So it will show the opposite direction of people going to work. And the right hand shows the trips to outside of Seoul and mini pet towns like Pyeole, Misa, Wire, and the subway line 9. People use that a lot to go home after work. At the bottom, it shows people not going home after work. They usually go to Jongno, Gangnam, Sinchon, Yeouido, major business districts. This is 9 o'clock in the evening, showed almost same pattern as 6 o'clock in the evening. Let me look at the graph at the bottom. This shows overtime workers who go home late from work. And we looked where they usually start from, Jongno, Gangnam, Yeouido, plus Daehakdong, Sinchon. The college campus towns pop up. Last but not least, this shows midnight 24. And now Shindangdong, Dongdaemun markets pop up again. Compared to weekends, Shindangdong disappears and replaced by Hongdae University campus town and Seokyeodong. And we saw Shindangdong again between 4 to 6 in the evening. But here, the average travel distance and average travel time was shorter here. And by gender and by age group, in the previous case, middle-aged men moved around, but now younger males moved around more than the older males. So to conclude, living mobility data enables and identify mobility with high resolutions using cell phone signal data. In the case of today, I looked at mobility characteristics based on the originating timestamp. But this data includes a lot of time clusters, and we can look at that by the type of travelers, by gender, by age group. So we can extract much more information from this data. And in the next presentation, I'm sure the following speakers will explain this further. The future task is to visualize this and how to link that with urban policies and how to respond, how to allocate public services after COVID-19. And living mobility data could be used in much more diverse ways. Thank you very much. I have a video. Should we skip this video? Well, everything has slowed down because I've included a video at the end. But if you need further information, please click the URL at the top, livingmobility.xyz. And if you scan the QR code, you will be able to access the same URL. And then if you access there, you will be able to see heat map, network map. You will be able to manipulate it yourself. So you're welcome to try this map. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. So that was a very granular explanation of what living mobility is. Seoul Metropolitan Government is working together with a lot of private data to produce and develop big data, and that data is shared with the public through Big Data Campus. And for transportation policies, I hope we can use this data more actively. Let me move on to the second presentation and the changes in the mobility pattern of citizens of Seoul. Mr. Kim Sang-il from Seoul Institute.
Hello everyone. I am Kim Sang-il and I have used the same data to come up with the pre and post-COVID, how the population moves around. And I wasn't able to secure enough time to do my research, so my report could not be a perfect one, but I hope you can enjoy it. Now regarding the methodology, Dr. Kang already talked about it. It's quite similar to what Officer Kang Soo-yeon talked about it, so I'll skip that part. But in the pandemic time, what has happened, especially the living population, what about their movement and what about their network? And as a conclusion, how has the node-centered traffic pattern changes as well? Now, I'll skip this, but within Seoul Metropolitan City, you can see that we categorize Seoul City, and in the past there were many types of data that we can measure the movement like the people who passes by, the information, it is included. And frankly speaking, in order to get the information about the people who moves around, they conduct survey once in every 5 years, but they don't understand every single things. So right after the survey, they try to analyze what has happened. But this time, the populations moving around, of course, it wasn't fully satisfactory, but the age, the time, the gender, those are things were quite helpful. So those were the benefit. In order to come up with the data, we have rearranged the data. For example, we try to abstract the age group. As was mentioned, the starting point of the data and all the way, let me just tell you what has happened. This shows the background of COVID-19 pandemic. And I don't think I have to repeat myself, but if you look at this graph, you can see that this dotted line, the people who have completed their vaccination. So more recently, although there's a social distancing measures being applied, it doesn't reflect really well. So it's not related with the vaccine. And of course, I wish I can look at all the data, but we have categorized into 4 periods, so P1, P2, P3, P4. P1 is the time when the baseline, which means that when the data started, January the 5th until 11th is the P1, the baseline. And due to the pandemic, the time when the movement were very much limited is after 1 year has gone by. So the P2 happened, second wave, and recently is a P4. There's 1 year of gap. So there is also the concept of the previous year and intensity. Once again, we can compare that. Of course, we can analyze the weekend, but we didn't have enough capacity to do that. So we only focus on the trips that occurred on weekdays. So we added all of that, and then we came up with the average daily trip concept. So this is how we have done. What you are looking at right now is a total daily trips. About 22 million of the daily trips occurred. At the time we gathered, if the number of the trips tends to happen and decrease as the number of the new confirmed cases sharply increases, and we can count that this is one trip, and based on that, it's a 22 million number of the trips. And if you look at the curve movement, as it was mentioned previously, the confirmed cases number has a close relationship with the number of the trips. In the period 1 and period 2 and period 3 and 4, P3 was a time when the movement was very much limited. There was a drop of around 32% of the movement. And if you look at P2, the first wave when it arrived, about 25% have dropped. And you heard previously that more recently, as the people get vaccination more and more, the newly confirmed cases, even though it increases, still people's movement does not contract. And here you can see that between Seoul metropolitan area, within Seoul metropolitan area, and between Seoul to Seoul, and with the neighboring Seoul metropolitan city area like Gyeonggi, Incheon to Seoul. The green colored number stands for Seoul metropolitan area, the whole Seoul metropolitan area, and we put that as 100. And the blue colored number stands for when we look at P1 as 100, how much reductions has happened? So in these changes within Seoul, in P3, a lot of figure decrease has happened. So in case when they passes by Seoul, the reduction has actually happened much less. But the contents that I'm going to share with you, P3, the period P3 and P1, you can compare the value and you can evidently understand the differences between these two. Now this is about trip attractions. So based on the destination, how much movement has actually happened per day? So we are trying to understand, and using that figure, we show this graph. And within Seoul metropolitan area, we try to categorize by each 구, or 구 means district, and compared with the Gyeonggi province district, you can see that within Seoul, there are a lot of movement. Of course, the area where there were a lot of movements or a lot of trips number, once again, it dropped drastically. This is about the trip production. Now, based on the departing time, we show this bar during the P1 period, around from 0 to 7 a.m., around 2 million people moved around, and the time during the time of going to the office, about 2 million, and during the daytime, 3 million moved around. And then we compare that with the P1, P2, P3, P4. P3, P1. If you compare the graph of the P3, you can see the outliner shows the overall shape. Compared with the previous time, a drastic reduction has happened, especially during the evening time or after evening all the way to the midnight. The departure time has dropped drastically. If you go to the P4, hourly trips, you can see that it's almost similar to the P1 time. It's recovered almost fully. So we see two characteristics. People who moved around during the luncheon time decreased, and during the dinner time, compared to the P1. P1 is a normal time, and it's not fully recovered yet. Now, we try to understand this increase of the trips in number. What's interesting is that during the commute time compared to P1, actually it increased slightly. And during the afternoon times, right after the lunch, during the afternoon times, once again, the movement or daily trips has rather increased compared to the pre-COVID time. I don't know if it's meaningful, but definitely the commuting time and afternoon working hours time, we can say that the movement or daily trips figure are almost normal to pre-COVID time. Now we have categorized these daily trips by trippers' age, and we compare P2, P3. As you can see here, P1 and P4, if you compare, children below 15 years old or adolescent between 15 to 25, the number of the trips in age group younger than 25 was decreased more sharply than the other age group. And probably it's because they don't go to school, they stay at home and received online school education. So college students or high school students, they don't go to school. They stay at home and received online education. But by the P4, in the all age group, it's quite comparable to P1, especially people over 65 years old, their trips increased compared to the P1, actually during the P4 period, there were a lot of daily trips. Now in relations with the trippers' gender. If you compare male and female, the number of the trips were more reduced in the female groups than male. Especially during the P3 times, a drastic decrease happened in female time, and P4, the decrease ratio compared to the P1 in both male and female group are almost the same. Why did females' trip number decreased? Why? First, it's because the economically active population, definitely there were more males than female. That's one reason. And second, there are schools where only female go to school, and they all stay at home, received education. That's why the females movement dropped. Now we try to analyze the destination regions or average trip length by origin. And we've done the review, and in each destination regions we have connected that, and we try to come up with the average trip length increase regardless of the origins or internal trips. And Seoul metropolitan area, on average, they moved about 9 kilometers. Within Seoul, about 4 kilometers. From Seoul to Gyeonggi or Gyeonggi to Seoul, about 21 kilometers. But by the P2 times period, everything increased. It means in case of the short distance, you can choose it, but in case of long distance, you cannot choose it. That's why. What's unique is that when P3 happened, average increased, and the trip length within Seoul increased, but the trip length between Seoul and Gyeonggi or Incheon province actually decreased. By P4 times, it recovered almost fully, but trip length, rather, it decreased. So that's the phenomena that we have seen. What you are looking at right now is daily trips by trip length. And we try to understand by using this as a histogram. And you can see that P1 and P2, these are a gap between the number of the trips. And regardless of the trip distance, a significant decrease has happened. As you can see here, please take note of the graph on the left. The black line stands for normal status or a P1, and the red line stands for P3, where it suffered a drastic decrease. P4 is a recovery period. In case of P3, below 2.5 kilometers of the trip length, actually it decreased, but between 2.5 to 5 kilometers, the density actually increased. So on average, if they move around, people whose trip length is longer, it becomes longer, and those whose trip length is shorter, it becomes shorter. Now, during the recovery time of P4, the shorter distance density increased, but the longer distance actually decreased. So that was the interesting thing. Now I have drawn trip OD network. I wanted to give a more realistic feeling, and I don't think that I could reflect this. So Seoul Metropolitan City has its basic plan, and I wanted to show this in the task. So I tried to show if you look at the link, shows the trip of origin destination pairs which are greater, and the thickness and darkness is proportional to the number of the trip. The size of the circle is proportional to the internal trip, and Seoul, as you know, has 3 centers. During the P1 time, 99.75% of the quartile, you can see that about 3,200 trip has occurred. So we try to show the proportions of to the number of the trips. And you can see like Jongno and Gangnam, Yeouido, and also the regional subcenters like Gasan Center or Sinchon, and also the area where the lines are thicker. Those are the centers that we have regarded. Of course, the center does not actually stands for its own intentions, but the center system that we operate once again shows a trip network. It reflects the trip network, and we hope they can be operated in a much better way. Now this is P3 and how it has changed. I don't know if you can see it clearly from there, but the gray colored area is the time of the P1, and we started drawing network during the P1 time, and then on top of the P1 we put the P3 network. As you can see, in case of the P3, 3,200 of the trip movement happened, but all the link, when it happens, the link disappears, and there are only 3 centers, Gangnam, Yeouido. So that's all we have. So more than 60% of the links among the specific centers and outside Seoul shows subsided number of the trips. I know that it's hard to understand, but I will elaborate as we go to the back slide. Now this is time-based patterns. And as you can see here, from the 7 to 11, which is a commuting time, you can see that the movement patterns for the rest of the centers decreased. City and district is the criteria that we have adopted, and comparatively speaking, it seems like there are a lot of movements. So it seems like Seoul and Gyeonggi area, it is linked, but if we go to P3, you can see a lot of network disappeared. And just have the feeling how it moves around. This is evening time. What's interesting is that during the evening time, there are a lot of movement going to Sinchon area. However, when the COVID-19 was in its peak, like P3 times, the trip patterns decreased actually during the peak time. Male and female, they have a different network patterns. And I tried to look for that, and we found out that the reasons are there are locations where women's university is located, and that's why there are a lot of females movement. And now during the P3 period, the movement of the male, and this is female movement of the P3 period. So these are the way that we try to understand the dissolutions of the network. And depending on the age, between 15 to 25 years old, that's the middle to high school students. Most of their trips happens inside Seoul, Gangnam, and Sinchon. And when it becomes P3, or area with a similar trip pattern to P1, you can see that the movement has totally changed. Now, age between 25 to 35, they just got a job or starting their jobs. They are not married yet, or they're about to get married. So that's the age group, and this is the network. You can see that most of the trips in and out from the metropolitan area of the northeast area of Seoul was decreased drastically. So the trip network changes that I have explained demonstrate the changes in centrality. Of course, there are countless ways to measure this centrality movement, and I just want to briefly show you that using the degree centrality and agent centrality, I try to calculate that. As you can see here, their centrality differs a little bit. There's a positive relationship between degree centrality and eigen centrality, and also based on the concentration level, it differs. So the centrality of these two, you can see that it's quite huge. But they show a different tendency, especially in the case of Yeouido, the biodegree is lower, but eigenfactors or eigencentrality is high. And once they go inside, they don't move around. So they work as if they are an island. And now it shows us changes in eigencentrality, prestige, centrality index, and the rank. And the blue color one is the time of the P1. And as we move to P4, the centrality moves around as well. In the network of P1, the centrality of commuting network before the pandemic is observed highly only in some areas. And compared to P1, it is observed the centrality of the task in P4 relatively higher. And after pandemic, P2, P4, the distributions of the centrality shows relatively less skewed. I don't think I have much time left, so I will skip a couple of pages. And here, I'm trying to show the changes in eigencentrality during the commuting time, the area where the rank was decreased and the area where the rank increased. And eigencentrality absolute power has not decreased, but if you look at here, the purple colored one are the area where it shows the greatest change, and green color is the lowest area. And if you look at here, P1, between P1 and P3, eigencentrality actually decreased. And I tried to show the trips of the area where eigencentrality was decreased. You can see that whether it is Yeouido or it's a central area, you can see that eigencentrality decreased. Now, this one here is interesting. Eigencentrality increased in the area of Yongsan or Cheonho Gildong area during the commuting time. Eigencentrality increased also. Same way, I try to understand how they move around during the business working hours. Now, during the evening times, there were areas where their trips decreased, and their eigencentrality increased. Now, in Gangnam area or Ogumdong and Cheonho-dong area, rather the rank increased. So absolute number decreased, but centrality comparative figure increased. So that was the change that I have witnessed. And now suddenly I'm jumping into conclusion. So this is my conclusion. First, new data available compared to the transportation data, the trip data based on the mobile ping gets rid of the blind spot embedded in the previous trip data from the credit card transaction or sample survey and shows the potential to be adopted as a major data source for policy making. A new trip data set may be more useful while it can be extended attributes or mover. COVID-19 pandemic reduced the number of the trips maximum over 30% than normal weekdays. This is caused by the new confirmed infected and distancing policies. As the vaccinated are increased, the number of the trips lost sensitivity to the infections of the policies. The trip network dramatically loses large number of the links, especially in the evening, of females and the younger. Most of the city centers lose their centrality during the pandemic. Nevertheless, some centers gain centrality relative to it absolutely. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Those of you who are listening to this forum, some of you might be expert, but some who are interested in big data so have joined that. One of the uniqueness of the big data is really difficult to understand at one time. So if you would like to have a deeper understanding, please make sure to visit Open Data Platform, and we are also uploading all the materials, so make sure to confirm all of these data. So we will go to the next speaker.
Now we are going to talk about a study on economic vulnerability to infectious disease of commercial areas. And Research Fellow Kim Min-young from Korea Credit Guarantee Foundation will be making the presentation. Good afternoon. I'll talk about our study on economic vulnerability to infectious disease in commercial areas. As the COVID-19 pandemic prolongs, the small business owners are suffering greatly. Their revenue is going down and many of them are closing their business. And based on the assumption that such problems might be repeated in the future, we thought that we needed to make proactive preventive measures to minimize economic damage. So we have decided to identify commercial areas that are especially vulnerable to pandemic and studied what kind of response strategies would be most appropriate. In foreign countries, they have developed community vulnerability index. Government institutions or schools or research institutes have developed this vulnerability index, and such research have made a lot of progress, but there were very few research focused on economic vulnerability. The other research focused mainly on infection vulnerability. But our study has focused on economic damage that small business owners suffered to develop economic vulnerability map. So there were two previous studies that studied economic vulnerability, and they were at national level, not at the individual commercial region. And they were not based on vulnerability assessment framework. They could not reflect the sensitivity and adaptive capacity. Over the past 20 years, there has been vulnerability-related research, and I have reviewed related climate change literature, and then we realized that the goal of vulnerability assessment can lead to difference in definition and approach to vulnerability. And there is the final point approach and starting point approach. Two different approaches. Vulnerability is the negative impact that remains after the system is exposed to difficulty. Starting point approach is when risk is highly uncertain and prediction is practically impossible. So instead of focusing on predicting the future, the focus is on enhancing the system by making up for the vulnerability of the system to make the system most resilient to any future potential challenges. So I thought the starting point approach was more useful for our research. So starting approach, our goal was to develop economic vulnerability index for individual commercial area. And this is based on sensitivity and adaptive capability. Sensitivity is the level of impact on system. Adaptive capability is for the system to adapt to the potential damage and respond and catch the opportunities to recover. We have to assess the internal characteristics of commercial areas. So we have developed our indices based on 2019 number. And the scope was the alley commercial areas, traditional commercial areas. So we looked at 1,490 commercial areas. And we only looked at 100 close to life business types. This is the type of data that we used, the data that we had internally and data we got from external sources like database of businesses, credit assurance foundations, credit assurance or credit guarantee data, Shinhan cards, sales data. There are two types of vulnerability index: sensitivity and adaptive capability. And the higher the number, the higher the vulnerability. And there is the physical sensitivity, customer sensitivity, and fixed cost sensitivity. For physical sensitivity, we assume that the shock was bigger when the commercial area scale was bigger. And we also looked at the types of business that is very sensitive to viral infection. And we looked at customer sensitivity. When the pandemic breaks out, people reduce their spending for leisure activities. So the commercial areas that depend on entertainment on weekends or evening was especially vulnerable. And tourism and tourist-related commercial areas is also very sensitive to pandemic. And as for fixed cost sensitivity, we looked at the amount of cost that small business owners have to spend. And if they had especially high share of rental cost or debt, we thought they would be especially sensitive. And as for adaptive capability indices, we looked at management capability, digital access capability, and financial funding capability. Management is, if you have been in the business for a long time, you would have built more expertise and funding. So we have estimated the average business period, and digital adaptive companies probably can cushion the shock better. So we thought about ways to measure this at the commercial area level. And we looked at Naver's smart place registration numbers. And funding capability. In order to survive the crisis, the businesses needed financial capability. So in terms of their credit rating, we assess their funding capability. So each of these indices, we multiply by 100, so it's a relative score. Vulnerability index is highly sensitive, and we also, there was reverse correlation with the adaptive capability. We applied same set of weights. This is a map of economic vulnerability. And as you can see, the red areas, the darker red areas shows higher level of vulnerability. 연신내, 불광천, and as you might have expected, 신촌 and Hongdae had very high sense of vulnerability. And also Itaewon commercial area was very vulnerable. So we looked at sensitivity and adaptive capability as well. This is sensitivity index. Gangnam, urban downtown area, large commercial areas showed high level of sensitivity, and college campuses also showed high sensitivity. As for adaptive capability, when you compare them to sensitivity index, this is the result of sensitivity. And the red areas are spread across the outskirts. So the downtown commercial areas seem to have less adaptive capability. So the commercial areas that lacked both in those adaptability and sensitivity showed high level of vulnerability. So we've looked at top 20 commercial areas with the highest level of vulnerability. Y-axis shows commercial areas. X-axis shows the vulnerability indices. The redder areas shows higher vulnerability. Each commercial area showed different areas of vulnerability. For example, Nuksakpyeong-yeok, the Itaewon commercial area, you will see these red boxes. For sensitivity and adaptability, they had low score. That is because in the Itaewon commercial area, they relied heavily on after work and weekend commercial activities and tourists. This is a tourist attraction, and the debt compared to revenue was high, and they had relatively short duration of business, lacking in business capability. However, Daerim Station, where there are a lot of commuters, they lacked in adaptive capability more than the sensitivity. And in spite of this high vulnerability, you have to have a deeper level understanding of what exactly they lack in to come out with tailored support programs. And we also looked at the bottom 20 commercial areas for vulnerability. The bluer areas are less vulnerable areas. As you can see, overall, these commercial areas have high adaptive capability and low percentage of fixed cost and low share of debt and rental cost. And these business owners tend to have longer duration of business. And Bangsan Complex Market, Mangwon World Cup Market, Yongsan Electronic Market, these were specialized markets and they showed low level of vulnerability. In the case of Bangsan, they specialized in packaging material and printing. Mangwon World Cup Market specializes in food ingredients and fruits. Yongsan specializes, of course, in electronic goods. So such specialized markets showed low level of vulnerability. And just like restaurant business, they are not as sensitive to infection as restaurant business. So I think that's why they showed low level of vulnerability. This picture on the right hand shows the fluctuation of annual revenue, and the redder areas have seen bigger declines in their sales revenue. And there was one exception to my conclusion. The downtown commercial area showed redder areas, meaning they have seen decline in the revenue, but in vulnerability index, they were blue. So this was an exceptional commercial area. So I've thought about this commercial area, like Gwanghwamun, Insadong, Jonggak, Myeongdong. They have a lot of restaurants that's vulnerable to droplet infection, and they had high dependency on tourists. But because we have given equal weights to other factors, these areas showed low level of vulnerability, but depending on commercial areas, we might have to change the weights given to each factors of vulnerability. And vulnerability index, after we developed the index, we needed to verify the validity of this index. So we looked at vulnerability index by commercial area, annual fluctuation, and we looked at its correlation with the business closure. For vulnerability, we looked at data before the outbreak, and we looked at the revenue that was recorded during the pandemic. The blue dotted areas show clear results. the higher the vulnerability rate was, the closure rate went up and the sales revenue went down. So this has proven that vulnerability index is valid. And this is for the same set of data. We've looked at top 30% and bottom 30%, and we saw the revenue decline rate and closure rate in highly correlated commercial areas. The revenue went down by 4.3%, bottom 30%. The revenue actually went up by 26%. And correlation with the business shutdown, higher vulnerability areas showed higher rates of business closure. So we thought that our vulnerability index was valid. And we have developed economic vulnerability index for each commercial area, and we believe it could be a wonderful tool to support decision making. We can identify commercial areas that needs additional support, and we can also identify what kind of strength each commercial area should focus on building. And the government decision-making makers, experts, and citizens need to have more active communications about this. And this instrument or methodology can be replicated to outside of Seoul. And as for discussion points, vulnerability index is based on ranking. It's not an absolute score. It shows the relative position. In calculating the index, because of lack of sample, there were some indices that we could not calculate. And for data availability issue, we only looked at 100 industries. And for lack of quantitative data, there were some areas that were not covered. And we also have to look at the joint action capability of the business owners in crisis, but we lacked data, so we could not consider joint action capability. And the government social distancing measures also had a strong correlation with the economic damage, but this is an external factor. So I thought our focus was on identifying the internal attributes, so we did not consider social safety distancing measure here. Our future goal is to develop conversation-type monitoring instruments. Second, we wanted to carry out further research in order to identify what kind of elements makes a commercial area more economically vulnerable. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. She has talked about a study on economic vulnerability, and with this data, we can analyze the vulnerability of commercial areas. And I'm sure it's going to be a very helpful tool. Let me move on to the next presentation.
We have with us Deputy Director Kim Jun-ho from Data Business Team Shinhan. You know, the data law is giving us huge implication, especially you might have a lot of questions. And the title of today's presentation is, you can see how utilization can happen in the pseudonymized information combination. Hello everyone, I was just introduced by the moderator. I am Deputy Director Kim Jun-ho from Shinhan Card. I work at a data business team. Well, unlike the three presenter, I'll be talking about something else. The three previous speakers talked about what are they doing, especially from the Seoul metropolitan city point of view. In my case, what I'm going to talk about is, as you know, data utilization is possible, especially combining the data is possible after the adoptions and the revisions of the 3 Data Act. So my perspective would be a little bit different than the 3 previous speakers. Last year, August 2020, you know, the data utilizations and data industrialization revitalizations has happened by enforcing the revisions of the 3 Data Act. And there was a judgment and various kinds of the data new deal was adopted. Not only the government, but also the private sector tried to come up with a different approach. The core essence of the 3 Data Act is safely, securely protecting the private data and overall data, but also utilizing those data in a more efficient and effective manner. And also we have the Data Administration Act, which means that in the public area, all government ministries can systematically utilize the data, and they can provide a support using network and establish policy, evaluate the policies. So these are what is happening right now. And including Shinhan Card, SKT, and Lotte, LG Electronic, all of these cases have gathered together and they came up with a private data dam called grain data. And you can see that this grain data is for the purpose of the private sector, which means that each company has his or its own data, but instead of using their own data, if we combine the data, the efficiency can be huge. So even though they know that it's much effective efficiency because of the lack of the law or legal background, they weren't able to combine the law. But with the adoptions and effectiveness of the 3 Data Act, all of these private sectors have agreed to build a grand data dam. And most representative companies have gathered together. Let me introduce who are the members of the Grand Data Dam. Among the telco operator, we have SK Telecom. Among the credit card company, Shinhan Card. Among the credit bureau, KCB has joined. Other than that, like a distribution, manufacturing, PJ company, other company, real estate, ICT, all of these companies have joined. As you know, the core member of the Grand Data, SK Telecom, Shinhan Card, and KCB, they are the most representative company who've been very active in collecting and utilizing the data for the past few decades. And they have using the collected data separately. They've done a lot of analysis so far, not only the private company, but public organization, including Seoul Metropolitan City. We've done a lot of analysis, but in each cases, they have done their own statistic analysis, but now they have upgraded their statistic. They've combined all of these data now. In case of Korea, you know that most of these companies are large conglomerates, and they, in a way, as a monopoly, they are dominating the market. But most of the time, Korean companies have really high quality data, like 27 million SK Telecom, Shinhan Card, 28 million of the data. We have that. So if we combine these data statistically, then heterogeneous data such as distribution, manufacturers by spatial unit can be combined as well. Now let me touch upon the statistical combination, because statistical combination is very important. The greatest benefit is there are no limitations. And I can elaborate later on, but the legal background, the provisions, the process must be complied with. The scope range of utilization is also limited. But if we combine the statistic data, we can definitely use it. So each company has its own statistic data, and in a very standardized methodology, we are applying our ways and then produce more data, and then statistical unit data products are launched now. And also, spatial unit combination can be another great advantage, because each company has spatial combination data, like each unit by unit, so they can produce it, and all different kinds of spatial unit data, when they are gathered together, 10, hundreds, and thousands, we can produce a greater insight. So these benefits, it's not easy to do so, but especially the statistical combinations of the data is very, very helpful. Numerous manufacturing and distribution company, they comply with the same statistical criteria. They can combine the data. I'll give one example. You can see in this slide that there's a space, and the standardized data segments are input and calculated, and at the same time, so-called mesh up, we call that as a mesh up. They are doing a mesh up, and they watch it together, and they can get the insight. For example, the population movement in Gangnam area, and the shops and retail sales in certain area. So spatial unit can be applied here. Now, retail, capital, and data, we can identify which area the youngsters spend a lot of money or spend their purchase goods, and we can come up with this spatial data. All kinds of data can be created. Exponentially, we can produce data. So based on the source data, raw data, we can continuously make additional data. Not only the raw data, but also cleaned data, processed data can also be produced. And the previous speakers talked about that as well. Now, the theme of today's topic, which I will start from now, is pseudonomy combination. Well, you know that the core essence of the Data Act is protecting the privacy, and among that, another core essence is the pseudonomy combination. So ABC company has its own information and data, and based on the agreement from each individual, they gather the information, and then if they transcend the boundary, then they can transform their data into pseudonym data, and the law allow that to do that. So within the three goals, they can do that: scientific purpose, or second, commercial, statistical, and public goods and public records. So within these three area, even though they didn't get the approval or agreement, they can definitely use this data. So the grand data in the Global Alliance, we've tried this. So we have developed the data product. The most representative, 3 companies, pseudonomy combined data-based product were developed. In KCB, you know that the credit informations are there, like auto lease, debt, all kinds of things, and more than 200 data set can be brought. From Shinhan card, each individual consumption, life stage, patterns, consumption, retail purchase patterns, the preference, hobbies. So more than 70 items were collected. In case of SK Telecom, their mobile phone data, their movement, and also their interests through the customer's search engine. So these information belong to each company, but we have combined them, and around 50 million items came into being. So the meaning of the 50 million means that each individual we can explain in various ways. In the past, the time and space, we transcended that, and we were able to analyze that. But on the contrary, pseudonomy combined data means we can have a lot of data about one individual. So 15 million pseudonomy combined data, that means in a very different dimensional information can be gathered. But here the core essence is we don't know who these people is. That's the pseudonomy technology. And if we know who that person is, then legally it's not allowed to use that. And these combined data can also be used within the legally allowed range. So we have combined this data in pseudonymic way, and we aren't going to do it once only or temporary thing, but we'll continuously do that. KCB and SKT and Shinhan Card, not only we three, but also we are trying to combine our data with other companies, and by doing that, we can create additional value. And this is going beyond the raw data, and if we continue to research, I'm sure that we can come up with a very meaningful different kinds of the data. That is our belief. And if we do that, we will continuously produce the product, whether it's a private or public. Definitely, our analysis can be provided as a service provisions, and that is our research purpose. From now, I'll be talking to you about the trends that we are working and what kind of result have we enjoyed after we've done analysis. So I'll give one example. We've done diverse analysis, but we wanted to understand the property or special characteristics of the high-end customer. And well, out of the two big data forum, today, this session is the last session, and among the high-end data, KCB, SK, and Shinhan Card, we have found out the common customer, which are 6.4 million, and out of 6.4 million, because KCB has the income data and total income, and Shinhan Card we have consumption data, but KCB has the total consumptions of the credit card or expenditure of the credit card. So the top 1% we define as a high-end and 10% premium customer. The remaining, they are the average customers. So we try to analyze their propensity, their features, and let me tell you what those are. The high-end customers, the top 1%, so their average annual income is about 160 million, and their credit card usage is about 72 million. Their total asset is 2.8 billion. Well, the figure is much smaller than we expected. And in the process of gathering the data, probably the customers whose consumption level is 10 billion or 100 billion, it was hidden. But those outliers, like their income level is like 150 billion, there is a possibility that their privacy can be disclosed. So we don't collect those data. We have set the ceiling cap. So together with the data professional company, we have set the cap. So I believe that it could be much higher. So this is the overhaul, and the income, the card consumptions, and total asset is this. So where do they live? We have analyzed this. Most of them live in the metropolitan area. Of course, there are some in Busan area, but mostly they live in Seoul metropolitan area. And we try to understand the number of the customers. So you can see definitely number 1 is Gangnam, Seocho, Songpa. So these are 1, 2, 3 figure high-end customer. Ulsan City and Daegu Susang district. So Namgu is regarded as Gangnam of Seoul metropolitan city, and Suseong-gu is regarded as Daegu, most affluent city. And now we try to analyze the MG high-end customers, around 2,000 high-end young clients. Mostly they live within Seoul metropolitan city, and they don't live at all in other city than Seoul city. Of course, from these data that we have gathered, we found that about 20 to 30 years old age group, they live in Seoul metropolitan age. And what's interesting is that Gangnam, Seocho, mostly they live, but in Hwaseong city of Gyeonggi, it's the second area. So high-end customers reside there. We try to understand why people live there, so I try to look at that. According to CNN, in 2025, Hwasong will become the most affluent, the fourth most affluent. They have Hyundai, Kia, these startup companies. About more than 10,000 companies, startup companies are there. That's why they have this statistic. That's our prediction. So we try to analyze them, as you can see from this slide. How did we segmentize that? First, KCB has all kinds of data of Korean people, because right after the credit card crisis in early 2000, you know that credit card information is very important. We analyzed that. We economic active populations, about 43 million data collected by KCB, and based on that, we have categorized top 1% and top 10% premium customers, and also gender-wise, MZ generations, and also senior middle-aged people and the silver generations. And also the characteristic, more than 60 factors were analyzed, and about 150 million factors were analyzed. And this is most effective way to analyze that. And we have identified 18 items and Shinhan Card 24, SKT 24. So total of 66 items were analyzed. In case of KCB, income, credit card, consumption, and net capital. And Shinhan Card, their consumption by items. And SKT, mobile phone information, movement information, and mobile app, search information. So all of these six information, we have processed that and came up with the result. So let me introduce a couple of things. Of course, this is a matter of course, but their investment interest is really high. Blockchain, real estate are really high, especially security, high-end, especially senior to middle-aged people were interested. And in case of security, high-end premium or top 1%, they were definitely interested in security or stock investment. But KCB, they have the data about the actual possessions of their houses. And high-end female silver, especially among the high-end, the female, they have the highest rate of the house possessions. And high-end silver, they have a great interest. And this is quite interesting as well. Now SKT try to understand what are their interests in the luxurious goods and Starbucks, and also the overseas trip. We have compared that by Shinhan Card. And luxury product interest, we expect it to be really high, but actually not really. I mean, premium customers and high-end customers, not much differences. And MZ generation, 20 to 30 years old, regardless of their income or consumption, MZ generation has much greater interest in the luxurious good. But those who travel a lot to Jeju Island or overseas, in terms of taking action, high-end customers have absolute interest. So having interest and actual spending is very different, because disposable income level is very different than actual spending. They all have a high interest about the luxurious good, but they cannot afford to pay that. So the consumption is different. But if you look at the Starbucks consumption, there could be a minor differences, but high-end or premium, their customer, they don't have much differences, but 20 to 30 years old MZ generation, their spending at Starbucks are definitely higher than any other generation. High-end customers, we wanted to understand whether they prefer iPhone or Android phone, because absolutely there's a high percentage of people who use Android But there's not much differences about the iPhone preference. High-end or premium, they don't have much differences, but rather female MZ generations, they have a high possibility or high preference of using iPhone. In case of MZ, female, for the 20 to 30 years old, for them, the number one retail or the possible luxurious item that they'd like to use is iPhone. On the contrary, culture, leisure, travel, we try to identify that because Shinhan card, we have this information about sports, culture, leisure, accommodations, and five-star hotels, and SKT. They have movement or trips information like during the weekend. So we have analyzed that. And people who moves around during the weekend is mostly male, middle-aged, especially those who are interested in the five-star hotel, MZ generation. Regardless of their gender, they are all interested in high-end hotel, which means that the high-income level people, they would like to go to hotel, not only just staying there one night, but as a networking place, they go to hotels. Now, regarding the beauty area, definitely high-end female, they spend a lot of money, like department stores. But what's interesting is that among the high-end, MZ generation is also very much interested in beauty area. So they can afford to pay that, and also their income level is quite high. So the 20 to 30 years old male generations are also interested in beauty product or beauty things. Sorry. Now, in case of the leisure area, it's quite different. Depending on their consumptions, middle-aged people like 40 to 50 years old, they spend more money. Not high-end or premium, but the ordinary level, common people, they spend a lot of money. So 20 to 30-year-old female, iPhone and Starbucks, most preferred ones. Within the limited consumption level, these are the most preferred area where they would like to spend that. But 40 to 50 years old male people, male, they'd like to visit drinking places and also spend money there. So these are the individual characteristics, and we've done clustering and classifications, and also we've done some expectations. What I'd like to introduce is that the classification analysis among 66 factors, relations with the investment or house possessions, real estate, blockchain, or stocks, we regard them as an area of the investment, and department stores or luxurious products. So something that they like to enjoy, we have put on them high life index. We have come up with this name, and then we divide it into 4 groups again. So they are extremely interested in making investment, but at the same time, they'd like to enjoy their life, to spend the money as much as possible to buy the luxurious products. And also they are very much concentrated in the investment. We call them as self-fund mania. And now those who are eager to spend the money, we call them as beautiful lifer. And gold eagles are the people whose interest we cannot understand. Maybe they pay by cash, or probably they would like to just enjoy their own life. And based on this, we also came up with the following conclusion. High-tech player are 25, beautiful lifer 25, and self-fund mania. Also, you can see that only excluding MZ generations, we have come up with this, and high-tech player and beautiful lifer are quite high. So maybe it was well reflected. And among the diverse analysis, Seoul and Busan people, we extracted them, we tried to analyze, but not much differences. Maybe Seoulites, they enjoy consumption more, especially people who live in Seoul and high-end customers, they spend more. But like business people or high-end educator, they have their uniqueness. Among the high-end, we extracted people who own their own business. And the self-fund mania was very, very low because they have their own business and they concentrate everything to their own business. And now education area, I myself also, my children will become the senior of the high school, and I am salaryman, which means that my disposable income is limited, and if education goes up, other consumption should be decreased. So that's a normal trend. And high-end education consumption, we try to extract these people and try to understand that. Once again, high-tech is 43%, and compared to other area, they are spending a lot of money, they enjoy a lot their life, they have a great fun. So this is my analysis. What I mean by that is high-end customers, their disposable income is very different. So they spend a lot of money for the education. That doesn't mean that they are reducing their consumption in other areas. So these are the summarizations of my analysis, but I'll skip this. And today, the contents that I have explained, about 15 million items we have reduced to 66 items, and we have focused on the high-end customers. But not only that, we can analyze in various ways, and depending on what kind of item we want to know about, it could be policy issues, it could be various other issues. So from various angles, we can analyze that, and we can even do the predictive modeling. And because this is huge big data, so whatever kind of exploratory analysis, we can do that. And each individual basis, we can do that. So based on that, this is our proposal. So pseudonymic combined data, we can constantly extract value, and we hope to gather more diverse information so that we can create a better, more valuable data. So this grand data product or data dam, we can establish strategy for the market, and not only that, and they want to use this for the marketing purpose, because if they stop at the analysis itself, it's meaningless. They want to do more. They want to use the insight and use it for the marketing purpose. And we need to constantly develop that and develop the service. In the public area, I'm sure that we can use that. We have used it for the statistical purpose so far, and the Samaringula that I have introduced is also, and also commercial information was explained by the Seoul Institute. Yes, we need to use it more effectively and efficiently in an in-depth manner. So in the individual level, we can do further research and use the research result for policy decision making. Of course, we need to make sure that privacy needs to be well protected, and for that, we will promote to other businesses as well. That concludes my presentation, and thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Director Kim. It was the hottest topic. So pseudonymic combined information presentation was just completed. Now, we have received the questions.
토론 주제를 좀 보니.
And infection and data openness, the role of public and private sectors were the main areas of questions. And we are joined by experts from the academia, private sector, and public sector. So in terms of the limitation of open sharing of public data and our future direction, that's what we wish to talk about. And then we'll talk about the future plans. and how the infection can be represented in these data. First, Director Yoon Ji-suk from Statistics Korea will talk about the future plans for sharing data. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the speakers for their wonderful presentation. And there was a lot of encouraging parts for the Statistics Korea. And when it comes to combining the private sector with the public sector, we are trying our best to provide granular data. And we are accelerating such efforts these days. And one of the things that we are working on is for disaster relief fund and the shortage of mask supply that we experienced early last year. We are providing a Nowcast portal now, and it will be information about 10 indices in several sectors using the public and private sector data, so that at least monthly level data can be used to update. And our national statistics, there are 1,400 types of statistics, and 60% of the data are annual basis. So whenever we feel we are in an urgent situation like COVID-19 pandemic, these data were not frequent enough. So Statistics Korea is trying to use big data to come out with speedy and more granular level of data. And we have introduced the experimental statistics based on mobile data, and our mobility data is registered as #1 experiment data, and it is open to the public now. For experimental statistics, we'll introduce this for 3 years, and for it to move on to the next stage, it needs to resolve many of the inherent problems that private sector has. Like the data has unique characteristics or unique constraints, and also there could be some issues related to interpretation of data, but we haven't touched them yet. It might sound like big data would solve other problems, which of course is not true. Like credit card data, of course it's a great information, but if you had one transaction at Burger King, that location, the branch store, that information is not available. So the data itself has some restrictions. So interpreting the usage pattern based on the data certainly has its limits. And what kind of efforts private sector is making to overcome such limits should also be shared. And KCB data, asset, income data is available, but is it at the household level or at individual level? If somebody owns a property, like if out of a family of 4 people, only one person might own this, and the remaining 3 people might not be owners of the property. So we have to see how the ownership was estimated and what is the level of credibility that we can assign. That all that information should be made available, and our department will be working harder to combine public and private sector data to come out with highly reliable statistics. Thank you very much.
학계에서도 아마 이렇게
At school, openness and pseudonymic combinations of the information. I'm sure that you must have your own views. Yes, from the academic circle, pseudonymic information combined are hot topic. Is it differential privacy or what it is? Office of the Statistic is making a lot of investment, and one of the reasons is because in New York City, you know that based on the taxi operation track record, they have opened that, and you know that Jessica Alba, very famous actress, there was a photo taken by the paparazzi, and it's a digital information, so location is revealed. So they have used this data, and they know when she rode a taxi, and Jessica Alba did not pay the tip. Such a famous actress did not pay the tip. So there was a sort of a breach of the private information. When we analyze that, we talk about average or overall trend, but we would like to hide the private information. That's why we came up with a differentiated data protection. And another one is a localized private information. They want to know how people are using emoji, and Apple doesn't know and doesn't want to know the each individual information. They know the overall trend, but not the each individual number of the emoji that people use. So differential data protection, if it's well used, then we can come up with the best way to use the big data, and we can actively use the pseudonymic information. And by combining the data, most sensitive data is medical records. Especially, it can be abused, or they believe that their insurance cost can go up. What's interesting is that the pseudonymic information is not applied to the medical record, but a very different approach is applied. The medical hospitals, they have their own database, but it's not uniformed. So they try to come up with a more uniformed platform, and using the same analysis methodology, they will be sharing the information. So it's not sharing the data, but the analytic model will be shared. So we live in the era of the data, and people have expectation and concern as well. And by using various ways, we can make most of the data, I believe.
감사합니다.
Thank you. I have a question to Professor No. Data protection and data opening. What should be the level of data openness that researchers are looking for? And in terms of security, can you go any level higher? First of all, I would like to thank the 4 speakers for their wonderful presentation. The value of public data and the usage of data, but you have asked me about the openness of data.
쪽은 솔직히 연구자의 욕심이라면
Pseudonymy, and our ambition is to look at the most raw data. And then any data that can be processed, people want to process this by themselves. But the researchers are also aware of the limits. And if you can process the data as you want, and if you can have the access to data, that would be great. Big Data Campus of Seoul City and remote support service, and if we can at least have raw data in those platforms, that's the most desirable situation for researchers. For pseudonym combination, of course, we can link it with the other information, and the individual level combination requires many more experiments and tests because there are still some risk factors. And combining by unit could be important, and having more detailed understanding of the unit could be important. If people think that the data could be combined at individual level thanks to pseudonym, but nobody knows all the risk factors. And in that regard, combining data at a certain level and using that information and accumulating such information, I think is more realistic. Thank you very much. Pseudonym combination, and one of the other question was about QR check-in information and how the floating population data can be managed. Seoul Metropolitan Government does not have a specific plan yet, but it is sharing COVID-related data. And whether it can be shared through pseudonyms, but it's something that we need to think about. And KCB, as we heard about pseudonym and how it should be tried. Can you share your trials and errors and challenges? So in your project, can you explain that?
네,
Hello everyone, I'm from KCB. My name is Park Mo-kyung. Thank you very much. The presentation by 4 speakers were extremely insightful. Thank you. Recently, Shinhan Card, Mr. Kim, you have done a great job in explaining that. And data dam, you talked about it. And we are in the process of developing that. More recently, the public authorities and private companies, when we introduce the case studies, the most frequent questions that I get, I think I need to explain that. And pseudonymic combinations of the information, people are not familiar with that. And they believe that when they get this pseudonymic combined information, is it identifiable or unidentifiable? They always ask the questions, as you mentioned. The name itself, do not try to identify who this information it belongs to, because there's a strong penalty, like 3% of the total revenue. So make sure that you should not try to identify that. In our case, KCB, through the data special company, we always undergo the verifications, and of course, in case of the pseudonymic data, not all the law provisions is applied, but we also have the upper cap and lower cap, and we delete the information so that people will not be able to identify who they are. One of the most frequently asked question is the address. So according to the guideline, we go all the way to the administration district. Of course, depending on your research purpose, you can take a different approach. But if I say that we don't have a strict rules, but depending on the research purpose, there could be different, like public data, private data, etc. And depending on the block basis or unit basis, you can also carry out research. And if you ask me, I can explain further. And also, you can come up with a statistic and then check that out. For example, due to your necessity, you leave the block and ID alive, you don't erase that, and then you promise that you will sign a contract or something like that so that you will not identify that, then you can take those data out. Another frequently asking question is about the combination key and combination ratio. Private company cases, the name, date of birth, mobile phone, there are all the details. So the combinations of company, their information are quite high, but public authority or public agency, especially the public authority that have the communication channel to talk to the customers or citizens, they can easily combine that. So these are for your reference. So you don't have to use just one combination key, but you can add various things like name if there are overlapping, and then on top of that you can use the mobile phone, the last 4 digits. So you can apply different skills to make a combined data. Last but not least, no matter what, data has been revised and you can combine. So when you do the pseudonymic information combination, especially my company is a credit company, and the financial institution, they do a lot of combination job of the data, and most of the data, actually 70% of the informations are combined from the credit bureau. Among the public authority, there are a lot of cases by Korea Road and Korea Railway organizations and KCB. We have tried to combine our own data. In the future, we don't have any cases of the public authority combining their own data, but we'll try to do that so that more data can be realized and better result can come. Thank you.
감사합니다. 이제 시작 단계이다 보니
Thank you. This is the beginning stage. So there's a lot of challenges and things to be handled. There was one question about the presentation. After COVID-19 outbreak, the consumption pattern change has changed the commercial area. What would be the future expected change? Dr. Kim Min-young, can you talk about this? Given the vulnerability pattern, how do you think the commercial areas of Seoul will change going forward? During the COVID-19 era, how we have analyzed the vulnerability of commercial areas. During the pandemic, many people shopped online, and such changes expected to have a lot of impact on the commercial areas. As we say, we are normalizing our lives, but almost 4,000 new cases were identified today. So there are some people are saying that social distancing measures might be elevated. And I'll continue to study this area. We cannot be certain about what kind of changes will take place.
감사합니다. 사실 뭐 예측이
And prediction is something that is quite challenging. It would be very difficult to talk about that. But given the vulnerability index, I think we can apply this in various ways. Next question. As for the opening of public data and big data, public sector is coming up with data that everybody can use, and everybody feel obligated to use data one way or another, but we need to train people to do that. And we need to make further efforts. So Professor Chang Won-chul, can you talk about what can we do to handle this? For the public sector, we definitely need many more data analysts. And data parallel, we need to find the right process for hiring people. And the people, in order to be government workers, they have to take some examination to become public officials. But these talents are quite talented, and they can easily find their jobs in private sector. So it's difficult for the government to find and recruit the right people. And the public institutions when it comes to providing information, they need to have some kind of incentives. Private sector companies have clear goals, but public sectors are afraid of providing data because if something goes wrong, the officials have no incentives but only to be punished. So in many cases, because of the 3 data protection laws, the data must be processed before being provided. These are additional jobs. So there should be other separate groups of people who work on processing the data, who are dedicated to doing this. But if it becomes additional work to existing people, it's not going to be easy. So we should hire more data experts. We should have a separate team dealing with data processing, and then have a dedicated department for data sharing. And Army has created big data evaluation organization. Even the Army is moving faster than the government organizations.
마지막
Last question. So private sector, right after the revisions of the Data 3 Acts, in order to utilize the data, working together with the public authority, were there any challenges for you to collaborate with the public authority? If you do have, Deputy Director Kim Jun-ho, could you elaborate? What challenges have you faced? Well, I am Kim Jun-ho from Shinhan Card. Which area needs to be ironed out, or which challenge needs to be eradicated? Instead of saying that, I believe continuous consultative body or cooperation is extremely important. I guess forum like today is very meaningful. Korea has announced Digital New Deal, and we announced that we'll build 16 platform, data network, data dam, AI. We are making a lot of investment. The government is taking the initiative. Government is playing important role, and the private companies, small and medium-sized companies are also trying hard, and the solution companies, AI systems, there are a lot of companies that are making efforts, and well, we hope that the private companies and the public authority, they suffer from lack of talented people who are specialized in big data analysis. Of course, the companies or the organizations, they have their own data, but look at Google, Amazon, Apple, the global so-called the top leading global company, they have enormous big data, and their data is not limited to a certain region or certain country, but they have the data of the whole world, and they need to develop it, and then they are strengthening their dominant position, and Korea needs to catch that up, and also the more competent data-related companies. I hope to see more of that, and I hope the government needs to constantly communicate with the private company, and then when they make decisions after communicating with the company, then we can produce a great result. As a person working in this area, including Shinhan Card, Grant Data Dam, we will collaborate. Thank you.
이번 세션
Thank you. In this session, we have talked about potential and role of big data after COVID-19. In this big data era, the big data is an irreversible trend, and we have to put our heads together to come up with various alternatives. And thank you very much for your attention.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
네.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past 2 days, we've had various sessions of 2021 Seoul Big Data Forum, and we are here for the last session of the forum. As of yesterday, when we looked at the number of clicks for YouTube, more than 2,000 clicks have been recorded as of yesterday. And I believe it was the highest level of clicks registered. Now we are going to have a wrap-up session to look back on the progress and achievements made over the past 2 days, and then we will talk about how to better organize next year's Big Data Forum. And we are joined by the moderators of individual sessions. And we will go over what has been discussed at each session, and then look back on our past to learn the lessons, and then project them forward for future planning. So following the order of session, we would like to ask the session moderators to briefly update us on what has been discussed in the session. First session, Professor Lee Seung-jae of University of Seoul. Yes, hello, I'm Lee Seung-jae. Nice to meet you again. In the first session, we've had keynote presentations, and Professor Alex Pentland from MIT Lab, and from Sweden we were joined by Professor Bin Jiang of Gaville University, these two professors have made wonderful keynote presentations. And Professor Pentland has said that data is a capital. And we have this capital theory, Adam Smith's national wealth theory. For a nation to be well off, it should accumulate capital. But capital in the past were mainly physical infrastructure or land. But data is now emerging as a new form of capital. So if we can accumulate data, utilize them wisely, we can create a lot of added value, which will create a new industry, which will be the key to successful fourth industrial revolution. And Professor Bin Zhang, he has been participating since the first Big Data Forum. I think it was 3 years ago that Professor Bin Zhang has been delivering keynote speech every year. And he is an expert in urban science, city science. He's a very famous expert. And he has made 3 important points about what data can be used for. First, data can help us understand the structure. Not just the physical structure, but with data, we'll be able to understand the urban structure morphologically. Then, second, we can have glimpse into the urban dynamics. Time, space, people moving around, creating various flows of movement. And we can measure that and optimize that for control and monitoring. Last but not least, he talked about design, what it ought to be. That is the most important part. Structure and dynamics tells us if there is any flaws or problems in the current system. So we need to correct that, resolve that, and come up with more optimized design. And use that as a database to carry out further study. So he made a very important keynote presentation. And in our session 2, the major title was Changes and Reactions to Life in Metropolitan Area After COVID-19. And Professor Lee Hee-jung has talked about the major policy changes in major metropolitan areas around the world, like Seoul, New York, Tokyo. So he compared all these metropolitan areas, and then because of the COVID-19 infection risk, people's residency or mobility patterns have changed, and the real estate price in general have gone up because COVID-19 pandemic has created some inflation, and people are trying to reduce their travel and living closer to their work. So megacity region, that is the more expansive spatial concept, and inside that, trips will be minimized, creating the so-called fragmented cities. And Professor Bin Zhang's concept of design and structure and dynamics. And second, Professor Park In-gyu from the University of Seoul has made a presentation about global urban digital model and toy modeling. There are 3 receivers of Nobel Prize this year, and they talked about climate. They did the modeling of global climate change, and
so COVID spread model or twin model he explained, and also Professor Park talked about the importance of living with COVID-19, and if we collaborate, definitely we can create a better result in the future. And then there are two additional speakers, Professor Yanden Steik. Sorry, first we had Professor Anda.
Dr. Anda has been participating in this forum from the first year. He used mobile phone signaling data to see how people get infected with the virus based on trajectory, and then how people come into contact in the urban space. Through that kind of encounter leading to infection, through this kind of process, he has analyzed Victorian region in Australia and Singapore. And then last but not least,
and Professor Yanders Smake. He came and joined us Seoul Big Data Forum for a long time, and continuously, you know that COVID-19 confirmed cases fluctuated, and stage by stage we can take the policy response, and depending on policy, sometimes the confirmed cases decreases or the COVID-19 spread increases. So applying the statistic model, the professor tried to understand the way to control the COVID-19 confirmed cases, and we need to stimulate the economy. And he talked about Daruma project, which is a special project to monitor the overall trend, and that was quite interesting. And frankly speaking, Korea, Seoul, we need to take note of his presentation because his presentation gave us a lot of implication.
감사합니다.
Thank you. So including the keynote session and session 2, Professor Lee has given us a very graphic and detailed summary of those sessions. It's as if we have participated in the sessions ourselves. Now, Director Kim Eun-young from Seoul Digital Foundation, could you summarize your session? Hello, I'm Kim Eun-young from Seoul Digital Foundation. And we have hosted the third session yesterday. The theme was a paradigm shift in cities management based on AI. We have selected AI as a theme because in a complicated large system like Seoul, for it to be operated organically, it's important to analyze the data correctly, but also we should create a lot of intelligent systems. And we've had 4 presentations. Let me briefly go over the presentation. The first presentation was made by Professor Park Jong-yeol from Seoul National University of Science and Technology.
The visual AI technology was introduced by Professor Park. Recently, we have abundant data being created, and in Seoul metropolitan city, there are a lot of CCTV installed, and we get a lot of image data taken from CCTV. So using visual data and also CCTV photos, how we can utilize that, he introduced that, and the expectations and limitations of the AI were elaborated, how we can apply this, especially Professor Park talked about how we can prevent from people throwing away illegal waste. And CCTV was taken, the photos, and originally we wanted to curtail people from throwing illegal waste and impose penalty, but eventually the reason why we are trying to stop them from throwing the illegal waste is to keep environment clean. And because that's the true sense of purpose, instead of imposing penalty, there were a couple of changes. So he introduced that as well.
빅데이터 AI 기반 지능형 스마트 도시 재난안전 기술에 대해서 소개를 해주셨는데요. 우리 건설 현장의 인명 피해와 같은 그런 사회 재난하고 폭염, 한파, 산불과 같은 자연 재난에 대응을 위한 인공지능의 적용 사례에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주셨습니다. 그리고 최근 디지털 영역에서 굉장히 핫 이슈가 되고 있는 메타버스의 활용에 대해서도 좀 이야기를 해주셨는데요. 재난 모의 훈련 같은 경우에는 우리가 실제로 재난이 발생해야지만 그 효과를 볼 수 있는, 확인을 할 수 있는 그런 부분인데 이런 부분을 메타버스의 플랫폼에서 좀 활용할 수 있는 부분이 있지 않을까라는 제안도 해주셨습니다. 그리고 세 번째는 건설기술연구원의 이윤규 단장께서
And then Senior Research Fellow Lee Young-gyu has talked about the AI-based indoor air quality prediction and smart city connection plan for multi-use facilities. And then he talked about meta-analysis of indoor air quality and how the outdoor air can be polluted and how we can predict the changes in the indoor air quality. And for this research to evolve, we can continue to expand this to prevent the spread of virus. Last but not least, Principal Manager Park Ji-hye.
How the city building change detection can be effectively used using aerial imagery. Seoul Digital Foundation is building a lot of information so that we can use that as learning information. Especially using aerial imagery, we try to detect how the urban city construction buildings are changing during that process. There could be various issues and challenges, and Principal Manager Park talked about that. That's all.
네.
Thank you very much. And various institutions participating in this forum has selected the appropriate theme and discussion topics for the sessions they have hosted respectively. And Digital Foundation has focused on having in-depth discussions on AI. And today, in the Seoul Institute of Technology session, we focused on metaverse and digital transformation. Seoul Institute of Technology has definitely selected a very interesting topic for discussion. Director Choi Jun-young, can you elaborate on the session 4? In the morning session, we have talked about Metaverse City Seoul, urban changes and responses to the digital transformation. We've had 4 presenters and 4 discussants. They made a lot of interesting points and recommendations. And
in case of Cameo, Dr. Cameo, in order to recover from COVID-19, people-centered technology and people-centered smart city technology must be further developed. And she talked about smart technology, especially in response to post-COVID-19, CCTV or applications or all kinds of devices have gathered information, personal information, and we have effectively responded to COVID-19. And now, since we have accumulated data, how are we going to protect these data? And what about the digital divide? So that was the Camilla's presentation.
And then Dr. Wu talked about digital transformation and how the previous cities and existing cities can benefit from technology evolution and how the physical space is slow to change. And with digitalization, our urban space will expand temporally and physically. And metaverse city. And Professor Na Jung-hyun has talked about digital platform.
From the consumer's perspective, how consumers consume the product in the retail area, we took note that the contactless society still, the metaverse technology, AR, VR, or social network through which we can communicate, all this converged technology can be our foundation. So within the offline, the value can be further developed. And it was quite meaningful.
And Metaverse City has been realistically presented by Director Kim Tae-hyun. Director Kim paid attention to how the existing information can be presented more graphically using these technologies. And then he talked about game engine-based technologies, Unity and Unreal, and Seoul City was realized using Unreal. And such technologies are also connected to MetaHuman, another self-identity created in Metaverse with a little bit of enhancement, looking slightly different or better than your true self. And then, in the discussion session, Professor Jang Dong-sun has talked about the next level internet, which is metaverse. And then how we can take advantage of the advanced technologies which will create digital divide. And then we could use existing public space as a hub of metaverse. He made an interesting recommendations. And Mr. Bang Eun-ju has said that content would be the key to metaverse. And the contents and devices on the metaverse is where the competitiveness will come from. And digital transformation, how we can assess and understand this. From the user's perspective, we can change the degree of, we can measure the degree of changes. And using the 24-hour mobility data, we can look at the increasing portion of online activities. And then we probably need a separate organization to deal with that. And Seoul City is carrying out Seoul type survey, and not just the offline changes, but online changes can be considered. And using delivery apps, we use a lot of apps, but a lot of it is still blank. So we can study these patterns in more detail. And it's something that we need to communicate closely with the big data officer. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the very beginning, I've participated in this forum, and I felt like technology-oriented discussion was going to be very difficult to understand. But during the discussion, I have found many interesting points. stories about our future identity, things that are very close to our heart. And regarding the inequality between cities, I think in the last session, in the afternoon session, I think in the Seoul Institute session, this was dealt in detail.
예.
Well, session 5 was moderated by myself. I am Kim Sang-il from the Seoul Institute. The title of our session is Inequality and Gaps in COVID-19 Affected Cities. We've been wondering what kind of topic we'll choose. One thing that we took note of that is the pandemic and technology transformation and climate changes. So these are the important elements and candidates that we wanted to discuss about. But inequality and gaps created by COVID-19 has been worsened, and we need to prevent that, and we need to achieve sustainable growth. And I believe that the topic of inequality and gaps in COVID-19 could be very meaningful topic. Using big data, how we can narrow down the gap caused by the COVID-19. The first presenter was UN Habitat Senior Human Settlement Officer Bruno Dorcon, and we heard his presentation. It was like a keynote address. He talked about what UN does, what's UN's principle and direction the UN was taking, and Dr. Bruno emphasized that the smart city must be deployed human-centered way, fair, justifiable, environmental friendly, and healthy. Smart city must be realized. So those were the keywords. What's interesting was that during his presentation, he introduced van operator. They got help from the van operator, and the road taken by van operator, they got the information and they actually create a map. And data governance-wise, it was quite interesting. And also in the big data, policy-wise, what kind of information are we pursuing? Actually, the idea that he suggests was very different from what traditionally we think about. And the approach was quite interesting. Well, I myself was very interested.
Second presentation was made by Dr. Kim Seung-yeon. And she has talked about the inequality, and NHIC administrative data was utilized to see what's happening to inequality in our income and property. Unfortunately, we still haven't done the comparison between before and after COVID. We have comparison between two periods that are both before COVID-19. We tend to believe that the conclusions show that inequality has been reduced, and inequality in property, it's much more serious than inequality in income. But we've done some nosediving, and any reduction in inequality is the result of changes in taxation policies and a lot of income data being made more transparent, and the income of high-income earners are now collected more thoroughly. So we are definitely not conclusive about this, and then we have to do some additional study. And before and after COVID-19, what's happening to the inequality, I asked her about her opinion, and then given the various indices, COVID-19 definitely has enhanced and increased inequality, and she said she will start related research soon. Next, Dr. Hong Bo-young and Dr. Park Hae-kyung, they both talked about big data, using big data to recognize inequality and using big data to come out with an alternative. Dr. Hong Bo-young did then research based on mobile phone signal data to identify the location of people, combining the location information with a variety of other information to see if this person is at work or at home or whether outdoors or inside the building. So after doing that kind of classification, the regions can be categorized and the characteristics of these regions can be reviewed to see how the people's behavior is changing before and after the pandemic and what kind of impact it has on the economy, social, and demographic aspects of our society and how the neighborhoods responded differently. And she talked about this exposure density. And her study showed that lower income neighborhoods, in order to survive, they were put at a more difficult situation. They had to go to work to make living. They had to go out to buy things they needed, exposing themselves to more risk. Therefore, there was more infection in those neighborhoods. What was interesting was that because of pandemic, we expected the self-business owners to suffer more because the pandemic would create difficulties for their business. But in the American business, the lower-income people were more desperate to work, and they had to face risks, tolerate risk of infection. That was an interesting evidence. And Dr. Park Hae-kyung,
who work at Seoul Institute, has made a presentations about the S.dot data, how the temperature has been calculated, and especially based on the data that she has gathered. What about the extreme heat wave? Based on this base, she tried to analyze it, and especially the many indicators that expresses like very young aged children or elderly people or a house or really outdated houses. Those are the weak points against the heat wave. And geographically, she tried to analyze that. And the area where the heat wave was most severe, which area should the Seoul metropolitan government should come up with the countermeasures within the limited time, and especially the resources are very much limited, which area should receive the highest priority. And I believe her last year's research was actually progressed, and Seoul Metropolitan City is operating city centers, and it can be connected to the policy making.
그 토론자들 분들도
And discussants also made wonderful comments. Let me just share some of them with you. And Dr. Jung Mi-ae talked about regional gaps and how the gaps between cities can be interpreted from a regional framework. And she showed strong interest in such attempt. And Professor Kang Myung-gu said that there should be continued pursuit of this direction in a consistent manner, and should work hard to come up with policy alternatives. Dr. Bruno, let me go back to his comments.
Dr. Bruno consistently emphasized that in order to respond to the inequality, he talked about the importance of big data, but also he emphasized the importance of the governance. And from the UN's perspective, in each city unit, the data governance or data sovereignty, there are alliances being formed. But in Asia-Pacific regions, not a single city is taking part in. And Seoul Metropolitan City needs to pay attention and become the leader in data alliance. And I'm just delivering his message. So in proceeding the session 5, it was very interesting. There are a lot of questions. That's all.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. When we try to deal with social issues like inequality, well, I thought data, big data, and AI, I thought they would help us reveal the hidden cause of inequality, and then I thought they would give us hope in resolving this inequality in the future. So I think it was a session that has actually taken this forum into a deeper level. As we hold more and more forum, I feel like we are upgrading it every year, and the Seoul Metropolitan Governance has participated as one of the co-hosts of Big Data Forum, and that is a major progress. So let us invite Director Lee Soo-jae. And Seoul Metropolitan Government hosted session regarding potential and role of big data after COVID-19. One of the things that we need to consider is the data inequality, and the government needs to play an important role. And Dr. Bruno Durkan has mentioned information gap. Yeah. And if you invite us, we will love to participate, review the possibility of joining alliance. And then we talked about the impact of COVID-19 on vulnerability of commercial areas, and using the citizens' mobility data and how people are traveling in Seoul. What we wanted to find is share some data that can be used, and then talk about data combination that is legally allowed. In September this year, Big Data has shared living mobility data, and Officer Kang Soo-young had made a related presentation. And basically, there are 9 concepts: where people start, where people arrive, ODA, origin destination. And she came up with 9 combinations and then analyzed the living pattern. And we identified various characteristics of mobility, difference between travel by male and female and by age groups, why women's mobility declined after the outbreak. And by age group, we looked at where people traveled from where to where. Such data would be very helpful when people are planning to open a business. And Dr. Kim Sang-il also talked about 4 levels of pandemic and how the analysis results can be shared. And he shared the characteristics of each phase. And living mobility data can be utilized for each different phase. to come up with how to respond to the pandemic. When the number of cases increase, what kind of message should be shared? And then he gave us some guideline for data. And Mr. Kim Sang-il has shown us various data, how to use that. And we need to continue to evolve network analysis portion as well. And regarding the vulnerability of commercial areas, which it's a very critical piece of information. And after the end of pandemic, well, some people say that we must learn to live with the pandemic. And then we have continuously evolved such analysis. And then Deputy Director Kim Jun-ho has analyzed the trend of credit cards, KCB, SKT, credit cards, data being combined for pseudonym combination. And it is being carried out actively by the private sector, and the public sector is working with Statistics Korea for pseudonym combination. They can offer new insight. And regarding the future direction, Director Yoon Ji-suk, Professor Chang Won-chul, and Professor No Seung-chul, and Chief Manager Park Bo-kyung has talked about how to open the public data and how the combination with pseudonym can create the opportunities and values here. Throughout such discussion, we have talked about how big data can be used in the public sector. For big data, we've had a lot of efforts for looking into the past and the present. So we can do a lot of analysis using the past data so that we can have access to data as soon as possible. From now, we need to create big data that would show both the past, the present, and then we can find more active ways to utilize the big data. Thank you very much.
Well, we had 2 days of seminar, and we've discussed about the performance of the overhaul. About 10 minutes are left until the end of today's seminar. There's one regrettable thing. Maybe what we expect for the 2022 Seoul Big Data Forum. Why don't we take turns and express your views, starting with Professor Lee Seung-jae. Well, next year will be the 4th Seoul Big Data Forum, the keynote speech. And also, Joe Biden, President, Build Back Better was his catchphrase. And of course, he talks about the framework, and that law has been passed. So now Build Back Better has become an act. So $1.2 trillion, that's about 1,200 trillion will be invested. And what they are trying to do is the existing infrastructure will become digitalized. And this is extremely important, especially in the 4th Industrial Revolution. The physical things will be strengthened, and through 4th Industrial Revolution, the Pentline professor from the MIT, data will become a capital or asset based on which the United States will be further grow. And the way to develop the country is, as Pinja mentioned, optimization. So the data is essential. So Since we live in Seoul metropolitan city, everyone are coming from the Seoul metropolitan related agency. Of course, we can make our own presentation, but instead we take our own research project. Maybe we can do a joint research, and maybe next year we can make a presentation about the joint research. Isuje, you talked about right before the presentation, you said that as data and digital twin, everything is in digital twin type. So in relations with that, a lot of data can be gathered, and probably we can come up with the idea so that we can make this big data as an asset or capital, so that Seoul can be a true sense of the exemplary city creating a new economy. That's my hope. And I hope we can take the first step. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Seoul Digital Foundation. When I talked about the session, I haven't talked about what the discussants have said. Because of time, I won't be able to elaborate everything, but the most important comments about were whether we are using data analysis or using AI. The data quality must be a precondition. That is a very critical area. And we are making a lot of legislation change, but still, it is difficult. Out of 100 to secure data, we are using more than 50% of our efforts. Therefore, since we have the officer responsible for big data, I think it's something that we all need to work together. And next year, for Big Data Forum, we are going to be the main host. And the forum gets better and better every year. And we will do our best to plan a better event next year. I hope next year we can have an offline forum with many participants. And I hope to see you again with more cases. Thank you very much.
네, 서울기술연구원 최준영입니다.
I am Choi Jung-yeon from the Seoul Institute of Technology. Well, this is the third Seoul Big Data Forum co-hosted by our institute and Seoul Digital Foundation, Seoul Institute, and University of Seoul. And of course, we can create synergy as there are 4 organizers joining forces to host Seoul Big Data Forum. But I also believe that we've been talking about joint research, but instead of just talking, I sincerely hope to see the true result of the co-research. And maybe during the next year's Big Data Forum, we can make a presentation about joint research. And I believe if we do that, it will be a more meaningful meeting. This is just an example, but yesterday, Professor Park In-kyu talked about global model, and we can apply that. So complicated and complex data, we can understand the city. For example, we can call it as a Seoul type model. And that's my idea. And when the 4 organizers join forces, we can carry out research. So let's do that in more concrete forms. Second, when we go to conference, in some cases, we present the new research result, but also through new research, or it could be a joint effort, we can also produce new data. And last September, Seoul Metropolitan City hosted a forum where we were able to show a new data, and I hope that Seoul Big Data Forum can also present a new data. We talked about Seoul type of survey, but when we do the Seoul survey, mostly it was a sample survey, but next time probably we can do a big data or statistic-based survey, and creating a source data is important, but also data-based research could be important, and our analysis result, if it can be shared, it will be more meaningful. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
말씀을 많이 드렸는데
I think I've already spoken enough, but I'll be brief. Our institute has organized this year's forum, and I would like to thank everybody for helping us. I know there are some areas where we can improve on, and I will get back to that later on. In this year's forum, I think each institute have expressed their characteristics very well. And participants each year are coming up with more advanced comments. And I hope we can continue that tradition next year. And in today's forum, Dr. Pentland has shown us a picture. Data shouldn't be coming. We should make the code go. Data manipulation. The side that provides the data should be given the computing power so that we can have more raw data and data codes should give us the output we are looking for. And various data that Seoul City has can prevent data misuse and give us higher level of data access by building a data sharing system. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Yes? Well, thank you very much, everyone, for organizing and also joining the forum. Let me express two views. First, the possibility of extending or expanding the forum itself. Other public agencies and public authorities can join us, especially the brand of Seoul Big Data Forum is extremely high, and I hope that more agencies can join. Maybe we can think about that in the 2022 Seoul Big Data Forum. And next, I thought that Seoul Metropolitan City Government needs to play a greater role, especially in the area of utilizations of the big data. Yes, we need to further make efforts, and the people involved in this area, we need to identify which data we really need, which are really important. I really hope to carry out a joint research. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you. When we planned Big Data Forum, we've made several promises. We'll do it every year with the related organizations of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and that they would take turns hosting this every year. And for continuity, we wanted to have a certain number of people speaking every year and a certain number of new speakers every year. And then joint research should include not just the joint research among the related organizations, but also overseas institutions. But because of the unexpected COVID-19 pandemic, everything moving online, of course, we've had some disadvantages, but it has also brought some advantages. But it's now difficult to collaborate directly with overseas researchers. But we are now talking about metaverse and digital twins, and Seoul Metropolitan Government is actively involved in this. And Big Data Forum with a new mayor we are going to be hosting next year. And Big Data will play an important role. Digital Foundation will be hosting next year's forum, and I'm sure you can have very high expectations. Now we would like to conclude this year's Big Data Forum. Thank you very much for your participation. I would like to thank the technical staff, everybody from all the related institutes for bringing today's forum possible. So let us conclude the wrap-up session. Thank you.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.